Well, we are live. Before I go live here, though, I think I should say I'm going to be practicing social distancing during this live stream. I will not be getting very close to my computer. I don't want any of you coughing on me. None of that stuff. I expect just, about 30 inches away should do just good for me on this. So, how's it going, everyone? Welcome to another live stream edition. Great to have you guys all in here. Looks like we're already filling up, which is great to see. Sorry if we got a little bit of loudness going on. What's up, OG Bobby? Little credit card. You are the first. Only Spiffy. What's up, man? Hello, Donald Trump Jr. X. How's it going, guys? We got free agency kicking off today. A lot of exciting things. Hopefully our Seahawks actually do an exciting move. That'd be a great little change of pace here, wouldn't it? Not that the Jarran Reed signing wasn't nice, and this BJ Finney guy sounds all right, but I think we're all anticipating a little bit of a bigger move out the gate here. I didn't necessarily think we'd get it for big-time free agent, but at least we'd get a nice trade right out the gate, something that would be a little meaty we could sink our teeth into, but just hasn't quite been that way, has it? What's up, Anti-Petrish, the official? I do believe at this point in time, and again, I think it's a very fluid situation as far as Jadeveon Clowney is concerned, but I still lean towards the thought process that they are going to re-sign them. You see that a little bit in the vagueness of how they're playing the compensatory system, because I do think that that's part of re-signing Clowney and being willing to go even a little bit, maybe $1 million, $2 million, $3 million higher than they wanted to go, just because of the fact that they are fitting it into that compensatory system now, like we thought they probably would, where they're really not going to go out into the free agent market and go deep into that, but rather just try to make some trades, sign some guys probably after the post June 1st designation point where they don't count against the compensatory system anymore. But yes, I'm still going to lean towards the thought process that Jadeveon's going to be signed. I saw the Cowboys come through last night on the wire, and boy, that one gave me a stop where they were essentially, it was said, going to make a run at him. I couldn't figure out how the hell they were going to do it with their cap situation and Dak Prescott, but I think that thing got shot down pretty damn quickly. So we're good on that. Yeah, OG, I think so. We just got to calm down and wait on this one. I think John Snyder's holding to his guns. He doesn't want to overpay on this guy. Clowney's kind of, I think, sort of sitting there waiting for a surprise team to jump in the mix. That's why I think the Cowboys rumor broke last night, was because what happened there was that Clowney's representatives probably wanted to leak a rumor out there to try to generate somebody out there went, wait, he's not got it down to a couple teams. It's not just a few one or two guys that we can maybe enter into this at the last second and scoop him up. Because I think he does want to get into that $24, $25 million range, and I just think that no one's really willing to pay him that. What's up, James Glenn? Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing Clowney and Everson Griffin. We're hearing late rumors here just before I signed on live that Griffin is in play for Seattle, that they are going to make a run at him, that he is somewhat interested. We'll see how that plays out exactly, because I know the Vikings do want him back, and after they moved the Diggs salary and some of the other stuff they've done, like letting Trey Waynes go, I think they could be in a position to still be able to resign Griffin, or at least be very competitive as far as the offers go. Most underrated free agent signing. OG Bobby, I'm really impressed with what the Ravens are doing. And I know it's obvious right out the gate to look at the Calais Campbell signing, which I love me some Campbell. Let's face it. You guys know that at this point. But I also like the Michael Brockers move. When you tandem him in there with Campbell and you put those guys on that defensive line, already with what they already had there, you're not going to run on that team. And as we know with our team, that's how we like to build our defenses. First and foremost, stop the run, turn the offense into a one-dimensional attack, and then try to go get your interceptions and picks and forced fumbles and whatnot. Yeah, I think Clowney's going to end up topping out at $20 million, Donald. I really do. So I think that whole $18 million thing was a pipe dream. No way that he's going to end up spending that for him. I just don't. I don't buy it myself. And yeah, James, the Quinn trade with the Quinn loss was a big one too for me. I thought we were going to really be able to make a run for him. I actually liked him more last year as a signing, to be honest with you, because I knew he was going to top out the market more this year. Last year, his value was depressed because he had played for the Dolphins in that 3-4 scheme, which had him really out of whack as far as an outside linebacker trying to rush the passer. So him back in the Cowboys 4-3 in the same kind of similar scheme to what we run, I would have liked to see that move last year, would have cost you $5-6 million as opposed to now 10, 11, 12, 13. What's up, Drew? Good to have you on in the chat. Tobias Larson, good to see you too. Tobias asked, what are my thoughts on the Jarran Reed signing? So I guess we probably should cover that right now out of the gate. And if I miss your guys' questions or whatnot, I will catch up. What's up, insert colorful metaphor? How's it going, man? Welcome to chat. My thoughts on Jarran Reed breakdown like this. This is essentially a win-win deal for both parties. Reed gets a chance to still go back out on the market in his prime. Seattle doesn't put a ton of money into a guy that's a very much a prove-it deal. They can get out after the first year of the contract with only a $4 million loss. So if he goes out there and craps the bed this year on the football field and doesn't give them the production they're wanting, bam, you're gone. And I think his cap hit this year is only down around $9 million, which I like to see. It'd be nice to get it even a little bit lower and push that rate over a little bit deeper in other places. Sorry about my phone. I'll get this shut off. But I think for that reason, it's a good deal for Seattle. I didn't want to see them get up into the $15 million range, which we know is what Reed was wanting, essentially a multi-year deal, $15 million. And I didn't want to do 4 years at 15. So 2 years, 23, I think it is. I'm A-okay with that 100%. I think it's an awesome deal for Seattle. And again, we needed to get multiple bodies down here. Just getting Clowney and Yannick Ngakoue was not going to be enough. You needed to really kind of fill this unit out. And as we're seeing some of those bodies that we would have liked, you mentioned Robert Quinn or JPP went off the market. We've seen guys that it's slowly starting to flow away here. Some of those guys that we were hoping that they might target. And that's getting a little bit disconcerting. So it's nice they at least brought someone in, but man, they still have a lot more work to do on that defensive line. But a good deal for Reed, good deal for Seattle. I love where they got the value add on that. I'm completely okay with it. Little credit card, Bill O'Brien is completely a retard. I'm I don't know. Like, I can't believe the Cardinals got Nuk for a second round pick, and they offloaded the David Johnson contract, which no one else was going to take. He was going to get cut. The Cardinals were going to get out from under his salary as much as they could. They were not going to keep him on the roster. Pretty much everyone in the NFL knew that. Yet you're trading for this guy who's obviously doesn't look like the same player he was before, and you give up Nuk, only getting back the second round pick, which is, to me, nothing. This, I think DeAndre Hopkins is easily a top 10 receiver in this league, if not a top 5 receiver in this league. He's going to make the Arizona Cardinals exponentially better. I mean, their receiving core now is really starting to look dangerous. Look at what they've done there. They still got Fitzgerald, who seems to be productive despite losing 1, 2, 3, 5 steps, right? Christian Kirk started to come into his own last year. That Danny Isabella guy looks like a great little slot receiver that they can work out of the slot there. They've got then Hakeem Butler as the big 6'7" giant who really couldn't even see the field last year. They're going to have some people to throw to, and this is key, of course, because they run the spread formation, and they're going to have so many receivers out on the field at all times. They're going to be able to attack mismatches, go after your third and fourth cornerback. Be very interesting to watch the Cardinals as they go through next year. All right, I'm going to catch up here on this. Yeah, I think the Cardinals are looking good. They still got a lot of work to do on their lines, their offensive line and defensive line. Much like us, they've got a lot, but the nice thing is with the moves they've made, they can go into the draft and they can go get that top end left tackle in this draft where they're picking and be A-okay. Insert colorful metaphor says we should have signed Quinn because for only $14 million per. So the only issue I have with that colorful, and this is part of what was on my thought process with the Greg Olsen signing, is that I'm really hesitant to want to see Seattle bring in aging players this offseason, and especially aging players who do have a injury history. And I think there is a reason that he is going to his fourth team now. He is an older player. He is a guy who had a really good year last year, but it was also in a contract year. So, are you going to see the same production from Robert Quinn that you saw last year moving forward? Probably not. Are you really paying for last year's production as we're moving forward? Yeah, kind of, with that 14 mil per. I really don't understand what the Bears are doing. I don't know if any of you do, but I'm watching their moves. They just traded for Nick Foles. That whole situation there, you sign Quinn to $14 million. You're nowhere near competing. You could make the argument that the Detroit Lions are better than them right now. I don't know. That one's got me. Ngakoue is on the Seattle airport. Paul Blue, thank you for jumping in the chat with that little ditty. I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. Maybe that's why I'm getting my phone blown up right now. So let's see here. Sorry, I was just checking the thing. If that's awesome, if Ngakoue is in the airport, that is great. I wasn't surprised to see this move take a little bit of time to kind of fully, come out into till actually the signing day hit, essentially, right? That I anticipated it was probably going to wait until that point because the Jaguars in Seattle was going to see what the league did in general just to make sure there was nothing that jumped out. But That would be a great trade if they made it. If for the terms that we heard, being that we trade our first round pick, we get their early second round pick, we trade the second round pick from the Kansas City Chiefs that we got as part of the Frank Clark trade. I'm okay with that type of situation at that point. You're bringing in a really good pass rusher. It's odd to watch them bring him in from the standpoint of Yannick doesn't really fit into what they want as an athletic profile. As I'm going now through the draft and scouting players, I have to do it with this Seahawks scouting hat on, being that, whether it be with wide receivers, 6 foot, 4'4", 120-inch broad jump, 10-inch hands. They've got their parameters for players as far as what they look at, what they consider a Seahawk player. So bringing on Yannick, though he does have the size, he's not necessarily as explosive. He's more of that pure technician type, upper level technician. He might be one of the best players in the league with using his hands. But it is interesting to see Seattle go a little outside their comfort zone for a player like this, because he does not necessarily what Carroll draws up for what he wants in the Leo, which is where I think Yannick's going to go play. OG Bobby Johnson says Texans still got wide receivers, they didn't close to D-Hop's level. Yeah, OG, I think they've got some guys. They're guys. Kenny Stills is a deep threat. He's going to challenge the defense still there. He's got some speed left. Obviously, Will Fuller, there was a stat that showed when he was in the game last year versus when he was out injured, as he so often seems to be, that Texans offense was much more efficient, much more effective. So they do have some guys there, but I would argue too that they're not great at tight end. And they really did. I feel like Hopkins really was the straw that stirred that receiving core drink. Those other guys were sort of complementary additions to what he did, not necessarily, just not necessarily. I don't think they're going to be able to carry the load on their own. That's just my opinion. Little credit card says the Cardinals are going to go 7-9. Could be. I think though that they're going to be better. And again, they're picking, I think, in the top 10. And there are some awesome left tackles. If they bring in an awesome left tackle with the skill position players that they've added, how great did the Seattle Seahawks offensive line look just by simply adding in Dwayne Brown? Like you'd be surprised at how great just the line can just fill out suddenly when you've got that blindside protector in place and ready to roll. So I don't know that I'm going to predict them being a division winner or pushing for that point, but man, there's not going to be any easy outs in the NFC West next year. I'll tell you what. I mean, you still even see today with the Rams making a move for Leonard Floyd and jumping on them. I mean, here's a team that's got no cap space, yet they're out there making moves. And the Niners in a similar situation. They didn't have a ton of cap space, but you still see them out there re-signing Jimmie Ward. They made the trade with Armstead or they re-signed Armstead to make the trade with Buckner. And then you got Seattle, who's got all this cap space, and we're not really seeing a lot going on. I think there's a move coming. I'm not freaking out about it. But man, it's been tough to watch the rest of the division seem to get better as we sort of, Jarran Reed and this BJ Finney guy, which, BJ Finney is going to be a fine player for it. I think if you guys are looking for insight into that signing, look, on the face of it, it looks like a Mike Iupati fix where you're taking Iupati out, you're putting this guy in. But then don't discount the fact that also I think this could be a precursor to the fact that Britt is going to be cut. That's going to come in along with this, and then you're going to get Ethan Posick, Joey Hunt, and Finney all competing in for that center role. And 2 of those 3 guys can still play the guard position, so you can have all 3 theoretically still on the roster. But I like that signing by Seattle. It's not going to get a lot of headlines. You can tell the Steeler fans didn't like losing him. I'll say that. As you're reading into the comments and doing some of the scouting on him, they were not happy to see him go. Sorry, I'm a little behind the comments, but I am going through these, I promise. Donald Trump, what do you mean by what was that on Yannick's story? Just Ngakoue is a guy that got drafted in the 3rd round, maybe because it wasn't as explosive. He wasn't as dynamic an athlete in his testing numbers, though I would argue on the field, he looks very dynamic and explosive. But he's a guy that with the Leo end for the Seattle Seahawks, they like the Leo to be simply dynamic, long, explosive, go back to a Chris Clemens type, or even a Jadeveon Clowney, who's an ideal Leo end. This is what they want from that place. They probably like a little bit more bend than Clowney necessarily gives you in that spot, and that's where maybe you'd see Clowney moved around a little more if you brought in Yannick. Yannick would be probably put in at the Leo, and then they would move Clowney all over the place, stand him up off the guard, all that type of stuff. I think it would get a little bit more multifaceted as they've learned how to use him. Well, the Seahawks do need a quarterback, and that they need a backup quarterback, in my opinion. Little credit card. I think I do think that that's going to be something that, I'm not predicting a Russell Wilson injury, but I'm saying the likelihood's going to continue to increase as he gets older and he continues to take a ton of hits and get blasted year in and year out. It's not going to get better in that situation. Tobias Larson says, now that you have the Seahawks scouting hat on, would you rather have Unique or Frank Clark if you could choose? Who has the most upside? Well, Tobias, I would argue one thing first off. You're not paying dollar for dollar on these guys. And the thing that you always have to consider with Frank Clark is that you got a great haul in the Frank Clark trade. Let's look at the other defensive ends out there on the market that have been traded, and there hasn't been a lot of them, but I don't see anybody really getting the Seahawk haul here. The Colts did give up the 13th overall pick in the first round for DeForest Buckner. Admittedly, that's a great haul, but it wasn't first round plus. It was just that first round pick. And yeah, they had to pay in addition to it, but with the Frank Clark deal, you got the first and the second with it on it. You got and it was a late first, but it's also that second, and it was with that ammunition that you went and got DK Metcalf. Now, as far as, then the other aspect, I guess, Tobias, that I'd look at with this is that, Unique's probably only going to cost, as far as what I've heard, I've not heard he's going to bust that 20 million market. I've heard he's in that 18 to $19 million range. That's about $4 million less than what Frank Clark's going to cost, $4 to $5 million less than what Clark costs. So that's got to be factored into this as well. Clark is probably overall a better player, but I would argue this too. Like, Clark had moments last year through the first half of the season where he was god awful in the running game. He couldn't stop anybody. So, that's the part of his game that people sometimes forget because they get caught up in the pass rushing aspect. But I think Unique's actually pretty okay against the run. Maybe not, fantastic. I've got to look at a little bit more tape on him. But the initial stuff I've seen on him is he's physical and, again, knows how to use his hands, whether he's rushing the passer or playing the run. Just a very complete player. I'm getting behind here on the questions, but I'm going to start catching up here. Anti-Petrish, the official, says, should we select Raekwon Davis from Alabama or Curtis Weaver from Boise State in the first round? I'm on, honestly, neither of those guys in the first round. Absolutely not. And I would be hesitant, to be honest with you, probably hesitant on both of those two guys in the second round. I've scouted 3 game films of Raekwon Davis and watched him real closely, and I still do not come away impressed. I will continue to try to watch more of what I can find, but everybody wants to say he's Calais Campbell 2.0 because of this or because of that. He doesn't have Calais' length, not necessarily. Calais had a little bit longer arms, which Campbell uses to lock guys out and keep them with their fingers, basically not able to get their hands on Campbell, and then he just backs people up with the bull rush. And this guy does similar stuff, but he's just not the same player. Outside of him being 6'7", he moves better than Campbell. He moves like a guy who's 6'3", 6'4", but I just don't quite see a guy who's going to walk onto the football field and give you immediate impact, even to the degree we got with Jarran Reed out the gate, where Jarran was a real great upper-level run stopper right out the gate. This guy will be okay against the run. He'll be okay. He's not going to be great. Upper level, he'll be okay. And he's not going to give you a lot of pass rush out the gate. It'll probably take some time for that to develop into his bag of tricks. So I don't think we can afford to take a developmental guy. We did that last year with LJ Collier. We did that the year before with Rasheem Green. We need guys that can get on the field and go. Now, Curtis Weaver, look, his tape's great. Another guy uses his hands great, probably the best bend in the draft. He's got that fat, chubby body that just it throws you off, shorter arms, which won't fit into what the Seahawks like. But I will give you this with Curtis Weaver. When he walks onto the football field, he's probably going to give you 5 sacks right out the gate in his first season. I don't know if he's got a huge ceiling above him, but I do see a guy that's going to be able to get to the quarterback on the next level because he's got so many aspects to his pass rush. It's very advanced for what you normally see. I do wonder, though, also with him, though, the level of competition's got to be a deal that factors into this here a little bit, where you do wonder, if Boise State, are they going up against the tough Wyomings and all that? And now if, you look at other players like Raekwon Davis, who's in the SEC, going up against upper level competition every single week, and it does make you wonder if maybe that tape's a little bit overblown with Curtis because of that. And again, he's got some issues with me as far as I just don't see a guy that's worked on his body, his frame with it. When they're all fat and chubby like that, that sometimes to me is a little bit of an indication there's a little bit of laziness. But he does have the first step quickness that the Seahawks do like. So I will give him that. There's the 10 cone split, I think it is, or the 10 split that they look for on their defensive lineman, which is a real key attribute for the Seahawks on defensive linemen. He fits into that. But man, hard to see me wanting to grab him in the second round. I just don't. There's other players I think I'd rather go for, especially offensive linemen, because you can get some real good offensive linemen right out the gate in this draft. within the second round in. I don't blame you. James Glenn says, I'd take Curtis Weaver in the second. And James, I wouldn't necessarily hate it if we take Curtis Weaver because, like I said, I at least know with him, it's not going to be a repeat of the LJ Collier situation where it's going to take him a year and maybe we'll get something in a year, maybe not. This guy will give you some pass rush ability right out the gate. He's going to give tackles some troubles to some degree. It's the upside aspect with him that I wonder. Is he a guy that eventually we're going to be landing at, in that 10 sack range, or is he a 7 to 8 sack a year guy and the rotational guy, and you can't trust him really in the run game? I don't know on that. I've got to probably watch a little bit more, but his tape's fun to watch. He's that bend that he's got for being that big and getting that low to the ground around the corner after he uses his hand rip. So he's got a great rip, and then he gets to his bend and he gets this far off the ground when he gets off of his bend. That part, that's the part to me that will translate. Doesn't matter level of competition. That'll work on the next level. What's up, Pure Mind? Thank you for joining the chat. Brendan Eichrick. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. What's up? Paul Blue. I'll get to you, Brendan, here 1 sec. Let me just make sure I'm caught up here. Thanks, Tobias, man. I try to keep it a little light when I can, If I find some place to inject some humor, I'm going to inject some humor. What do you think about the Finney signing? Drew Tillman asked. Finney signing was good, Drew. I think he's going to potentially be a precursor to cutting of Britt. He'll push for the left starting guard role right out the gate, right with Phil Haynes there, so he gives him good competition there. I think if Seattle was looking to draft linemen in this draft, they're going to lean towards tackles and potentially even taking 2 of them in this draft because it is so deep. So I like the signing from that aspect. It's not going to put him into a box with having to find a guy and get scrambling this guy can come in there and start. And he may be a pretty decent center. The Steelers fans really like this guy. They were sad to see him go. So it says something when you get a dedicated fan base that's unhappy when a player leaves. When you're reading that universally, it does, it does open your eyes a little bit to the player you're receiving. What are some of your thoughts on what are some edge guys you see fitting? Brandon, now are you saying edge guys as far as within this draft, or are you saying within free agency? Because within free agency, I still do factor in. I don't know if there's going to be a guy in free agency as we're looking at it right now. I think they're going to make their trades for it. I think you're seeing a re-signing of Clowney. You'll see the potential, I think, trade of Yannick Ngakoue. Then you've still got LJ Collier and Rasheem Green as your backup developmental guys, with Shaquem Griffith giving you some rotational snaps at pass rusher. And then you sign a guy like maybe Bruce Irvin down the line to give you to fill out the pass rush a little bit, or Bruce Irvin and Ndamukong Suh, maybe even if the cost is not too much for both of those 2 players. Not a bad way to go at that point. So I would say in free agency, there's really at this point with the Quins off the boards, with the JPPs off the boards, with some of the guys that we've seen already leave here. I don't know if I see a guy out there that, really will come in and fit for what they want to do. I know a lot of people like Marcus Golston, but this is a guy who's never really popped throughout his career. He's not really a fit for Seattle and what they do. He's not a Leo type end. And kind of a one-year wonder at that, in my opinion. So I don't really go that route with him as far as free agency. In the draft, I'll tell you, it's really lean in the draft once you get past some of the top guys. I really like some of the top guys in the AJ Epenesas and the who's the other? The Mostos guy. I love him. Obviously, Chase Young is great and all that. But in the second level, like we're talking about, be it the Raekwon Davis or the Weaver, and watching the tape on these guys, I'm still not coming away really impressed with this pass rush class. I'm really not. And again, I'm looking at it through the lens of, it'd be great if we could pick a developmental guy that takes a couple of years and then he catches fire and you got somebody just going off. But I think we've got to look at it through the lens more of, if it's a pass rusher we're targeting in this draft, he's got to step in day one, right out the gate and go. He can't sit up on the bench and get a redshirt season here. And this is part of what I started this offseason out by saying, okay, you guys need to make some schematic changes. You need to make some coaches changes. You're not going to do that though, are you, Seattle front office? No, we're not. We're not going to do that at all. Okay. So you need to be perfect, nearly perfect on all the moves you make this offseason. You can't afford to shit the bed. Can't do it. You've got to go legit here. And that's my part and parcel of this. When I say all this stuff, well, it's got to be right. It's got to be good. Because if they mess up a couple of these moves here along the way, we're not going to get there this year. We're not. But when you look at the division, when you look around the NFC, when you look at the competition we're going against and how they're upgrading their talent, and then you're only marginally kind of getting up there at that point, it's not going to be enough. That's my bold prediction, which I hope is wrong. I really caught you live. Thanks for jumping in, Pure Mind. I appreciate you jumping on the live. I try to give a little bit more advanced warning now. The last couple of times I've sort of just done a couple days out, but I appreciate you jumping in. All of you guys, thanks for hopping in here on a midweek. Hopefully you guys are quarantined and safe and not out amongst the public. Do we need another running back after Rashad Penny got hurt last season? Chris Carson can't carry the load by himself. Sylvester Young. What's up, Sylvester? Yeah, I think you do need a running back. I think I'll say this in looking at some of the running backs, in this draft, you could go get potentially a guy in that 5th, 6th round range that tends to be their money spot when it comes to running backs. Thomas Rawls, Chris Carson. I know a lot of people, I'm just not on board with selecting a running back within basically the top 3 rounds. I'll go 4th round even on a guy that they really, really like. And there's some guys like I got an Antonio Gibson this year that's just complete upside all the way. Just looks like he looks like Chris Carson 2.0, but he ran a 4.39. But he only ended up having like a few carries in college because the guy was used at wide receiver for most of the time. So you're having to really project with them. But that's what you do with those 5th, 6th round picks is get good projection guys. And that's what I'd like to see them bring in. I still think Travis Homer can take a step forward. I think they still have Marshawn Lynch on speed dial should things go FUBAR. I think we've got to consider that a little bit. Why wouldn't they? If you've done it once, why wouldn't they be willing to do it again? And I don't think he would, maybe he's not as fast as he once was, but I still think in this, if you give him a decent offensive line to block that's actually opening holes, which our offensive line was not doing at the end of the year last year, he'll be fine. He'd be still very effective, I think. I'm not going to ask him to run all year, but if you got to have him come in for at the end of the season because you're short on backs, What's up, TJ? Welcome, chat. Are you talking about trading for Seahawks? The Seahawks don't have to trade for Griffin. He's currently a free agent. I believe he opted out of his contract, TJ, so he can be signed at any point in time by anyone. Who would be the best fit if they were to come back to the team, Bruce Irvin or Bennett? I think at the end of the day, I'm going to lean towards Irvin, a little bit younger of a player. And when you look at my new favorite stat with pass rushers has been pass rush win percentage. This is the one. It used to be you went to sacks. Then it used to be you went to pressures and quarterback hits. Now it's pass rush win percentage is the newest thing that I'm really liking to look at it as a stat. And Irvin, if I'm not mistaken, actually had a really great upper level win percentage rate. I think it's like 10 or 11% last year as a pass rush win stat. And again, you're going to use him as a rotational guy. You're not putting him in there when the teams are going to run. But as a rotational guy who can give you some pass rush, can rush from either side, probably only going to cost you $5 million a year. I'm on board with that. I think Bennett relies a little too much on jumping the snap. That's why he's got that offsides problem, is he's constantly wanting to make sure he can get his get off quicker than the offensive lineman. And that's what, was a big part of what made him successful early on, but he's lost that half step. So he's now really reliant on jumping that snap, and he's just not able to do it like he once was. So I think the money would be similar between the players, and I go Irvin if that's the case. What's up, Dustin? Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat, guys, but I will catch up. If Seattle does get Clowney and Yannick, this free agency won't feel as bad as it does right now. Damn, every team is loading up. Yep. Every team is kind of loading up right now, and especially in the NFC West, which is going to be a bloodbath, a war, Normandy Beach every single week, whatever you want to call it. This division is going to be hellacious. Hellacious. So, I'm not feeling great about free agency so far. I keep saying just be patient because all the deals are in place and we just haven't heard them yet. The Yannick trade, the Clowney thing, because I think Clowney's sitting there just waiting and hoping some team comes into play. But absent that, I truly do believe he's going to go back to Seattle at that point. So I'm still hoping. I'm not going to get totally messed up here with free agency yet. If they stay out and don't do anything, I'm going to freak at that point. If they just sit here and go, we just couldn't find a deal to make, or they just bring in like Griffin and they let Clowney walk, I'm going to get annoyed at that point. Pleasure's all mine, pure mine. Insert metaphor. Will the team eventually dump Ivan the Terrible teams? I hope they would. Insert. He's got a long history, and Ivan the Terrible is the strength and conditioning coach for the Seattle Seahawks, who a lot of us fans hate and would like to see shipped out the door. He's a guy who he had stays in the USC, stays at University of Washington, and at both of those places, those programs, the players were injured all the time, and they got less injured as an overall program once he left. Just by bringing in anybody else new, they got better. So we saw last year with our team, we missed our starters missed the most games due to injury than anybody else in the league. I do point a finger at him in that. His job is to keep those guys out on the field. And if you're not at least with league average, if you're so far below league average, you're at the bottom of the barrel, you're literally the last guy on that totem pole, you probably should be fired at that point. Sorry, that's just the way it goes. Should we get wide receiver Michael Pittman in the 3rd round? I know a lot of people out there like Michael Pittman, Annie. I've watched tape on him. He's not the smoothest wide receiver, but you can't argue with the fact that his hands are sure. He's a big body. He ran a pretty good 40 time. I think it wasn't blazing, but it was all right for his size. I haven't been sold on him yet. I got to watch some more tape on him to see if I like him. But if you're getting him in the 3rd round, that is his value based on what I've seen. So you wouldn't be overreaching, and it would be right about the place you'd expect to probably be able to pick him up with the depth of wide receiver in this draft. Busta, do we plan to draft in the running back? Yeah, Busta, I think we do. There are running backs in this draft. The kid out of Cincinnati, like I mentioned, Antonio Gibson. I mean, heck, you could look at Eno Benjamin. I was looking at some running backs last night. These guys are going to fall probably into that 4th, 5th, 6th round phase. They'd be scheme fits for what you want, and you should be fine. Seattle's also kicking the tires on Isaiah Crowell, who I believe was a former Browns running back who missed all last season with an injury. He's a guy that I think they might, we've heard him talking to Collins, our former running back as well. So they could look to bring in a veteran in this case. We might not necessarily go to the draft to pick it up, but I always like it when Seattle picks a running back in the draft in that 5th, 6th, 7th round. I think they should every year, just because you want to run the ball so well and you can find such diamonds in the rough right in that place. My cat's tripping out over there. Tennessee trading Casey makes me wonder if they'll move on Clowney. Donald Trump says, yeah, the Casey deal was an odd one to see them make that move. So, that Tennessee's pretty close to where he went to college at. He's from the South. And again, like I said, I think Clowney's sitting there waiting right now, hoping a team comes in and is willing to break the bank, get to that $24-25 million phase. I guess they could potentially do it there. They did just pay their quarterback, and they've got to figure out their running back situation too. So there's a thought process that maybe they're looking at trying to pay Henry rather than keeping him on that free agent tag. But that's a great suggestion as far as a possibility, man. I had not considered it, to be honest with you. OTB combat, Hopkins really does actually make the division harder. Yeah, OTB, he does. It's again because Christian Kirk doesn't have to be a number 2. He gets to be a number 3. Danny Isabella stays in the slot. Hakeem Butler can continue to develop. Move Fitzgerald around wherever you want to move him at that point. Yeah, it's going to make that offense hard to stop. And again, understanding that this isn't an offense that runs I formation sets. They're going to run spread formation thing, 4 wide receivers out there. They're going to get all those guys on the football field at once. And that's going to be hard to deal with, I think, to a degree. I think they did dial some of the stuff back that they thought they were going to do because they learned that some of that college crap doesn't work at the next level. But all the same, they're going to want to throw the ball all over the football field and spread you out and widen the gaps. And, it's going to do it when you've got the skill position players to pull it off. And you got to figure they're going to re-sign that Kenyon Drake. And he looked really good in that offense. So Cardinals are going to be legit. If the offensive line and defensive line are the keys as we go forward for them this offseason, though. They've got to address both of those aspects because that is where they're a little bit weak. Booster says, are we getting rid of Fetty? We need that dude as a penalty machine. Yeah, I think Jermaine Ifedi is going to get signed here today. I would expect him probably within the next couple of days, if not today, signed by somebody else. And I don't think Seattle signs him. I would be a little bit upset if they signed him. Pro Football Focus does not like Jermaine Ifedi. And again, I don't just wholly rely on Pro Football Focus, but we've all watched Jermaine Ifedi. Does he look like an upper level right tackle to you? Does he look like a league average right tackle to you? He does not to me. The penalty situation factors in. His struggles in pass protection factor in. When the number one thing they say about a guy is he's durable, come on. I don't want, if I'm an NFL player, I don't want the number one thing you say about me is I'm durable. I don't want to make that signing. Let someone else go sign him. We're playing the compensatory system. George Fant went for $10 million per year. That's a 4th round pick probably. I believe the Finney and Jefferson signing will probably offset each other. So you're not getting anything for Jefferson, but you're also, that's where that probably comes in. But if you see a Fetty sign for the big deals that we think he'll sign for 11, 12, 13 million per year, bang, that comes out to a 3rd round pick next year. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the things here, guys. Bear with me. Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit behind. Sorry, guys. James Glenn says, I really like Cam Akers from Florida State. He played behind the worst O-line in Power 5. I think they didn't have the greatest of quarterback play there as well. And I echo your sentiment completely, 100%, James. Cam Akers is one of my favorite running backs to watch in this draft. I think he's going to get picked higher than everyone thinks, unfortunately. But I've said that he's got some combinations to him. He's got a little bit of LaDainian Tomlinson to him and a little bit of Marshall Faulk to him. Not in the way he's a superstar. He's going to be this guy that's top 5 running back in the league, but he's got their attributes to the way he runs the football. And it just gets me excited when you watch him run, because you can see like this guy should be pretty good on the next level. Yeah, and sir, I just don't like the Ivan the Terrible guy. I looked into it myself, read up on him, and what I read up on him, it made me kind of want to vomit because of the fact that why did Seattle hire this guy in the first place? John Robinson, I'm asked, what in the hell are the Seahawks doing or not doing? Well, I'm just gonna reside in the place of patience at this point, John, and say that there is a plan and that they have deals in place currently, and that for whatever reason they're not announcing those deals, but they're just this close to being done, or they're right there or on the edge. So I'm going to still fall in that camp, though I reserve the right to be completely annoyed and pissed off when they don't do anything and say, we didn't want to overpay in this first wave. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I'm on that. I'm on that. Dustin 3, I had the hardest time finding your Twitter. What is it? It's Seahawks Nestor, Dustin 3. And you should be able to find it if my profile pic matches what I got on the YouTube, but it's Seahawks Nestor, Nester. If we pick up a running back late, I like Jett Anderson from TCU. He's a bit undersized, but fast, and he returns kicks. Could be. I haven't watched his tape quite yet. Jim's got to admit, so I've got to look at him. I'll add him onto my list. There's a lot of 5'9" guys, 5'8" guys, 5'7" guys at running back in this draft. And it'll be interesting to see if Seattle goes outside their comfort zone, because with running backs, they like the 5'11", 220. They want a guy with a little bit of girth to him who's also explosive. So if you're 5'9", 5'8", that's a far cry from that area of things, because you're going to run probably about 205 pounds at that point. So there are some interesting backs like that, though, that are a little undersized, fast, great moves, jukers, tons of it, but will they go outside that comfort zone? And that's the part I don't know. They haven't recently with running back. John Robinson says Jarran Reed was the 101st rated interior lineman last year by PFF. Yes, John Robinson, I think the two things you've got to factor into are this. Number one, he was suspended for the first 6 weeks of the year. When you're suspended in the NFL, you have to leave the facility. You can't practice with the team. You're sitting at home. Okay, so now he comes back after he's off 6 weeks. What happens? He gets a high ankle sprain. Now, as we saw this is the excuse, of course, the management's giving for LJ Collier last year, also had a high ankle sprain. And again, we come back to Ivan the Terrible inset. But this is where I give him a little bit of a pass on that interior problem last year, is that he's probably playing hurt. He's playing through the high ankle sprain, which back in the day, they used to call a high ankle sprain a broken leg. If this was the 70s or 80s, it's called the broken leg. So he's fighting through that, doing yeoman's work. We've got a thin line at that point. Al Woods goes down to suspension near the end of the year, which just kind of puts a spotlight on him at that point. I tend to think he will bounce back. I don't expect that we're going to see the guy at 10.5 sacks that we saw a year ago. I think that we will find the guy can be right in that in-between phase. He can give you the 5 to 6 sacks a year from the defensive tackle position and maybe come back with a little bit better run stuffing. It's disconcerting to me to watch him take that step back as a run stuffer. He was supposed to be a one tech when we drafted him. He was supposed to be an upper level guy that would not let anybody run on him or run at him. He wasn't going to give you any pass rush, but he would give you at least that. It's been kind of the flip side as he's gone along in his career, which has been interesting to watch. Yeah, John Snyder's playing the comp pick game, John Robinson, and that's probably why they've been a little bit hesitant on some of these moves out the gate. I will tell you, when you see Jack Conklin go for the $14 million, you wonder, why wouldn't you want to dip your toe into that? They must not have had him rated as highly as we thought, because that seemed like okay market value to give for a guy that, a pretty doggone good right tackle, and a guy that was going to give you a good run blocking right tackle, which is very vital to this offense. But they didn't look like they even tried. Yeah, Nathaniel, Jefferson, and Fant are gone. And right now, currently, Fant gets you the 4th round compensatory value as we stand at the moment. Yeah, Auntie, I'm going to have to call you Petrish. Petrish, yeah, Fetty's just not a good player to me. I don't understand why there are some fans in this fan base that want to see him resigned. Like, you want to put 12, 13 million on this guy or get two pass rushers at $7 million a piece that each are going to get you 8 or 9 sacks. Where's the value at? How do you want to apply it on this? And I don't see why you would do that with the Fetty, unless you're still thinking that there's upside there, which I don't know how you could. He's played in every single game since he started in his rookie year, and he's not continued to really develop past a Modichrome level, just a very tiny little bit, I gotta text someone here 1 second. Just checking. So do we got any news? Okay. I'm going to catch up here, guys. I swear. I'm so sorry. I'm a little behind on this. Yeah, I'm way behind. Okay. The draft is stacked in tackles. Donald Trump, I'm in agreement with you on that as far as the draft being stacked, man. This is where you should be going for. Look for your left or right tackle. There's going to be a lot of them there for a while. I mean, I've scouted them, and man, there's some really, really good players. There's going to be a lot drafted in the first round, but there'll still be a plethora of them still available for you, even into the late second round. Yeah, the Luke Wilson, Joey Hunt signing, I think micro inch is the perfect word you just used, John. It's a micro inch helping you. They're fine, I guess. I don't really totally understand the Luke Wilson move, but okay. Yeah, Isaiah Crowell, again, he's injured all last year. You're looking to make these little tiny moves that are like what you'd see in the fourth wave of free agency, but they're doing it in the first wave of free agency, which is a little bit odd to watch. Do you still think we're going to cut KJ and Britt? If yes, what could be the reason if it hasn't happened yet? I have a theory on why we haven't seen the cuts with the players we thought we would see, being Britt, KJ Wright, and there was one other guy that I can't think of off the top of my head. You guys will say in the chat. I think what they're doing is this is part of the Clowney negotiations. Clowney's representatives are saying, hey, well, you've got this amount of money. You can cut these guys, and then you'll still have this amount of money. But they can say, well, no, we're intending to probably keep these guys, and this is actually all the money we really have to spend on Clowney, so I don't know what to tell you. It's a theory on my part. I could be way off on that one, but it doesn't make any sense why you wouldn't. As of today, the new league year starts, you would cut them. There's no reason to, unless you're planning on keeping them, there's really no reason past today to be keeping either of those guys. Yeah, Joey Hunt's being signed as a backup, and I don't have a problem with Joey Hunt as a backup. If I've got to bring Joey Hunt in for a game or 2 or 3, that's fine. I just don't need him starting for back half of my game and in really important playoff games. Looks like to me, but that's just me being in. Yeah, insert. I think if Eddie's he is what he is. He's a little bit below average league right tackle. That's what he is. He's not horrible. He's not horrific, but he's below league average in my opinion. And somebody's going to overrate him. Somebody's going to pay him. Nathaniel Parks asked a really great question. Should we have placed a second round tender on Jacob Hollister? And I don't think we should have. Because that's going to end up costing you now $3.5 million this year for Jacob Hollister. Like, let that sink in for a second. $3.5 million for Jacob Hollister? Really? Again, there are some head scratching moves here going on by the Hawks out the gate to a degree. But Tobias, I do think that the Finney signing yesterday will be the true precursor to Britt being cut here. That will be he will go here at this point, I think, sooner than later. Brandon Jackson. Yeah, another guy that just does not move the needle for me at all. I think we need to cut Britt and Erickson, also restructure KJ contract. Who's Erickson? Insanity Mixes, what's up to the chat, man? I do think we need to cut Britt as well. I'm going to agree. I agree with you there. And KJ does need a restructuring if he wants to stay. I'm not paying him anywhere near that money. I honestly, at this point, I'm kind of ready to move on from KJ, to be honest with you. I'm ready to get younger as a team. I'm ready to get less injury prone. I'm ready to, you want your defense of guys out there running with wild abandon, not worrying about their shoulders and knees. Oh, Dixon Erickson. Oh, Dixon. Yeah, Dixon's gone. There's no way, especially with the Luke Wilson signing, he's gone. But again, why aren't they being cut? I think because Seattle can then tell these people that they're negotiating with, this is the true cap we have left, and we still have to do this and this and this and this. So this is all we can sign you. But if you cut those players, and the agents damn well know how much money you truly do have available under that cap at that point, and can point to it and say, no, you still have an extra $4 or $5 million there. Come on, buck it up. Let's go. TC Lucas asked, what about AJ Dillon from Boston College? So TC, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this as well. I wanted him to run a lot more physical than he did on tape. The guy's 6 foot. He looks 235. You wanted him to run through tackles. You wanted him to be an animal out there. And instead, it seemed like the first guy took him down far too often for me. And he's not a dynamic enough runner in his abilities to make moves at the second level a little bit to kind of get away with that. He needs his power. He needs to drive the pile, fall forward. I didn't see enough of that on his tape. Admittedly, I only watched a couple of his games, so I will go a little bit deeper on him, but that's why I'm asking your opinion too, because this is just what I saw, in general, as far as he was concerned. Isn't Ivan the Terrible the name of a Nazi? No, I think Ivan the Terrible was wasn't that a Russian leader? I don't know. I'm usually good with history, but that one I'm not sure of. Oh, I was right. Okay, Dom. There we go. Yeah, he's a Russian leader. Ed Dixon needs to be cut. No doubt about it. If they're keeping Ed Dixon, things have gone horribly wrong. He's the guy who's going to get cut. By the way, I do have I'm going to announce to you guys, I've got a very special episode Hawks Nest coming out this week. I have a good friend of mine who played safety in college. It was junior college, but he won a national title at safety in junior college, playing with guys like Terrence Cody and Tremaine Brock, a couple guys like that. Anyway, I've had him scout some of the cornerbacks in this draft. And so we did a Skype live, not live stream, just a Skype call. And we went over what we thought were basically the top 10 cornerbacks in this draft. And then we've got a couple of sleepers as well that fit in the Seattle range. So I'm hoping to have that out maybe even this week. Be on the lookout for that. I hope you guys will like that. But he's got some really interesting insights into some of the corners in this draft. I bring this up because Petrus asked about Trayvon Diggs, a cornerback from Alabama. Trayvon is not going to be the next Richard Sherman. Now, he may have the hands of Richard Sherman. I might give you that. This is a guy that was a 5-star wide receiver that then moved over to cornerback in Alabama. But when you watch the tape, while he'll probably be an all right player at the next level, he is unwilling completely to tackle. And when I say unwilling to tackle, it's not just break down and make the tackle and that he's a shoestring guy. This is a guy who won't fight to get off blocks. This is a guy who gives up on the play as far as if it's not a passing play, it's a running play. He's just going to check out and walk it up the field. And then you'll see there was a play against LSU where the running back goes up one way. He's stemmed up and blocked up on the play side. So he comes backside to where Diggs is being blocked by the receiver very poorly. Now Diggs is just sort of standing there and lets the running back run past him because he's not engaged on the play. He's not really trying. And I don't see that as a real Seahawk trait. And I saw it over and over and over again, on top of the fact that he's not that sticky in coverage. You can beat him on back shoulder fades pretty often. I think I actually I'm not on board on the Diggs train with that. But we'll also have some thoughts on that video this week where we get a little bit deeper on him too. Donald. I'll get to all these questions, even if he's spamming. Insanity mixes. Why the fuck? We have 5 tight ends insanity mixes because they're going to be cutting 1 or 2 of these guys. Obviously, I would say Dixon's going to get cut, but then you're going to keep probably 4. That would be my guess. And they would just count on somebody getting injured. Is a staying core. I believe that we can't send an outside line like $3 to $5 million would be on. Yeah. Nathaniel Park says KJ Wright is staying according to Carroll. Maybe they're going to restructure him. I mean, that's what I would look for. If they're keeping him at that cost that they kept him at last year, I got problems with that. He's gotten slower as a player, and this defense is built on being bigger, faster, stronger, and being slower showed up a lot last year. He was kind of one of the reasons at times. He had a good year last year in moments and spots, but I just think that he's gotten older. Insandy Mixer says, I thought Olsen and Disley was good in a draft and a tight end. Yeah, I might have gone that route, Insanity. I will say this tight end draft is horrible, though. They're just not good. And guys are going to get overdrafted. So a guy that you're picking in the 5th round is a guy that really should go in the 7th. And a guy that you're picking in the 3rd round is a guy who should go in the 5th, so on and so forth. And that's just kind of where the tight end is in this draft. It's weird. I don't know why we're not seeing more of them. You'd think these guys would be filling it out a little more because it's become more of a headline position. Donald Trump, Disley gets old, Greg's is old, Dixon will get cut, Hollister's a backup, and Wilson, I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty accurate, Donald. It's pretty much what it is right now. You know, that you're really going to hope that Disley's able to go and that you can get another season out of Greg Olson's old ass body. That's a remains to be seen kind of situation, in my opinion. So James Glenn, you touched on one of the sleepers that my buddy hit on. That is one of my buddy's sleepers. Great pick as well. Reggie Robinson from Tulsa. He is one of the guys on my buddy's list as far as a Seahawk guy that they would target. A guy you could see in that 4th to 5th round range, who would be a just perfect ideal for what they look like. And again, you mentioned right there, you know, some of the key testing stats that they look for, and that's real, man. That's real. You know, they look at those stats, they look at those things, and they pay attention to them and give them a lot of my dirty floor, and give them a lot of a weight. I mean, I'm sure they look at the film too, but if they've got a guy that's, you know, who doesn't have very explosive scores down the line, no vertical or no broad or what, it's like, that 132 broad is impressive though. That is, for only a 36-inch vert to go 132 on the broad is, I mean, like 120 broad's pretty good. Nathaniel Park says Greg Olson's being paid too much to get injured after 7 to 8 games. Well, like I said in my deal on the Hawks Nest episode, I think that signing was really about market scarcity more than it was about how much they love Greg Olson. It was the Seahawks looking at the market and going, "There's nothing out here. There's nothing available. Not in free agency, not in the draft, not even via trade. We're going to have to make the best of what we can with this situation." But you know. It sucks. I guess it probably more speaks to, I think, the way that they've viewed the tight end position here over the last 3, 4, 5 years. When Carroll walked into the door, he paid Zach Miller a ton of money. I think he made him the highest paid tight end in the NFL at that time. And that really worked out well for them. Zach Miller was a damn fine player for the Seattle Seahawks. But since he's left, there's been nobody to fill his shoes. Nobody who really could combine the catching and the run blocking and everything that he gave him. And you can turn him into a de facto 6th tackle on a play. I remember watching the tape recently when I did the Green Bay Packer playoff game, and there would be times that they would have him as a 6th tackle going one-on-one against Clay Matthews on the edge, and he would lock Clay down. They've not brought a guy in like that since. And I don't know why they don't value it as much as I feel like they should have. They got lucky a little bit with Disley. They did not know what they had in him there. But they continue to sort of half measure that position. Barry Sotoro, hello, welcome to the chat. Any interest in Sue or Gerald McCoy later in free agency? Well, Gerald McCoy got signed, unfortunately. And boy, the Cowboys, they paid the bank on that. 3 years, $30 million. That was a little rich for my blood on McCoy. I viewed him as, again, a guy that, a lot like last year, you're bringing on a 1 year $6, 1 year $7, 1 year $8 million deal, maybe a few incentives. But to go 3 years, $30 million on him at that point, Cowboys are another organization where you go, what are you guys doing exactly here? What is the big plan in place? You know, I just couldn't get on that. But with Sue, I would really, really believe. I thought with him and Campbell, those were the two guys I thought the Seahawks were going to target this offseason, but they did not target. And I think we should talk a little bit about the Campbell signing a bit here out the gate, in that we've got to acknowledge the fact that this was really not about Seattle not going after Calais Campbell, and it had everything to do with Calais Campbell wanting to sign with the Baltimore Ravens. Because Seattle would have obviously been able to overcome the draft capital that the Ravens offered. 5th round pick. We've got 2 4th round picks, thanks to the extra compensatory we got. So we could have flicked that over to them and easily got Campbell, but I think Campbell, he deemed the Ravens closer to the Super Bowl than the Seahawks. And I don't know if I can say he's necessarily wrong at this point. As well, he gets to go back to his old Cardinal scheme. His Cardinal defensive coach at the time is the guy over there at the Baltimore Ravens. So it's more of maybe a scheme fit for what Calais wants to do. But you got to acknowledge that he wanted to go there. And we were never really going to be in play on that type of situation. But I do think with Sue, we will be in play with him. The last 2 off seasons, he's come into Seattle and met with the front office. They couldn't get a deal. They couldn't make anything work, because he's always wanting to go to the highest bidder. But certainly Tampa Bay is not going to be able to afford him now that Tom Brady's re-signed with, is signed with them. So that would put me into a position of feeling like there's a really good chance he's going to be a target. When you get him for a 1-year, $7 million deal, which I think is a steal for Sue at that price. You've got no multi-year deal you're giving him. It's just a 1 year and you're out, prove it deal. He's done pretty well in those over the last couple of years, those 1-year deals. He's played pretty darn well. They've even flexed him out to the outside of defensive end at times, which is interesting to watch. Ndamukong Suh is a 5-tech. Yeah, great sleeper there with Reggie Robinson, though. I like him a lot. Greg Olsen, Will Disley, backup. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Petrish. That looks like what they're going to go with. You're probably going to see Hollister above Luke Wilson. Hollister is going to be the move tight end. So there's always a tight end in the Seattle. There ideally should be. They haven't always had it. But in the Seattle framework, they have a tight end that's the move tight end. They also call him the Joker. And this is the guy that's going to be your H-back tight end, sort of the sub wide receiver, sub tight end guy. Now, a guy like Hunter Bryant of the Washington Huskies this year coming on the draft would be exactly this type of guy. They like to have that guy on the roster. Hollister's hit, but he would be that over Wilson, who Wilson's more of your traditional inline tight end. Wilson would be more the backup to Olsen and Disley, where Hollister would be probably coming in on those 3 tight end sets at times, especially if they're passing. How much longer do the Hawks have to sign Clowney before someone else decides to pay him? Well, Nathaniel, somebody mentioned in the chat that the Tennessee Titans could be making moves here to free up money in order to pay him. It certainly is possible. And another team could jump into the mix on this and decide, they thought they were maybe going to be in the mix on Robert Quinn or some of these other guys like Dante Fowler, who just went to the Falcons. And so now they go, now they get a little bit desperate. They go, well, Clowney's still there. We got the top of the market still there. Just as long as we're willing to break the bank on him, we can bring him in. I think that potential exists here. I thought initially it was good the longer it took because the more teams would be out of it. Like when you saw the Colts make the trade for DeForest Buckner, that was a team that was going to be right there for Clowney. They had a ton of money to spend. They had a need for the position. He'd be a scheme fit for what they wanted. But them going out and getting Buckner at that point and spending the money on him took them off the market, and that did help Seattle. At this point, I feel like it is down to us and the Giants, and it's going to come down to what does Jadeveon Clowney truly believe and think? Does he want to come play for a Super Bowl, or is it for the love of the money? Because that's what he said at the end of the last season. He said, I want to go play for Super Bowls. And he had the opportunity before the trade to Seattle to go to Miami. He had that chance, but he turned it down. And if he would have went to Miami, Miami would have broken the bank on him, paid him whatever his heart wanted, because they had all the money in the world to spend and they were rebuilding, and it wasn't going to faze them in the least to do so. But he didn't go there. That was even close to his home there in Miami, where he was, went and played college. So he appeared to want to go play for a winner by choosing Seattle. I have a hard time believing this offseason he's going to go chase the money after he's already showed us that those are kind of his colors. So I do expect him back in Seattle, but I do think that is the choice at play here. Go for the extra $4 or $5 million per year to play with the Giants, or go to Seattle and play for Super Bowls. Yeah, Nathaniel, that's kind of what I'm saying. I think Clowney does, but the thing with it, the thing that's played out with this, Nathaniel, is that Clowney's representatives have also leaked out to the public that he wants to break the market. And so this is the game that goes at play, where the player says one thing and it's a PR thing. And as we've seen with a guy like Alex Rodriguez with the Seattle Mariners back in the day, who said, I love this team, and if I were to go to another team, I'd go to a team that's trying to play for World Series, and I would never leave the Seattle Mariners unless it's for that reason. And then he went to the Texans, who were the bottom dwellers of our division the prior year. And it made everybody go, well, wait, didn't you? Well, wait. So sometimes these guys say one thing and it's not exactly what it really is. I think it is with him because the Miami situation I was describing, but at the same point in time, you never know. It's a year later, and maybe he just looks at the situation and says, I'm maxing this stuff out. You're right, James Glenn. That's another great point. The Titans do play a 3-4, and you could make the argument that Clowney is better suited for the 4-3. Some people think, though, some people think that Clowney's best suited as a 3-4 spinner. And no, that is not an erotic connotation. The spinner is where he comes up over the top of the guard and he's standing up on a 3-4. So he's right next to the nose guard, and essentially just creating havoc up the middle there for the offensive linemen. There are some people out there who feel like that is his best fit. I don't agree. I still think he's perfect as a Leo or in a 4-3 scheme, but there are those out there who would say that he's going to be most effective that way because he's going to wreck plays. That's what he does best, as opposed to being just a pure pass rusher. You just want to put him in a position to wreck plays, which he can do as that spinner. And the Titans are contenders, though. Yeah, absolutely, they are contenders. They're a very complete team. There's not a lot of weak links on that team. They've got good parts and pieces all along there from the offensive line, defensive line. But that Jarrell Casey trade has got to be one that you've got to look at with a little bit of a sober eye and say, okay, but why would they make that deal there? You know what? Why would this is a guy that's like a captain of defense, a little aging, 30-year-old guy, carries a big cap hit, admittedly, but for a team that's in their window essentially to compete next year, and there's not going to be a lot of teams competing in the AFC. I mean, we're looking at it right now, and it's, Texans look like they've drawn back. Maybe the Browns have drawn a little forward. Maybe the Steelers will get back into it a little bit, and it'll get a little tougher over there, but that conference was not strong last year. So it's odd to see them make that move. There's got to be something else at play there we're going to learn about as to why they did go in that direction. Devon Kennard, who's had 14 in the last 2 years, yet again, I'm seeing. Yeah. Yeah, I think the Cardinals have done very good so far. And, they've got – the Cardinals are an interesting team because Steve Keim, the general manager there, is a guy he does really well. He's a little bit like the Minnesota Vikings general manager. He drafts really well, but there always seems to be some fatal flaw hole to his game that holds him back and keeps them from ever being quite the team they could. But he seems to always just, the Buda Bakers. And I think Christian Kirk's getting into being a pretty good player there. And they've obviously done good with the quarterback. Kyler Murray looks like he's going to be a pretty darn good quarterback. And then making the trade at the trade deadline for Kenyon Drake last year and how he invigorated that offense when he came in. They've got some stuff going on here. Wow, Donald Trump, Chris Harris went to the Chargers. Wow. No worries, James. We'll catch you soon. That's surprising. Division foes never trade within the division. So the Broncos must truly feel Harris is done. That is interesting. Nathaniel, I'm probably going to lean towards agreeing with Mr. Trump Jr. here. I think that the Rams are going to be the team that ends up at the bottom of the stack this season, and I think it's just because they've had to suffer from some of the things we saw the Seahawks suffer from as they got better. As you get better, and then you got to pay your rookie quarterback who's formerly on the cheap deals, not on the cheap deal anymore. And you start seeing a drain of players going out of there. Littleton at linebacker, gone. Michael Brockers, a very important run stopper for them for years there, gone. Aaron Donald, a year older. I know they brought in the Roquan Smith guy, but that's a downgrade from Dante Fowler. You can still make the argument that trade for Jalen Ramsey at the mid-season last year was not the smartest of trade, and they've been throwing picks away for a few years now. That's been a real problematic situation for them. So you got to feel like those chickens are going to come home to roost here at some point sooner than later. And with the Niners aren't going anywhere. They've made some smart moves. That 13th pick is just they can do so many things with that 13th pick. Go get a great player right out the gate. Package it with their other first-round pick if they want to move up and target somebody. What if the Niners want to target Chase Young? What if they want to take a first-round pick and then flip one of their guys on the defensive line and add in a second-round pick and get up into that top three? They can go so many different directions. I know that's sort of outside the box craziness, but that 13th pick, along with their first rounder that they have right now, gives them a ton of movement ability to go around and do whatever they want to do. 2 years, $20 million for Chris Harris. Oh, so it was just Chris Harris he must have gotten cut then by the Broncos. Sorry about that, guys. I just hit my mic thing here. My bad. So Chris Harris must have just gotten cut that's why he went to the Chargers, because the Broncos would have never traded him to the Chargers. That you just don't see division foes like that trade within the division. It doesn't happen. Okay. Yeah, they must have cut him. There's rumors that Luck is coming out of retirement and will play for the Patriots. Well, Okay. And what are they going to give the Colts at that point? That's my question on that, because he's under contract with the Colts. Colts just had to eat a whole season that they had to eat, that they had prepped their team up, ready to roll, ready to be launched, ready to roll. I'm retiring in training camp. You made us kick a season away. Now you're going to come back and want us to give you to the Patriots. That's 3 first-round picks as a starting point, and maybe even more than that. I can't see that happening. Everything I've heard with Luck is that he's happy to remain retired and that there's been no intention. And that contract that he was on with the Colts, it's not going to make it feasible for them to be able to. I don't see that happening. I just couldn't see that happening. Insert colorful metaphor says, I think the defensive scheme should be geared towards a 46-esque defense, 5-2-4 scheme with only 2 safeties instead of 3. So insert, I don't disagree with you. I'm open to any kind of scheme. That bear front scheme is a great scheme, worked great for the Bears in 85. A lot of them have utilized it well over recent years. The problem with it right now is you don't have the personnel for it, because you're going to need man-on-man corners, and you got a lot of zone guys right now. The other issue is it goes against everything that Pete Carroll has built within his own DNA as far as how he is structured as a coach. Defensively speaking, before anything else, yes, he wants to stop the run first and foremost, but beyond stopping the run, he wants to prevent the big play. That's the most important thing to Pete Carroll in his defense. I do not want big, impactful plays down the football field. So when you go into those 4-6 fronts, what's the problem with it? Well, you're sending more men than the offensive line can block, but you're also leaving guys out on the island, and you're leaving yourself very vulnerable potentially to the big play. Again, I'm not saying that I'd hate to do that or I'd be against it, just that I can never see Pete Carroll ever considering going to doing something. We would need new coaches in order to ever bring something like that along. Yeah, Donald, there's no way that I can't see that working with Andrew Luck doing that. The Colts would just never do that. Why would the Colts do that? The Colts organization basically hates the Patriots. They're one of the whistleblowers, I think, on the original Deflategate stuff, right? So why in their right mind would they ever refill back up the dynasty of the Patriots with Andrew Luck after what he did to them last season, retiring right at the start of training camp? I just can't. Well, everything's political now. If they get Dustin 3 says, if Niners get Chase Young, it's over. Yeah, that's going to be, and again, it's not, how far-fetched is it? If he drops to 3, the Niners flip one of the pass rushers that they have currently, so they could flip out, they package Solomon Thomas and somebody else even, maybe even get another player in there that they could throw in there and a second-round pick and launch on up into there. There's a package they could put together to do it if they wanted to do it. And it's hard not to see this year there being the first 2 quarterbacks going off the board first. That always seems to be the way in the drafts that it plays out. When there is a consensus top 2 guys, those top 2 guys go 1-2, regardless of whether a team trades up or something happens in between. Like, that's just how it breaks down. So I don't think it's going to happen here, but again, just you have to love how, if I'm the Niners or I'm a Niners fan, I love what they've done in that situation, because they had to do something there, and it looked like they were going to lose Armstead for nothing, basically. Instead, you bring back Armstead and you take an asset in Buckner and flip him for basically maximum value. I mean, that's the way to play the game, man. That's the way to keep yourself rolling. Oh, gotta keep hitting things. No, I don't think I've heard Marshawn Lynch officially retire yet. And even if he did officially retire, he was retired before. And you can bring him back, I think, as well at that point. Yeah, Donald, Leonard Floyd got signed by the Rams. He's going to be the fill for Dante Fowler last year. So, which will be interesting because he was a 3-4 guy coming out, pretty pure in that form. And I think the Rams are, I don't know, they do some multi stuff. So they probably do a lot of 3-4 stuff and they can work him in with that. It'll work good, I guess. Him and Matthews' bookends isn't horrible with Aaron Donald coming up the middle. Yeah, I don't think our cornerbacks are the problem either. Donald, I've been on that boat for a while now. I think the issue is the scheme. And, you talk a guy like Nuk Hopkins, who excels at intermediate routes. He's a master at intermediate routes and getting open and creating space on those routes. And so the Seattle Seahawks scheme allows for intermediate routes to be completed at a real high percentage. So drags, slants, he's going to eat us up all day long, and don't think that wasn't a big part of why that trade was made. He's going to do the same thing to Sherman if Sherman's still there with the Niners and Witherspoon. He's going to be a very difficult matchup for this team as we look forward here. Just a great move by the Cardinals. I know he's a little older. They're probably going to have to pay him a bit, but you're going to lose Fitzgerald's salary here within the next year anyway, so that's not a big problem. Nathaniel Parks, that's why Cam was useful preventing the deep pass. He would just hit the receiver so hard. Yeah, no, Cam was pretty good about the deep pass. They did use a lot of Cam up in the box, and Earl was really the cover one, the high cover safety whose job it was back there to take care of the red line. So I would say Earl was probably more of that, though they did ask at times for Chan. You go back, watch some of Chancellor's stats, you'll see him back there in the deep half playing cover two, taking away things. And nobody wanted to cover on. You never want to catch a whole shot on cover two against Cam Chancellor because you are going to get drilled. And that's what happened on that Vernon Davis play on that first hit that he had, where that was a whole shot throw by Kaepernick, and Cam came in there just right on time. Do I think the Finns will pass on Tua? No, I don't think they would pass on Tua at all. I think that you look at the moves they've made this year. I thought that they were going to wait maybe a year to really dive in and go hard, but they've gone pretty hard in free agency. And they seem like they're really going to try to retool this thing pretty quick if they can. They've got a lot of work to do, but no, I think I think they take him at this point myself. The big question is, do the Washington Redskins pass on Tua? Because you hear it's smoke. Is it mirrors? Is it them just trying to gin up interest for that number 2 pick? But you do hear the Redskins saying that they may be interested in him. Yeah, the Jaguars season's over with. And honestly, I've got to give the Jaguars a little bit. They just overpaid for Joe Schubert. Oh, dude. Yeah, that's not how you do it, because they were doing it. The plan was working in place. Getting value for Foles, any kind of value was great. He's not the future for you there. You're nowhere near winning. Moving out Campbell, smart. Moving on Yannick Ngakoue, smart. Getting the 2 first-round picks I think they got last year for Jalen Ramsey, smart. I'm in favor of it. I like going all the way. I don't like that middle of the road point you see teams get into where they're pretty good, they're mediocre. I mean, we're a little bit of this in our 9-7, 10-6 phase that we're sort of in over the last 4 or 5 years, where we just sort of hang in this area, and you never can really draft high enough to get great players. You never really have enough cap space to really go out there and make the splash. But if you just go, hey, whole hog, we're gonna reset this all the way through like they've done, get the capital you can get for the assets that you have. We'll see if it works out for the Dolphins team. We'll see if this is going to go long. Or it's an interesting theory to see played out kind of for the first time in a long time. We've not seen the NFL team really truly buy into that process like they are. But I agree that the Joe Schubert signing is stupid for the Jaguars. I guess they got to do something with the money. And you got to fill out the team somehow, so, but Schubert's a guy that I just, he's just another linebacker, Yeah, Chancellor did inspire fear in the wide receivers, and I don't think any of our cornerbacks or safeties other than Marquise Blair potentially inspire fear in the opposition right now. Now, some of it is that the moves of, Chancellor can't play. He wouldn't be able to play in the NFL today like he played when he first walked in the door. I mean, it was as he was playing during his career, you were seeing the hits getting more and more legislated out of the game. But I will say Blair is a guy that looks like he might be able to cause that fear in people. And him and Quandre, I feel like are two guys, if you had them both back there, they could inspire some fear back in their ability to take some guys out. But it looks like, again, I don't know how Blair's going to get on the football field. That's going to be an interesting situation to see how it plays out, because I don't know how you keep a guy like that off who's that talented, who shows so much in flashes of what he can be as a complete safety. You could play at either free safety or strong safety and flip him. And a guy, and a McDougal is going to get a little older, who's been solid for you, one of our best defenders. And a guy in Quandre Diggs, who was, the glue that brought it all together last year. The guy that actually put that defense into a place where it looked like it could maybe be legitimate. They didn't really take full advantage, but all right. So am I behind on questions? I am behind on questions. Basically Tom Brady's, the ESPN's gone Tom Brady for years. It's one of the reasons why I don't watch ESPN hardly anymore. And a lot of people are going to be like, I'm just glad he's not with the Niners. Do you guys understand how much we were going to have to hear about Brady if he signed with the Niners? It would have been never ending. Just Brady. He's amazing. He's going Niners. How amazing are the Niners going to be? How amazing is the Niners going to be with Brady? Brady's going to be amazing. Like we would never hear the end of it. I will say this. I don't know what Bruce Arians is doing, and this is going to be fun to watch this play out. Yes, Brady's going to have very good pass catchers to throw to, right? He's got Godwin. He's got Evans. O.J. Howard at some point is going to get his head screwed on straight, and you would think become a pretty legitimate tight end. But the issue you wonder about is that Bruce Arians' offense is built on 7-step drops. He wants to sling it down the football field. So over the last 20 years, Bruce Arians has had Ben Roethlisberger, Andrew Luck, Carson Palmer, Jameis Winston, Tom Brady. One of these things is not like the other. And I really wonder is Bruce Arians going to completely change his offense around to fit Tom Brady into it? And if he's going to, isn't that why you brought Bruce Arians in at Tampa Bay? Because you wanted his dynamic offense and the things that he brings into level. You weren't trying to bring in a head coach with spread concepts into play. You had in Mike Evans and Godwin's guys that attack down the football field. You want to throw them those 15-yard post routes like we saw in the Seattle-Tampa Bay game that they just killed us on throughout the game. But now he's going to just switch everything up for Brady and change the whole scope of things. And then what with Evans and, Godwin's a good route runner, but Evans is more of, again, you want to send him down the football field. He's not a guy that you're going to have run all these short little tiny option routes. I wonder how that one's going to work. What's up, Marvin? How's it? Welcome to the chat. Tobias asks, what was the biggest reason the Seahawks doesn't make the playoffs? Nepotism around the coaching staff, lack of talent, bad luck, bad coaching decisions, or a fourth thing? I tend to lean towards the aspect that as long as Russell Wilson's healthy, you're going to make the playoffs. So I think the fourth thing would be to bias me to say that Russell Wilson getting injured would keep you from getting to the playoffs. I don't think you're going to be held back from going to the playoffs because the schedule is going to be easier next year. We played the number one strength of schedule last year in the NFL. We had the fourth toughest road schedule in the NFL. Those are not going to duplicate themselves next year. We'll still be in the top 10 because of the NFC West, but it's hard to believe you're going to play as tough a schedule that you're going to have 5, 10 a.m. games. These things are not things that are going to reduplicate. So it's really, you could be not as talented as a team next year, but end up with more wins just simply from that facet alone. But nepotism, all those things you mentioned are all equal parts, I think, a part of the problem. The scheme is going to continue to be attacked. The nepotism that played that continues to remain because you didn't change any of the coaching staff. I know they elevated some guys to like passing game coordinator, and none of those things are going to make that big of an impact. It's the offensive coordinator. It's the defensive coordinator. It's the head coach having his hands on both sides of the ball. Both hands are in both cookie jars very deep. That's what needs to change. And those aren't going to change. So just is what it is with that situation, Yeah, they're just going to Cowboys and stuff, and it's like they're going to the viewers and to who's built in their audience. So what'll be interesting with that, though, is that now that the Patriots might potentially not be as good for the next few years, like you just translating over to Tom Brady in the Buccaneers, and maybe they do. They do that with LeBron when he went to Miami. So maybe it's like LeBron going to Miami. But Marvin Dumas, you ask, will our O-line get fixed? I do believe it will get fixed. The Finney signing is a pretty good signing. I know it's not big money and it's not going to blow anybody's dress up, but it's a good signing nonetheless. It's solid. He can play it all over that offensive line. You still got some guys coming back that we shouldn't discount. A guy like Ethan Posick, who's a former second-round pick, who's never been given a chance at the center position. If we do happen to cut Britt, you'd think he would finally get a chance to really, truly compete in there and be given an opportunity to go. He actually looked pretty good at guard last year for the first time for us. This draft is so deep in tackles. It's the deepest draft for tackles that I've seen in at least 15 years. I can't remember the last draft where I walked away from going, man, you could potentially, if you played your cards right, get 2 starting tackles out of this draft. You really could. So I think they can still fix it, but I don't think they're going to do it in free agency. It's going to have to be in the draft to get it don. I think that's the Finney deals is probably about as far as you're going to see the Seahawks go as far as signing a free agent. There are some people who think maybe they do sign Fetty. So I've heard some potential rumors out there regarding that. But yeah, I think the draft is where it's, as TJ says, Marvin, I think the draft is where that's going to be accomplished. Who's going to be our right tackle next season? Isaiah Wilson, Nathaniel. That's who until I see this Yannick trade go down and we've got that first round pick at the end of the first round, Isaiah Wilson is my guy. You slide him in at right tackle. He is a complete upgrade over Germain Ifedi. I think he's better in pass protection. He's a physical beast. He's going to move guys off that line week in and week out. Doesn't matter who's lined up over the top of him. I don't necessarily know if that equates to him being a Pro Bowler, but I think it equates to him being a beautiful scheme fit for what Seattle wants out of that right tackle position. They look at the right tackle as really the traditional right tackle. So it used to be, left tackle, you want your blind side, dancing bear. Right tackle, he can be your Breno Giacomini. He can be your big 6'7", just mauler guy who's not going to be great in pass protection because you're going to be able to chip a lot with the tight end normally aligned on the strong side. The tight end oftentimes will be able to help and chip that right tackle. So it's not as reliant on having a great pass protector out there. And Seattle does look at it through more of the traditional lens in that respect. But I like me some Isaiah Wilson. I really do. Only way I see us making the playoffs is because of the division, because everyone can make the playoffs at this point. Yeah, we can still make the playoffs even with our division. And as well, we don't know what injuries come into place. Don't forget that as we all look at this right now through the lens of, nothing's happened yet. No one's torn an ACL or an Achilles. And some teams, a few teams every year as we got hit with last year, are always going to get nailed with the injury bug. So I think before we necessarily say the division is going to be definitely awesome, they're probably going to be awesome, but we gotta look through that lens a little bit on it. I'm a little behind here, but I'm catching up. Just bear with me here. Insert. I definitely am with you on the 5-2-4 scheme. It's just, again, Carroll protecting against that deep ball. You've got to consider that that's his biggest thing. He does not want to give up the deep ball. He does not want big explosive plays. You don't prevent big explosive plays by putting 5 men on the defensive line. Donald's so true. Don't even listen to ESPN radio more because Cowboys, yeah, it's bad. It's I don't know why they made a right turn towards Cowboys and Patriots. ESPN did after a few years ago, and it just, their viewership's not being helped by it. It continues to decline every time you look at them. I don't understand why there's not more of a push, to go to talk about other stuff. You guys, there's 30 other teams in the NFL. Yeah, Jameis Winston, to me, that's the better fit for Bruce Arians' scheme. He's got the strong arm. Decision-making probably sucks. I think the thing that hurt Jameis is he decided he wanted to be paid $30 million. And he's not been a $30 million quarterback. And I think Arians went $30 million to him, or I get Tom Brady for 2 years. And Jameis's greed probably caused his own downfall here a little bit with that. But Jameis, as far as, he led the league in touchdown throws along with those interceptions last year. And the interceptions are bad. They are bad. But at the end of the day, you could still see him as a guy developing, give him another year in Arians' offense, let him continue to try to come along. He is a fit for what they want and do. But obviously, I guess him asking for all that money was just a bridge too far for Arians. And then with Brady as another option. Brady. Which UW should we select? Which UW player should we select? Slavon Ahmed, who's 5'11", 195, or Trey Adams? Trey Adams would be the guy that I would go with. He's a lumbering Frankenstein. He is. But at the end of the day, again, what I just talked about in that mold is he was a left tackle in college. You flip him out to right tackle at the next level. He's a big mauler type guy. You would think you feel okay with that. That's why I say you could come out with 2 tackles in this draft, because if you went and got Isaiah Wilson maybe in the first round and then went and got Adams into the 3rd, 4th, 5th round range, I know those are 2 right tackles, but at that point you have invigorated the offensive line with some talent then, Yeah, Ante, I'll see your deal. Just hit the send button once, because I don't want to push down the chat too much. So I'll answer all the questions here. I'll definitely get to whatever may be asked. But Brady is going to suck. He wants to lead the team in the way he desires. And Nathaniel, I think you're right. That's the problem here, is that he's going to want to change things and go there. And it may not work as great as Brady thinks it's going to work. He's had a system wholly built around his talents in New England, and they're going to have to change things up in Tampa Bay. Paul Blue says, bring Bruce Irvin back to Seattle. I think, Paul, that would be a great guy to target. He should cost about a 1 year, $6 million deal. He'll give you a 10% pass rush percentage. You can't trust him in the run game, but that's okay. Get him out there on a rotational basis, running 40, 50% of the snaps. He's going to get you probably 7 or 8 sacks on the year, which is what we need to kind of fill the line out with. This is more of those guys that, not just upper level talent like the Yannick Ngakwe's and the Clowneys, but also the secondary guys that can get there too. Yeah, it does not automatically make them a Super Bowl contender. There's just no way. We just signed Bruce Irvin. Just signed Bruce Irvin. Hold on. Is that true? No. All right, we just brought back Bruce. All right. Hey, folks. Hey. I love it. Love it. Solid move. We got to see what the money is. Got to see what the money is, but there ain't nothing wrong with that deal. Here's why you like the Bruce Irvin deal as well. And don't forget this part of it. He can play the Sam. He can play Sam, and he can play Sam very well. So the Sam linebacker role, you've got your Sam and your Will, and the Sam is going to be right over the top of the tight end, playing and play out most of the time. You need that guy that's strong enough to be able to jam him and keep him off the line. And Bruce was able to do that in his last season with us. He really did that real well for us. So that's also what he gives you, is not just the rotational guy, but a guy that also can give you that Sam linebacker. Just love it. Love it. Great move by Seattle there. We're diving in. We're diving in. I love it. Brendan Eichrick asked, does this mean Zach Bond is a no at number 27 with Bruce Irvin? How does he fit? Yes. This would mean that Zach Bond would be a no for them. There were some explosive issues with Zach as far as his testing numbers that might have prevented him, and he's got a little bit of short arms for what Seattle normally likes. But yes, this brings back Bruce Irvin, and as I said, you've got him as a rotational guy for 40 to 50% of the snaps on either side, either defensive end he can rush from, but then also as that Sam linebacker, because ideally, I felt like ideally at the start of this offseason, you move KJ, you move on from KJ Wright and cut him. You bring Cody Barton over to the Will, because Cody's not really a Sam. I don't want Cody off the line jamming tight ends. I want Cody in space covering. So you move Cody out to the Will, you put Bruce Irvin in at the Sam back to where he's naturally really good there, and he played great for us in that final year. I think it's going to be an awesome fit for us. But yeah, he's got some juice in the tank. You know what I mean? He's definitely got some juice in the tank. I'm trying to get some deals or get some details for you guys on it. But I don't see anything. Nothing yet. Try to get the pass rush percentage for you. But that's a great signing, guys. That's a great signing. I'm trying to give you some stats here on this pass rush percentage that I was looking at before. Get you excited about. Yeah, so Bruce Irvin last year produced a hit on the quarterback 1 every 8.3 pass rush attempts. That's very, very good still. That's very, very solid. That is not a guy with a fork in him. That's a guy with still some juice in those legs and still an ability to get the quarterback. And he's a guy, those guys that are the uber speedy, uber fast guys as they get older can afford to then lose that little bit of that half speed because they're still very fast, and they're bringing on some of that veteran-y smarts that you gain and the wisdom of playing for all those years. So those guys can still hold on. Vikings for Everson Griffith is on the phone with us. Well, TJ, I think he's a free agent, TJ. I don't think Everson Griffin we have to deal with the Vikings at all. He's just a full free agent. Brendan, if you sign if you sign Bruce, you're completely right, Brendan. If you sign Bruce, there's no reason to keep KJ at that point. You've got Ben Burke-Irvin backing up Cody Barton at the Will, and then you've got Irvin at the Sam. Now, if he signs some low-end deal and he comes in at like 1 year, $3 million, maybe we can talk, but not at his current going rate. OG Bobby, we just saw that, man. Everyone is super stoked in the chat. We got ourselves Bruce back. Bruce! I love it, man. That's a great signing. You've now gotten, again now, like let's just imagine for a moment. Yannick Ngakoue trade. Clowney resigns. You've got Reed back in the fold. Then you're bringing in Irvin now as another pass rusher. You still, like I said before, still have Green, still have LJ Collier, your developmental guys, still have Shaquem Griffin coming in there, giving you 20, 25 snaps of pass rush a game. We're starting to round it out now. Things are starting to kind of, it's filling out. Like I said, we had to fill it out because the way we were most effective in 2012, 13, and 14 was having all those guys able to pass rush on the defensive line. Not just two guys, not just three guys, all four. Because remember, even in the Super Bowl season, you had a guy in Clint McDonald who had 5.5 sacks rushing from the 3-tech position. They were able to make sure that they could challenge the offensive lines at every point, and that's where they need to get back to. So yeah, it's a great little signing here to bring Irvin back. I love it. I'd love to hear what the deals are on it. If it's a 1-year deal or if they actually did do him to a multi-year deal. Yeah, Bruce Irvin is your starting Sam, Nathaniel, at this point. He comes in and he's your starting Sam over Ben Burke-Irvin. They can compete, but I would imagine that he would be the guy that you want off ball. He's got better size than Ben Burke-Irvin does. And I think he's a little bit more stout at the point of attack than Cody Barton is. OG, I do too, man. I think there's some deals sitting here waiting to be had. They just got to go through their machinations of drama before we're actually going to see them play out. But I do think we are going to see something go here. I'm hoping we see something go. But this is Tobias Larson says, Super Bowl, here we come. I hope you're right, Tobias. I hope you're right. Yeah, but this is a step in the right direction. This is a guy I was hoping they would target. You can always get these pass rushers in the Bruce Irvin area, the Ndamukong Suh area, where you don't have to give them what Robert Quinn just got. That 3-year, $30 million deal where you're spending through, or no, that was what Gerald McCoy got. Quinn got even more. I think he got like a $60 million deal. You don't have to go that high for either of those two guys, though. There's always those collection of 5 to 6 guys that are sitting around there who don't get scooped up in free agency with the kind of value you think, and you can pluck them for a lot less. It always exists. It has for the last few years. This year's not going to be any differently. We haven't even seen any cuts yet by teams that have signed free agents that have to then go out there and create cap space. That still has yet to come as well. There's still going to be more guys that'll go back out on the market here. So it pays to have patience. It pays to go for the guys that don't cost through the bank. You're not maybe getting the superstar guy, but getting the guy like Insanity says here, 8.5 sacks for Bruce. If we get 8 sacks out of Bruce and it's a $6 million deal on a 1-year deal, hey, not bad. Yeah, Nathaniel, just look up Ian Rappaport on Twitter. If Ian's saying that it's going down, it's going down. Yeah, this is a good scenario for us because now you've gotten Jarran Reed and Bruce Irvin. Neither of those two are you paying top of the market or anywhere top of the market for those two players. Reed's costs a little bit, but again, you got the first year cap hit on that 2-year deal for Reed at $9.3 million. So that keeps him in at a very acceptable cost for you this year, especially if you consider franchising him. I think would have put you up around $14 or $15 million. So they've done good here so far by not breaking through the bank on pass rushers. You bring in Yannick at $18 million when similar players to Yannick like Lawrence from the Cowboys are making $23 million per. Now you're starting to get these guys on a little bit of a discounted rate across the board, which equals out to you being able to bring in a couple extra guys at the end of this to fill things out. It's a great deal. It's very smart by Seattle. I'm still looking for the details, OG. It's just breaking. So we still haven't heard anything about what is what on it. I'm getting some more coffee, folks. I'm going to be right back getting some more coffee. All right. Yeah, we don't quite know yet on the details. I can't imagine it's some major, huge cost. He's a 30-year-old guy, if not 31. But you will usually hear about the details of this break to some degree because the agent's going to leak it out. Did you guys see also too? There we go. I got confirmation too. It's definitely going down. Man, my phone is messing up. I think my phone has COVID. 32. Yeah, he came out as a little bit of an older guy too out of the draft. He was I think like a 25-year-old guy right out the jump. Well, my stuff's breaking. My phone is not happy right now. You guys hearing any details yet? I'm not seeing anything totally yet. Yeah, nothing out. Yeah, he had 8.5 sacks with the Panthers last year. Again, it's impressive getting that many sacks last year for the Panthers because of the fact that they're down in the game by so much often. So teams are going to be running on them, which just meant that your opportunities weren't going to be as much to be able to get to the quarterback. That's why pass rush percentage to me is such an important stat, because if you got 2 pass rushers and you get one guy who in 250 pass rushes gets you 8 sacks, but then you get another guy who in 600 pass rushes gets you 11 sacks, who was really the more effective player? And that's where I think you can get into a little bit deeper on these getting past the sacks and the quarterback hits. That really does tell you a true indicator of how a guy is as a pass rusher, because there's not other factors coming into play. It's just, did he beat his guy? How often did he beat his guy? 33. Well, you can still make it. I still can see the guy getting us 8 sacks at 33 years old next year. John Robinson asked, if we got Yannick in a trade, aren't the Jaguars on the hook for half of the franchise tag? John, if this deal gets made, what you're going to see happen, and maybe this is potentially what's caused the deal to take a little bit of time to be announced, is he's going to sign a new contract. So the trade doesn't happen with him remaining on the franchise tag with Seattle. He just signs his deal. I think what you're referencing is probably last year's deal for Clowney, where John Schneider, being the devil that he is, was able to take advantage of Bill O'Brien by getting Bill O'Brien to pay for half of Jadeveon Clowney's franchise tag last year. So that's not normally what you get general managers to do. John Schneider was taking Bill O'Brien to the woodshed and spanking him on his behind over and over again, and that's just one of the slaps to the rump that he unfortunately took. But yeah, we will be signing him. What I've heard is 18 to 19 million per is what we'd be getting Yannick at, which would be that's perfectly fine as we're watching these salaries escalate into the 23.5, 24, $25 million range for the top of the market defensive ends. Yeah, but Bruce Irvin was blitzing from a 3-4 alignment. I got to go back and watch the tape on that, John. I thought Carolina Panthers run a 4-3. They don't run a 3-4. So I don't know that that's necessarily accurate, but you could be right. I'll go back and watch a lot. I've not been watching as much tape on Irvin, but I'll watch more to see. If I still will say to you that he's going to be able to he'll be able to get a sack rushing in the passer out of this scheme. He's very comfortable with the scheme. He knows the scheme. Even on a low end, 5 sacks for a rotational guy, that's the low end I would expect from him. He was definitely one of the most double team players. Donald says Clowney was one of the most double team players in the league last year, if I'm not mistaken. And you are correct. He was triple teamed at times as well. And that's a big factor in the, lack of production, lack of sacks, lack of quarterback hits. It's hard for defensive ends if teams are going to allot 2 and 3 guys to block you, somebody else has got to come home and bring in the bacon. Yeah, TJ, I would anticipate that this is a 1-year deal, and Bruce probably looks at maybe retiring after this year. Who knows? I don't want to speculate too much. Yeah, OG, that's part of what makes Aaron Donald so impressive, because OG Bobby Johnson says Aaron Donald was too busy getting triple teamed, laughing out loud. Aaron, part of what's been so impressive with him is that he's gotten his work done, his quarterback pressures, his ability to be dynamic in the run game while getting double teamed. Those guys on those ends don't have to worry about the double teams as much, but when you're on the inside, why we don't see defensive tackles eclipsing 10 sacks all over the place across the league year in, year out is because there's just too many double teams you're taking on. It makes it a lot harder to get your work done, and just speaks to how impressive Aaron Donald is as a player, that he's done as good as he is. I will say that I am starting to expect that a guy that's a little undersized like Donald, as he's starting to get older now, you do start to wonder and wait, when is the drop off going to start to come with this guy? He's played at this high level. You've seen with the JJ Watt, him starting to kind of a little more injury prone, maybe not as productive. Are we going to start seeing that with Aaron Donald? Has he reached that point now where the curve has begun? Bobby Bruce, probably Super Bowl here. Yeah, it's Bruce, Clowney, Yannick. And so what about a Bruce, Yannick, Clowney, and Sue? What about that combination, folks? I mean, that could definitely get you there, right? And yes, they could afford to do it. You can afford to do whatever you want as long as you're willing to move around the money and maybe kick the can down the road a little bit. And the Seahawks haven't been willing to do that yet or showed a willingness to do that yet this offseason. The 1 year, $7 million deal for Olsen wasn't spread out over a couple of years. We'll see how this Bruce Irvin deal cuts out. But I'd like to see a little bit more of moving the money smaller to this year to making it more into the next year and the year after. A little bit like what they did with the Jarran Reed deal, where it's 9-3 this year, and then I think it's 12-9 next year. Yeah, they're both defensive ends. Irvin can play Sam and then switch into a defensive end. They run a 3-4, huh? John, are you sure they're not moving to a 3-4 this season, though? Because I know that Ron Rivera was a 4-3 guy throughout his whole time there with Carolina. So if they went to a 3-4, it must have been just last season they did it. And again, it doesn't make sense because Gerald McCoy was there. He's a 3 tech and a 4-3. Are you absolutely sure on this? Are you positive? You might be right. I haven't watched Carolina that much. Okay, they run a hybrid. Yeah, I know they run a lot of 4-3 though too, and so yeah, it's 4-3 base is what I think Carolina runs the majority of the. They might be hybrid. They run the 4-3 though the majority of the time. How do I feel about the O-line? OG Bobby Johnson asks, how do I feel about the O-line? I'm nervous about the O-line. The Finney signing is a step in the right direction. I didn't expect them to go for Conklin. I didn't expect them to dive out and locate anybody out there in the trade market for talent-wise. I guess the proof will be in the pudding on this one as far as the draft goes. Do they show a commitment in the draft to bringing in that offensive line talent, or do they just try to make do with what they got? You saw Fant go out the door, who's a very important swing tackle for us because we know Dwayne Brown's probably going to get injured as he gets older. You don't have anybody at right tackle currently, and that's a guy now you've lost. So you've got a lot of work to kind of pick up the pieces here and really allot it in. You feel good with DJ there. You've got enough parts there at center, even if you cut Britt, that you're all right. Phil Haynes could be a developmental guy. Maybe they love Jamarco Jones at right tackle. I mean, maybe they're just through the moon roof on him and think he'll be a league starter guy there. But I am nervous as it concerns our offensive line because I'm really nervous about Russell Wilson getting injured. I think they've played the roulette game with Russell Wilson over the last couple of years, and that they've gone just good enough on the offensive line not to get him killed. And it's time to get past that phase into the phase of making it a strength, because you see teams with offensive lines really are able to do a lot offensively and be dynamic and protect their quarterback and be tough to stop. But when you don't have the offensive line, there's some weeks where you're just getting overrun by the opposition's defensive line. And it shows up too often right now with this team, in my opinion. I'm not sure on the guarantee on Quinn's deal. I would guess it's probably in the 20 million range. Nathaniel Park says, if we re-sign Clowney and Pete is okay with blitzing more, we can easily get 25 to 30 sacks this next season. That would, I think, still put you at the bottom of the barrel in the NFL, Nathaniel. I think you got to get up to the 40 range to start making a dent. Carroll's scheme is not built to blitz. Let me dive into this really quickly because we saw this last year. Seattle Seahawks throughout Pete Carroll's time blitzed the least in the league. 30th, 31st, 32nd. If you look at the last 10 years outside of last year, that's usually where they sit on their blitz percentage rate. Last year, they got into the top 10. They said, F it, we're bringing the house. We're bringing it all the time. Michael Kendricks is coming in and blitzing all the time. Here we go. Did we do well with that? Was that really effective? Was that efficient? I talk about pass rush percentage. How was our pass rush percentage in those blitzes? Because we were still bottom of the league for sacks, yet we're top 10 in blitzing. So something ain't adding up there, right? And the problem is that Pete Carroll, number one, a 4-3 scheme is always going to be a difficult scheme to blitz off of. 3-4 is much easier. Somebody in the chat mentioned a 4-6. Much easier to blitz from those type of schemes than it is from the 4-3. As well, part of the Seahawks scouting department and what they're looking for in their players right now is not the guys who blitz well. They're not giving a lot of weight to that, or at least they haven't in the past. They're going to look at other things. When it comes to a linebacker, how does he cover in space? Not how does he blitz? That's what they're going to value. And so thinking that blitzing will be the answer may not be where they really run here. But that's just me. I would rather they stay more to the 4-3 scheme, drop as many guys back into coverage like they used to do, get a lot of dogs up on the 4-3 on the line, all four of them able to rush the passer with some sort of competency, and roll with that. Let's see if we can make it go with that and make do with that. Because I think you can still be effective that way, but I don't think blitzing is the way to go. Tobias Larson says, God, I hope they sign Snacks Harrison. I wouldn't mind signing Snacks. He's getting a little older. I think he's almost 34. But man, he was the Pro Football Focus darling for about 3 straight years, where they had him as the highest graded defensive lineman in the entire league. A true run-stopping, one-tech, at least he has been throughout his career. I don't know if he is as good now, but he wouldn't cost you a lot. Okay, John, I'll take your word for it. I'm going to go back and watch a lot of Irvin tape here tonight now that we made that signing. So I will I'll take a dive into it and see if he was doing a lot of blitzing. And I still wouldn't be too worried, John, though, that he was blitzing and getting a lot of his sacks from that standpoint. At the end of the day, we have seen him prior in this scheme. We've seen him effective in this scheme. We know what he can do completely as a player. So I think there's no surprises there. I think that you know what you're getting. Okay, TJ says, stay with me here. Let's say we trade for Yannick Ngakoue and bring in Everson Griffin at defensive end and use Reed and Sue, and linebackers are Clowney, Irvin, Bobby. Cut KJ and boom, you got your 7. The only issue with that is that Clowney would have to cover the tight end at Sam because you're not putting Clowney to Will. So are you going to trust Clowney in space covering a tight end? And are you going to want Clowney out in space covering a tight end? Because that is what the Sam linebacker's got to do in the scheme from time to time. He gets to go after the quarterback some and blitz some. He'll be the highest because he's on the line of scrimmage of our linebackers. You're going to ask the Sam to blitz more than anybody else. But with that said, he's got to be able to cover, and I don't think I'm going to want to ever see Clowney 10 yards down the field on George Kittle. Nathaniel Parks, I don't think Snacks Harrison is going to be costly in the least. I would expect him to sign a 2-year, $6 million deal, 2-year, $7.5 million deal, something in that neighborhood. He's an older player who gives you no pass rush. So, if you're not a guy who if you don't give any pass rush in the NFL, there's just not a lot of money there to be made. And I think even with Snacks, he's not really been given huge contracts considering his production, even when he was in his prime. So I think it would be a fairly cheap move to potentially bring him in. Russell, I say we draft a young right tackle and bank on him. I agree with you, Donald. And there's a lot of guys you can pick from. I mentioned Isaiah Wilson, but there's Nyang from TCU who could be there in the second round. I love all the left tackles of this draft pretty much. There's none that I'm like, Like they all have really good feet. There's some negatives to them, but there's nothing that you can't clean up with them. Like the feet that they all show, the natural ability to mirror is amazing in this draft. I've never seen so many tackles. You can see those spread concepts from high school and college where these guys are getting more into now throwing the ball more often. They're getting much more comfortable in their sets, and it shows in this draft. So I agree with you, man. The tackle position is one you could attack in this draft and really find some good players deep later on. Russell Wilson played partially torn MCL, ACL this season. We won 9-7 and still accounted for over 90% of our offense. Yeah, he is an absolute legend, Donald. And he has masked a lot of the deficiencies that Pete Carroll has caused by not showing a willingness to be innovative or change anything in his scheme. Russell's been the magic man to come in there and save the day for them. And they're relying upon that. And it's really not very fair to Russell. And you're not getting the most out of your team by doing this. And I don't know why they need more data to go off of to see this as a continuing problem. They seem to just be, hands right over the eyes going, we're not going to watch it. We're not seeing this. We're not seeing this. Let the reality sink in, front office. Let the reality sink in, Coach Carroll. These things you're making him do too much. Balance this off a little bit. Give him some help. And it's, again, too many half measures. Too many, we'll just give him a little here, a little here. I've seen coaches do it over the years to quarterbacks too. And what ends up happening is the quarterback gets through the end of their prime and they're like, man, we didn't give him enough. Why didn't we give him enough? Why did Tom Brady throughout the prime of his career only have Randy Moss for a couple years and Wes Welker for a couple years, and that's basically it as receivers? Why did Brett Favre never get a really great upper level receiver that they would have targeted and traded for? You can make the argument with even a guy like Aaron Rodgers, who they've been wholly reliant on their ability to draft receivers and develop them, as opposed to going out there and getting a prime time guy to match up with that talent and see how it goes. Coaches just seem to have there's a hesitancy to do that in the NFL, and I don't know why. Flowers will pan out pass rush. He's really good in coverage, though, and would love to see Clowney as a spy sometimes when he's hovering over the guard to blitz. Yeah, John Robinson, that's the spinner role I was talking about with Clowney. A lot of people think that that's his best role as a pass rusher, that you don't put him on the outside, you put him up over the guard, and then you just let him attack with his size and speed, and he's going to overwhelm right up the middle of the defense time and time again. We didn't do it as much on this team because that is more of a 3-4 alignment you would normally do that out of. But with that said, you're not wrong in that there are a lot of people that are in favor of him being utilized that way. Yeah, that's what I'm counting on, John. I think Isaiah Wilson will be there when we pick for the main following reason. He's a right tackle and a right tackle purely in a draft that is filled to the brim with awesome left tackles. You know, your Andrew Thomas and your Bectons. Even a guy like Willis, Jedrick Willis from Alabama, who is a right tackle, will be drafted over the top of Wilson. So even if there's a needy team that wants a right tackle as opposed to a left, they'll still go out and get Willis over Wilson, which is what makes me lead to believe that he will be there when we're picking at 27. I really do think he will. Petrish says the starting linebackers, Bobby Wagner, KJ Wright, Bruce Irvin, and backups Cody Barton, Shaq Griffin, BBK. Yeah, I would agree with that at this point. They probably bring on another linebacker body somewhere in there, maybe in the draft as well. So I think you could still see one extra guy on top of that. But I still got to lean back towards thinking that KJ probably will be cut if he doesn't restructure. If he restructures, then fine. But he costs, I think, like $8 or $9 million this year on the cap. I can't see us carrying that for an outside linebacker that's going to give you very limited production. He's going to be 35 years old. I don't know why you would do that. Yeah, TJ, I'm with you. I think Cody, you put Cody at will, and KJ can back up at this point if he wants to stay on the team. Hey, I want to see what Cody does at the will. I don't want to see Cody at Sam. I want to see him at will. Off the ball, I don't want to see him. No. Okay, Tobias Larson asked a real interesting question. He says, which of our current young offensive linemen do you have the most faith in? Jordan Simmons, Phil Haynes, or Jamarco Jones? Could we end up starting two of them? Youth is the way forward. Well, Tobias, you know, the route towards starting two of those three guys is the Seattle Seahawks accepting the fact that their offense should probably be throwing the ball more than it's going to run the ball. If they were to wrap their hands around that aspect of things, they could solve a lot of the issues here on the offensive line really quick. Because a lot of my problems with why you need to rebuild the offensive line are not because of pass protection issues, though I do want to see that upgrade, but because I know that the Seahawks want to enforce their will on other teams. They want to run week in and week out on anybody. And to do that, as we've seen with the Tennessee Titans or the Dallas Cowboys, you've got to have an upper-level offensive line to run that kind of mentality out there. But if they were to dump that a little bit and go to more of like, we're going to throw the ball 53% of the time and run it 47% of the time, as opposed to right now what it feels like, which is like 55% of the time you're running and 45% of the time you're passing, then at that point you could afford to have guys like Phil Haynes, who's probably more of a pass protector than he is a run blocker, and Jamarco Jones, who's probably more of a pass protector than he is a run blocker at right tackle. You could transition to that a lot easier without needing to bring in the talent. I don't think Seattle will go this route, so this is totally pie in the sky crap here. But at the end of the day, to answer your question, I've got the most faith in Jamarco Jones because currently it stands right now, I think he's our starting right tackle. I think Finney starts over Phil Haynes because he's got the veteran-y extra years over Haynes, and I think they're just going to feel more comfortable with him as in that role. But I think Jones is absolutely being slated right now. If we don't get it in the draft, he's your starting right tackle opening day right now. And I hope that's not the case because I don't think they're going to transition to more of a passing attack. Not at all. Sorry if I'm a little behind here, guys. My bad. Am I the only one that thinks BBK name sounds like he's a middle linebacker? He could be a middle linebacker. You can move BBK anywhere. You can back him up a middle linebacker. I've heard Cody Barton's the backup to Bobby, but BBK's got a lot of Lofa Tutupu in him. I think he's a guy who ran 4.5. He's got some speed. He's a guy who I honestly was kind of hoping they'd find a role for on the football field last year. You got a linebacker who runs 4.5. Can you not use him in coverage somewhere? Can you not put him over a linebacker? Now he is 5'10", So maybe he doesn't have the length and size that they would have felt comfortable going out there and having him try to shadow those guys with at 6'4", 6'5". But yeah, I think he's definitely got. I think if Bobby were to go down and you had Cody starting over at Will, I think you'd see Ben Burke-Irvin right in there at middle linebacker. What's up, Carl? Yep, Hawks bringing back Bruce Irvin. We're still waiting to hear on the details of it, but everybody here in the chat is loving the signing. It looks like a good deal. We're all anticipating a 1-year, $6 million deal or a 2-year, $10 million deal, something in that realm. Yeah, John Robinson touches on something interesting. Clowney himself has said he can't bend as much as he once could because of the knee injury that he suffered when he stepped on a fountain in his rookie year with the Houston Texans out on the practice field, and it tore up his knee a bit. And so he can't, with that size, get down as low as he once probably could. That still doesn't stop him from being an impactful player. It just means he's never going to be a 15-sack-a-year guy. And that's okay. It doesn't mean that he still can't be a guy that messes up plays all over the football field and causes other teams problems. It's just that's why he's got to sign for me. That's why he should be signing at the $20 million territory. You have limitations to your game. You got to accept it a bit. And that's why probably he hasn't signed yet, is he's trying to swallow that bitter pill. All right. I'm getting Prince Tega wanna go. All right. I watched some tape on this guy. He's all right, John. He's all right. There's other tackles in this draft, to be honest with you, and not just the upper level guy. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Not just the upper level guys that are like your Thomases and the Willis that I mentioned, and Becktons. Into that second group even, I don't like him as much as some of the other guys I like Nyang that I just mentioned from TCU. I'm a little bit higher, I think, than I am on Prince. Now, Nyang, I think, is more of a right tackle at the next level, and I think Prince is going to be able to be a left tackle. He's a big guy, right? 6'7", 6'8", something like that, and he doesn't look as big and lumbering as you first expect when you watch the tape. I just didn't see a guy that was super physical or nasty or necessarily great in any one thing. He's solid down the line, but his tape just didn't jump off to me like some of the other guys that jump off. You know, you get the kid out of USC and you go, wow, look at the athleticism there. And you look at Isaiah Wilson, you go, oh my gosh, the power, like look at the power on display. And then with this guy, I just kind of went, all right, I can't trust him to pull. Like, he's not going to be able to pull out on the edge like you do with Dwayne Brown, where you'll pull Dwayne from one side to the rest. He can pull to the inside. He can go down on a guard or a tackle, but he's not going to be able to really do much as far as the movement because of that size. He is so big and a little bit lumbering. I wouldn't really like him at the number 1 pick in the 27th. Maybe in the second round, I'd be open to it. He's a guy probably could play some right tackle for you as well. So, we'll see. Do I think we should now bring back Michael Bennett since he wants to come back to us? I don't know on Michael Bennett, man. The culture was really a problem when Michael Bennett left. This is why Sherman went out the door. This is why Thomas kind of left, I think, too. There was really a culture problem building here where things were getting really cliquey in the locker room, and it kind of came to a head. And Bennett stood at the head of that. You heard about him reading books during coaches sessions and stuff. And it's like his heart and head wasn't really into it. With that said, if he's willing to come in on a super, super cheap deal and really buy in again and come back to a more of a humbled role, he's had some problems in recent stops. The Eagles kicked him to the curb because he kind of had some problems there. He got suspended by New England for yelling at a coach. You had the whole situation with the Cowboys last year where he's screaming his head off in the locker room, and it's supposedly he's trying to rally the troops, but to a lot of people, it sounded like he was doing his I'm going to go off thing. But with that said, again, cheap deal. Maybe I'm open to it. With Bennett, he's going to give you some production and you can move him in and out. You like that. He is a little bit reliant on jumping the snap at this point in his career for me, which I don't love. Yeah, John Robinson, you're probably right with Burke-Irvin at the will. I don't want to put him at Sam, certainly. And he, with that speed, that gives him the chance to really operate back there and move around. Yeah, no worries, Carl. No worries. Jamarco Jones looked good at guard. Yeah, John Robinson, he looked pretty good at guard as well. I think the problem with him is it's just the same reason that with right tackle, you're going to worry about him is it's just the play strength. Jamarco is really a technician at tackle. He's going to use the fundamentals to be able to get by because he doesn't have some of the natural gifts there at the position. And some of that gets a little bit exacerbated on the guard. I think what helped him in that game where he played guard against Aaron Donald was that Donald wasn't that big hulking guy, that it was more of a guy that's a little undersized. So he could kind of stay with him a little bit better. But I think his position naturally would be that you'd want to put him out at right tackle when all things are said and done. Ante. I got you, man. I'll start pronouncing it right. And I am a little behind Gears Buzz, but I am catching up. After watching a good amount of tape, Irvin seems to have been an end for Carolina and not a linebacker, as well as he didn't just clean up. No, he beats guys because he's got the speed to get around and beat you initially off the initial move. He's not a guy that has to rely on second effort. And he's never been a second effort guy. He's a twitchy. Irvin's always a twitchy, going to beat his guy quick kind of guy, or he's not going to beat him at all, or he'll get washed a lot around the back end. I mean, that's Irvin's kind of patented move at times, where if a tackle does get his set right, he'll wash him right out the back of the pocket, and Irvin's kind of done on the play. But for each of those plays, there's a lot of times where he gets his bend and he gets around. So we should throw more than we have the quarterback and wide receivers. I'm tired of running it. Yeah, I want to see us throw 2 more, TJ. I'd love to see us throw more. I don't know why they don't, especially if they bring on more pass catchers this offseason. You're going to wonder why they don't make more of that transition. Yeah, Bruce is still fast, Brennan. I think those guys that run those 4.4, I think it's a 4.45 guy back in the combine. And, usually defensive ends, you'll get in the 4.6, 4.7 range or in that pass rusher role. So, okay, he goes from 4.45 to 4.54 now at this point in his career. That's still damn fast for a defensive end. That's going to get around a lot of tackles in this league, and you can still be very effective there. You just don't want him in there as the starter all the time. You just want him as a rotational piece that you're moving along and through. Slim God Mills, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Will we cut Justin Britt? Yeah, I would foresee us cutting Justin Britt. That's what I took from the Finney signing, is that Britt's departure will be coming sooner than later, because I could see them wanting to say, we'll take Joey Hunt, we'll take Ethan Posick, and we'll take Finney that we just signed from the Steelers. Let them fight it out in training camp in the offseason, and may the best man win. You've got the uber talented guy in Posick, you got the try-hard guy in Hunt, and then you got the little bit of the in-between in Finney. So I would expect them more to go that route, on top of the fact you'd be able to go much cheaper at the position than I think it's $11 million is Britt's cap hit right now if we don't cut him. That's way too expensive. John Robinson asked, what do you know about young offensive tackle LaRaven Clark in free agency? I have not looked as much up into LaRaven Clark, John. I'm sorry. I got to look a little bit more deeper into him. I remember reading the name, but I haven't watched any tape or really looked too deeply into him. I'm sorry. Donald Trump, Ian Furness is being an a-hole right now. He's doing that, the equivalent of, what is it called when they do the thumbnails and the videos on YouTube to get you? Brain's not working well today for some reason. But I saw that tweet last night where he essentially gave everybody the indication that the Clowney signing was, he did the whole little tweeting thing people do that's all subtle that tells you, oh, we're going to sign him. He's coming along. It's happening. It's really, and then he's like, oh, and then he doesn't even say anything to the commenters. Are like, what the hell, Ian? What are you doing? What's going on? Ian's kind of a joke, man. I'm sorry, but I'm not a big fan of Furness. Oh, okay. 36 arms and was a possible 3rd-round pick projected. I love that, man. I'll look into him, John. Raven Clark, I'll definitely put him on my list and take a look at him as, 36 arms. That 36-inch arms is so long. I mean, the Seahawks want 33-inch arms as their bare minimum requirement for their offensive linemen, and there's only a few of them every year that even get over that mark. So to get up to 36 inches, I mean, those are 2 tree trunks that you've got attached to your shoulders. John Robinson, Yannick seen at SeaTac. That is great to hear, man. That is fan freaking tastic to hear. If he's in C-Tech, then the deal's happening. And it fits along with what I've been saying here, which I believe is Seattle's working out the final details of the contract with Ngakoue, where the deal parameters are set between the Jaguars and the Seahawks. And now what they're doing is just getting the final numbers to move around right in the right way they want to do it. And if Seattle's trying to do this at the same time as bringing on in Clowney, and they're doing both of the two moves, then they've got to move the numbers around just precisely right to fit in Clowney into the situation right. And that would take a little bit more finesse and a little bit more time, which is why we haven't seen the deal completely announced as being consummated yet. This is me again projecting a little bit, but that's what I think's probably happened. I drafted both Thomas, 2nd round, 10th pick, and Willis on my Madden 2020, and it has panned out very nice. I don't know how you got Andrew Thomas in the 2nd round with the 10th pick. He might go in the 10th pick in the 1st round. And Willis is not going to make it out of the teens in the 1st round, both of those two guys. But hey, that's Madden for you, man. I thought about doing a Madden video of the rebuild of the Seahawks this offseason, essentially showing like what moves I might try to make, but they're just not realistic enough in what they've got as the cap hits and all that other stuff to make it really a good simulation. It's kind of broken their franchise mode. Donald asks, problem is they can't meet with players. So what does unique being in Seattle even mean? So Donald, here's what happens with these type of trades. The Jaguars say to the Seahawks, okay, we like your deal parameters, your 1st round pick, our 2nd to you, your 2nd at the end of the 2nd round back to us. We like that. We will now give you an open window to negotiate with Yannick Ngakoue. That's what the other team then allows them to do. So my guess is the fact that it's gotten all the way in that process to Yannick is actually in Seattle here at SeaTac, then that means that the deal is done. He's not flying to Seattle to negotiate a deal that they're not going to be able to agree on the numbers on. That's been agreed to. It's just moving the numbers in the right places and getting the contract, stipulations and all those, incentives and all that other stuff put into place. But yeah, you can definitely meet with a guy if the team gives you permission, like we did last year with the Frank Clark deal. The Seahawks gave the Chiefs permission to negotiate with Frank Clark after they agreed on the parameters of the trade. Same kind of thing here. Brandon, yeah, I do remember the sack that Bruce Irvin, I think, had in that Seahawks game where he came around the end on Fetty and gave him problems. And that's why Fetty's a below average tackle in this league. He's got good power and strength, doesn't always show up in the run game. It's kind of hit or miss. And he is kind of a liability in pass protection, specifically against the speed rushers, because he just doesn't have the feet to stay with them. He's not nimble enough. And I am a little bit behind here, but I will catch up. Yeah, let me know when you hear news on that contract. I'm going to be very interested to see. Carl asks, is there anyone you studied after the last stream that just shot up the draft boards for you? Are you still feeling the same? It's a good question. I've been watching a little bit more of the later round guys. I got into the cornerbacks here over the last couple of weeks because I just did, Carl. I just did a Skype call with my buddy D-Mac, who we're going to do a video on this week. So I've been looking at the cornerbacks a little bit more. I really do like Lamar Jackson from Nebraska. If you're looking at a guy in the 5th round, 6th round area that could be picked, he's got all the size measurables that you look for in a Seattle Seahawks cornerback. He takes some plays off, but he's very physical and big. I think he would be a fit in the scheme as a developmental guy if you're looking in that range. I really do like him quite a bit. The quarters didn't blow me away in this draft, to be honest with you. They're very good and solid all the way down through, and there's guys that, you bring them in I'd like, but unfortunately I think they're going to get a little bit drafted higher than they deserve to be drafted. A guy like Cameron Dantzler, for instance, who's probably going to go in the 2nd round, or, and it's like, to me, that's the late 3rd round guy that I would be more happy with picking him into. So I feel like they're going to get overdrafted, but nobody necessarily, I went and finally saw the Mutai Natane video that everybody loves with that kid that's the freak show guard that did like 44 reps on the bench at the combine, and he's been injured a lot. I mean, there's those guys that I loved watching those guys. I mean, he'd be an awesome Hawk if he could stay healthy, but nobody yet that's really jumped through the moon on me on any of the guys that I've drafted so far. I'm not blown away by the defensive tackles in this draft. The linebackers are okay. Cornerbacks are all right. I really like the offensive line draft. The running backs are good. But after you get past the Cam Akers, I went and watched last night. I was watching Eno Benjamin. Watched a little bit of the Clyde Hare guy that everybody loves from LSU. They're all right. They're smaller guys. They're not. I'm not wowed as much as I want to be. TJ, the Jags lost almost the entire defense in only 2 seasons. Yeah, that thing went sideways for the Jacksonville Jaguars really fast. They went from Saxonville and looking like they had the next great young up-and-coming defense in the league, and then goodbye. They got some rebuilding to do there. Nathaniel asks, what about Brandon Mabane? He's a unrestricted free agent. Okay, so Mabane is not just old, he's ancient at this point. This is a guy that was drafted under the Mike Holmgren era. Like, let's not forget that as a 3rd-round pick. He has a torn bicep since he left Seattle. He was pretty good for the Chargers overall. You bring him in as a hopeful run stuffer, but how much does he have left? I mean, and then what is he going to want? Do I want to pay him 1 year, $3 million for him? Or would I rather bring back Al Woods for that same price? Probably would rather go for Al Woods. I feel like Brandon should probably retire at this point. Yeah, Dustin, it's crazy that the Jaguars lost what they did. I will say this, though. If they get a 1st-round pick essentially for Yannick, they got 2 1st-round picks for Jalen. They got, I think, a 4th today for Foles. Telvin Smith just retired on him in the middle of the night, so they couldn't really do anything in that situation, but they've at least gotten some value back for the losses that they had. They can retool here. They are in a position to do so. John Robinson, I saw him struggle against speed rushers at right tackle. Which guy is that, John? Do you think, Carl Neary asked, do you think Arizona, San Francisco, and LA all get a receiver in the draft? And how comfortable do you feel about our DBs right now? Do I feel like they're going to get? No, I don't think AZ is going to go for a receiver. They're set at receiver now. They drafted Danny Isabella and Hakeem Butler last year. That fills them out with what they have with Christian Kirk and Fitzgerald and Nuk now. They're going to be fine. San Francisco is definitely an option at 13. You could see a guy like CeeDee Lamb going to San Francisco at 13 if they don't move off of that pick. So I absolutely think San Francisco is in the realm for a wide receiver. The Rams, they still got Brandon Cooks there. Cooper Kupp's still there. I think Robert Woods is still there. I think he's maybe going to be cut, but they still got a lot there and a couple tight ends. They've got other problems I think that they're going to have to deal with. And don't forget with the Rams, they don't have a 1st-round pick. I think they're missing a couple of their picks. So they're going to have to really, hammer in those needs. They're not going to be able to be like, let's get another pass catcher. So no, I think only San Francisco is the one that could potentially go after a wide receiver in this draft. I still feel comfortable with our corner situation because in my opinion, it doesn't change the scheme problems, which are the real issue. A guy like DeAndre Hopkins is going to eat up intermediate routes all day long. That's because of the scheme with Seattle. That's not because Trey Flowers isn't a good enough cover corner. We'll see if I'm proven wrong on that, but that's where the issue lies. Dustin says they're all desperate to get out of Jacksonville. Yeah, everybody's jumped. That ship is sinking, and folks are diving headfirst off into shark-infested waters if they have to. Yeah, Brendan Bruce can be fine in the run game, but it's only if you got him at the Sam linebacker role, essentially over the top, heads up on the tight end. I don't want him as a defensive end down lineman in the run game because he will be attacked. Teams will go after him. He's not Shaquem Griffin bad in that respect, but he's still it's a liability. You've got to protect Bruce a little bit and where you put him. You want to throw off play action or like out of shotgun? I think I want to do both. Yeah, play action helps out the offensive line. That's for certain. Shotgun, though, can help the quarterback in making his reads easier. Shotgun can help a quarterback like Russell. Russell sometimes struggles in his pre-snap recognition of blitzes. And getting him down on the top of the center and over the top of the ball, doesn't always help him see all that stuff. When you're in shotgun, you can see everybody coming, the corner blitzes, all that stuff. It's a little easier to recognize. It lends itself a little bit better to being able to pass a little easier. But with that said, I like both. I think I got room for both in my offense. Yeah, Roxanne, thank you. Ian is clickbait. Thank you for that. That was the word I was looking for. And welcome, Roxanne. He's clickbaiting the hell out of us. And that's a cheap way to drive yourself some Twitter followers, might I say. Like, Jadeveon, ? Big eye emoji, big eye emoji. Jadeveon, come on, Ian. Is he coming or not? Stop it. Will I tell Seahawks stories during the apocalypse? I'm going to be telling Seahawks stories. I'm going to be like those guys on the Titanic that were still playing their instruments as the Titanic was going down. Like literally as their feet or water is going up over their feet and they're still playing their violin. That's going to be me. While we're all sitting here coughing and barely able to breathe, you'll have me on live stream talking to you about the potential of our slot cornerback next season. Slim God Mills asks, while we have Wilson, Disley, and Olsen Hollister, how's that going to work? Well, they went into last season, Slim God, with having 4 tight ends as well at that time. Don't forget that. They made that trade for Hollister when they already still had the 3 tight ends kind of on the roster, I feel like. They understand they're going to lose one of those guys. And you got 2 guys in Olsen and in Disley that are going to be injury prone. I would foresee them keeping 4 tight ends on the roster at least through training camp next year. They might go down to 3 once the season clicks and hits in, but I think they don't want to get into a situation like last year where you're down to basically 1 tight end in a lot of the football games you were playing. Yeah, Bruce Irvin's get off is legit. It's very legit. He's still got first step quickness and he's got speed. And those are 2 things that, as I was saying, this Seahawks team needs to get back to getting faster. There were too many times last year where we looked slow at times, where the guys were kind of plodding. We just didn't look as quick and dynamic as we had looked in the past, especially as I'm doing these great Seahawks moment videos and I'm looking back at the 2012 and 2013 film and watching how fast those defenses were. And then up against this defense, it's a stark difference. Bruce will give you an upgrade in that situation. I love bringing him in for just that reason alone, but very effective signing, great signing, just what I wanted to see. TJ, yeah, that's the projected trade is that we get Yannick Ngakoue, we give up our first round pick. We get there, I think it's the 10th or 14th overall in the second round. We give up our second rounder then at the end of the second round that we got from the Kansas City Chiefs. Not bad value. It's fair. It's a win-win for both teams in that trade. You know, you're not fleecing them like you did with the Clowney trade, but it's okay. It's not horrible. You still have the 2 second round picks at that point. I think Bruce Irvin was injured at the start of the season last year, Brendan. That's why he wasn't in week 1 through 4. I think he wasn't out on the field for that reason. John Robinson, Jamarco Jones. Jamarco Jones. Yeah. He's got, so John, if you watch his tape, his foot placement's always right. He's putting his hand in the right spot. It's just the play strength stuff. He's going to get overwhelmed by the powerful guys, and the super uber quick guys are going to give him some issues too. He's enough of a smart guy that he's not going to get overset or just get demolished. But again, you're hoping maybe you can get him into a league average place. Get me to a league average spot at right tackle with Jamarco Jones, and that's just fine. He's on a rookie cheap deal, paying him $500,000. You've got to fill your team out in certain places with those type of players with the way the salary cap is aligned. You got $200 million to spend. There's got to be cheap guys in some places. Nathaniel Bark says Mabane wouldn't get suspended. At least that's true. He wouldn't get suspended. Dustin 3 says, speaking of eye emojis, did you see Quandre Diggs' Twitter do that yesterday? I'm feeling a Slay trade coming. I did not see Quandre Diggs doing that. There would be few moves the Seahawks could make this offseason that would shock me more than by trading for Darius Slay. This is a guy going into his 30, who's going to be 30 years old next year. You're going to have to pay him upwards of $17, $18 million per because he wants to break the bank on the corner market and be the top paid corner out there. I don't know that he's earned the right to be paid like that. I think the hype surrounding him doesn't fit with what I see on film. And as well, this is a guy that's best suited to be in a man-on-man scheme, which the Seahawks, let me say this one more time, do not run a man-on-man scheme. This is a zone-based read and react scheme that the Seahawks run. Everything from how they ask their defensive linemen to block to what they ask their secondary players to do. So bringing in a guy whose biggest strength that he brings to the game is that he's man-on-man and he's very sticky in coverage is not going to be taken advantage of as well as you need to have it taken advantage of to bring him here. Just my take on it. The Rams just paid $30 million on a 3-year deal for Whitworth. Where are these guys getting their money? I keep hearing that the Niners and the Rams don't have any money, but they keep spending it. The Niners go out and re-sign Armstead and re-sign Jimmie Ward. And then you look at, you're telling me here that Rams just got 3 years, $30 million on Whitworth, and they just signed somebody else. Yeah, Roquan Davis from the Bears. Where are they getting this money? They still have to sign Jalen Ramsey to a deal. I don't understand. Yeah, Nathaniel, Rams are getting desperate. They are going. They're going to have to be in a full rebuild mode within 2 years with the way that they've done this, because they've costed themselves draft capital over the last couple of years by trading for guys, and now they're just maxing out their salary cap. Say nothing of the fact that the Goff deal's hitting. The Aaron Donald deal is fully in bloom on their cap right now. I mean, it's fully in that $22, $23 million range. I don't know how they're pulling that off. Yeah, Bill O'Brien's an idiot. Bill O'Brien with that deal that he made, I don't know why they've given him so much power there. And I don't know why you would ever anymore give a coach a general manager role. It's proven over and over again that it fails time and again. It's too much for the coach to handle. He doesn't do either job very well. We saw it with Mike Holmgren here in Seattle. It's just not a great fit for coaches to do that. On top of it, creates problems. Like you heard today where it broke that Bill O'Brien, the last conversation he had with Hopkins, he said, the last time I had this type of conversation, it was with Aaron Hernandez. So he just tried to tell Hopkins to his face that he's a lot like Aaron Hernandez. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing, O'Brien? Yeah, John Robinson, I agree with you. There's no way, shape, or form I can see them trading for Slay under any circumstance. It doesn't play out, man. It just doesn't play. It doesn't play. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, because if he comes here, he's not going to be paid here. If you're bringing Slay here, you're going to pay him at $10 million per. Maybe that's as high as you're willing to go, and he wants to be paid at 18. That's a wide gap. That's a wide gap to try to bridge between the two. And that's for that reason. It just doesn't make any sense. As well, it's if you're going to spend 17, 18 million, I asked you guys in the chat there, if you're going to be spending 17, 18 million dollars on this team, do you want it on a defensive end? Like, Yannick Ngakoue, or do you want it on Darius Slay? Who's going to have more of an effect on the other? Does the cover corner, who's good at covering for 5 seconds, but then is going to be exposed after 7 seconds, benefit from the defensive line that can't get any pass rush in that 7 seconds? Or does the guy that can cover for the 5 seconds benefit from the defensive end that can get there within 3-4 seconds and get the quarterback off the spot and throw off the timing? To me, one affects the other doesn't affect that. It doesn't go down the other way, but that's just that's my take on it. I don't think a corner helps out your defensive ends. Defensive ends do help out your corners. Yeah, the Browns went hard. The Browns are in a position to do some interesting things though too. They're going to hold on to Odell, Jarvis. They've got David Njoku there. They just signed Austin Hooper to the top of the market. They may have the best collection of skill players that you're throwing to, and add in the fact that you still have Chubb, you still have Kareem Hunt there. They bring in Conklin at right tackle. They're in a position to draft one of these top left tackles in the draft. It's kind of coming along now for them. Their defense needs some help, big time help. But even on that side, you've got, they've got that great young pass rusher there. They've got Denzel Ward had a great season for them. They're coming along. Carl Neary says, I would take Trufant over Slay 10 times out of 10. Yeah, I think you're probably getting a very similar player at this point in both of their careers. The one thing I've been interested to find out with Trufant is he is 6 foot, but to me, he's a lot like his brother, and he was very quick and sudden. A guy who I've wondered about his fit at slot cornerback. He's always a guy that on the next level is played outside. That's where Atlanta's kept him. But I have wondered if you could maybe push him into the inside. And I think with him, he's not going to cost necessarily as much. A guy like Trufant, you've got to figure is going to maybe be in that more of that $7-8 million per range. He would be an interesting guy to take a look at. And I would be, if Seattle could foresee him fitting into that slot role, then I would certainly be open to that. Donald Trump says this is in regards to my reasoning that defensive ends help cornerback. Donald Trump says, well, exactly. Why our pass rush was just as responsible as the LLB for our success, if not more. Yeah, it was a big helping factor, Donald. I think the other thing too with it though, you have to factor in is that because your front four got that pass rush, you didn't have to blitz. So that secondary also tended to get that extra man or two that was back in the zones and was squeezing those zone down even tighter to go along with the pass rushers who were also able to quickly get to the quarterback without needing 9-10 seconds to do anything. So I think they both did work together, but it is the thing I go back to where You look at the Niners this last year, they go to the wide nine. They were running Seattle's scheme prior of the 4-3 They go to the wide nine, which widens out the defensive ends a little bit, lets them just kind of get more into a hunting phase as far as their pass rush goes. And now a guy like, Richard Sherman, who has lost a step or two, and a guy like Achilles Witherspoon, who is a little bit of a liability out there, they're protected a little bit. They are. I mean, what Sherman in his ability to be effective this past season had a lot to do with that pass rush, not to do with the fact that Richard just suddenly had some career reinvigoration where it's like, oh, a year removed from my Achilles, I'm suddenly back to being fast again. No, as you saw in the playoffs when he actually had to go up against some real top-level wide receivers, he was going to get burnt, but he was protected, and that's the key to it. He was protected throughout the season for that. Ante asks, should we get Evan Weaver, a linebacker from California, who's a Washington State kid? I have not looked as deeply at the linebackers in this draft, Ante, kind of for the reason that I haven't looked as deeply at the safety position. I don't know that Seattle's going to be leaning as much to that as far as a draft, so I'm going to concentrate more in the areas of where I think they're going to target, i.e. offensive line, wide receiver, defensive line, potentially even cornerback. Has been more of where I've tried to kind of keep my attention onto it. I only have so much time in my day, so I've got to pick where I pick and who I pick to scout. Dustin 3 says, I agree, pass rush helps defensive backs. That's why I think Flowers will be fine. Yeah, I think Flowers, and I've said that everyone out there already knows this, I think Trey Flowers and some of the critiques of him have been highly overstated. I think last year we had one of the worst pass rushes in the entire NFL. Like, let that sink in for a second. That's going to put your corners in really tough positions. And while it's great that Griffin took the next step forward, he's also a year ahead of Flowers in his development. And if you look at year 2 with Griffin, he was horseshit then too. So if you're willing to give Griffin an extra year, then you damn well sure better be willing to give Flowers an extra year, in my opinion. Yeah, I think we can be great with an average secondary. Nathaniel Park says we have an average but young secondary and Clowney on the D-line. I think this defense is not built around needing a secondary to be lockdown guys. It's built around having really good linebackers who can cover sideline to sideline, and then a front four that can all get after the quarterback. No weak links. No just a guy. No just jags along that defensive line like we had last year with your Brandon Jackson types getting a ton of snaps, way more than they ever should have. So if we trade for Yannick, when we have a day 1 pick, how do you feel about so if we do trade for Yannick and won't have a day 1 pick, how do I feel about how do you feel about getting Clowney too? I've said from the start, I'm not going to feel great about Yannick and no Clowney. I want to see both of those two players move the money around however you have to do it, kick the can down the road. Yes, put yourself in salary cap peril a year, 2, 3 years down the line. I think now is the time that you've got to go for it. There's a lot of people out there that want to say, no, we got to stay patient. You can't go for it. Look, who's ever gone for it and had that work out for them? And I go, you got to look at it as a developing situation. The modern NFL era has changed. And what was a rule in 1999, what was a rule in 2005 is not a rule today. So over the last 10 years, there's actually been 2 teams that have bought themselves a championship in the NFL. So that whole thing of saying you can't buy yourself doing it, the Denver Broncos went out and bought themselves a defense. TJ Ward, DeMarcus Ware, they filled out that defense, and it was those moves. I think they made 2 or 3 other moves that year that allowed them to cement their defense, and that defense carried them to a championship. It wasn't Peyton Manning at the end of his career. It wasn't Brock Osweiler. It was their defense. And then what did we see last year? Frank Clark in Kansas City. They go out and make that deal for him, $23.5 million, while they've got their rookie on his rookie contract. But in addition to that, they moved Frank Clark's first-year impact down to $6.5 million so that they could then go get Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger. Mathieu cemented back the secondary. They went for it. They went for it, and they sacrificed potentially going down the road to do it because that Frank Clark hit this year because it was only $6.5 million last year. It's going to be up near $30 million here. You're going to have to pay that piper at some point, but they were willing to do it because Andy Reid was going to go for it. That's what I want to see Seattle do here. Go for it. Go for it. Move the money around. Russell's only going to be in his prime for so long. It's going to start going down, especially guys reliant upon mobility. You will start to see a lesser player out there at the quarterback position. Yeah, Don, you make a good point. Most of the players on the 2012, 2013 seasons were young and cheap, like San Francisco this year. Now we have to rely on a few vets every year because the draft hasn't been as strong since 2012. 100%. You miss on Malik McDowell. You miss on LJ Collier. Rasheem Green's going to take 3-4 years to get to where he really needs to get to in his development. That's hurt. No two ways around it. That's hurt. And that any way you slice it, I would argue that I'm better anyway, though, to be honest with you, with going with pass rushers in free agency and trades, because I think pass rushers take longer to develop in general. I don't think that they tend to just come out the box giving you 10 sack seasons. It tends to take the 1, 2, 3, 4 years to finally get their arsenal fully unleashed. So I don't mind it necessarily being this way, but your point is not wrong. They've not drafted as well, especially at that position recently. Did I hear that AB has the coronavirus? Are you sure that he's not just doing that to generate Instagram followers? It may be. At this point, anything can improve his behavior. Yeah, the cats, the sun shines out, so the cats are down right now laying out in the sun, but I'll bring them up here and let them say hi in a second. Ante, Trey Flowers gave 10 penalties this past year. Yeah, Ante, and this is something the chat's probably tired of hearing me say with this. Trey Flowers is not a finished product, but let's look at this through the lens of the fact that this is a guy last year playing his second year at cornerback. Second year, not at the NFL level, second year ever. In college, he was a safety. They moved him to corner. They thrust him into the fire. And while he did have some warts to his game last year, he played pretty solidly. He had 3 interceptions. Do you guys know how many interceptions Shaquille Griffin has in his career in 3 years? 3 interceptions. The guy's got some upside here. He's also a pretty good tackler. He's got a little bit of Peanut Tillman into him and his ability to force fumbles. Give him some more time to development. Trust me on this, guys. Give Flowers some more time to develop, and it will pay off. I'm not predicting Pro Bowler, but a guy that could become like a Brandon Browner type, maybe. Yep, Bruce Irvin played safety. Irvin had a safety versus the Niners. That's cool. I'm going to be watching a lot of Irvin's tape on not just this last year, but the years prior to that too. I want to see how he's looking. But what I remember seeing in that Carolina game was that he still did look quick. He still had an ability to bend. All those things should still be able to give you sacks in the NFL into that 7-8 range. You might not be the 15 sack a year guy, but you can still get into that solid level, high pressure rate, all that stuff. Yeah, everybody out there, wash your hands 12. Stay safe. It's getting weird. I'm sure, Don, that AB's probably announced it on his Instagram, Twitter, and every other place he can possibly tell everybody. I asked you earlier, but you think it got missed. Were you able to look at Devin Durnay from Texas? He ran a 4.4 in his first run and a 4.39 in his second. Devin Durnay is a great player. I think, James, it's an obvious in me telling you that he looks a lot like Doug Baldwin. Better than Doug, though, in the respect of the after the catch stuff. Yes, I did go and take a look at him. The thing that does jump out to me is that he had the most bubble screens in all of college football last year. That's a telling stat a little bit. I wonder, when he look on tape, I don't know if he looks like a 4.4 guy on tape. He does look more like a 4.5-ish plus guy. With that said, his hands are great. His after the catch ability is spectacular. You can't argue with that in that spec. He might be one of the, I know CeeDee Lamb gets hailed as the best after the catch guy in this draft, but this guy very well may be that guy. Do I like him in the second round? That's the part with him, right? That's the fly in the ointment here. Is Devin Durnay, do I want to pick him with one of those 2 second-round picks at the end of the second round? And I don't want to pick him there. I'd rather have him more in the end of the third, maybe even the fourth, which I don't think he's going to last that long. But he's a very good player. I feel like a team's going to target him like, not the Cardinals, but a team running a scheme like that wants to run a lot of bubble screens, because he's a guy that you're going to want to get him his hands on the ball 5-6 times a game and let him just roll. But he's going to be a good player at the next level, very effective. I don't see star level talent in him, but okay. NVM, it's fake. What's fake? What's up, Emmett Brown? Welcome to the DMAC. So guys, DMAC is the guy I was telling you guys about. He just showed up to chat. We just did a Skype call this last week covering the cornerbacks in this draft. So be on the lookout for that video this week. I'm putting the final touches onto it. Just me and him going through the top 10, some of our sleepers and whatnot. DMAC wants to see us draft Antonio Winfield Jr. That's one of his favorite players for us in this draft. What's up, Emmett? Yeah, free agency's been a bit quiet. It's definitely been just a hairpin current, but I think it's only quiet because there's moves happening that haven't been announced. I'm going to rely on that being the situation, and not because the Hawks are just sitting on their hands, but because there is certainly they're certainly just getting working out the last of the details, the last of the specifics of the details. Yeah, damn it, we did get Bruce Irvin back. Reed's resigned. The Finney deal's a solid deal. I got no issues with that. Tune in, DMAC. I got them hyped up. I hope they're ready for this. I'm gonna put some tape in there. I'm getting the tape on these guys as we're talking about them, kind of breaking down some of what they do good and bad. So I hope everybody's gonna get hyped for that. We had an awesome little chat on it. But yeah, Emmett, we're doing good here. We got Bruce Irvin signed. That's a solid signing. Finney's gonna be all right for us. That's a potential starter for you at left guard for $4 million per. I got no issues so far. Like I said, with free agency, I'm going to be patient until I see something that tells me that they're just chilling out. I think you're thinking of his father, James. His father was 5'8". Antoine Winfield's, I think, 5'11". DMAC, he's 5'11", right? 5'10 and a half, 5'11". But it was his father. I think, James, you're confusing him with his dad, Antoine Winfield, who was a 5'8" corner and actually the best all-time tackling cornerback in the NFL at 5'8", if you can imagine it. But Brendan Eichrick, I probably mispronounced that. Sorry, Brendan. But he hit the nail on the head. This is Earl Thomas 2.0. More size, better tackler, not as fast, maybe almost as quick. But the instincts, the willingness to just lay people out all over the football field. You could put him at slot corner. You could put free safety, strong safety, either one. Just a great player. Yeah, DMAC is my defensive back source. This guy's you guys are gonna like it. And again, won a national title in junior college, played with guys like, Terrence Cody, played for the Baltimore Ravens, Tremaine Brock, who we all know was a longtime cornerback for the 49ers. So DMAC knows what he's talking about, man. Carl Neri says Bruce Irvin said he's happy to be going back to 12s. Love it too, man. You had to feel like that was what he was drawn to want to come back here. You always felt like he loved his time here. So that was a lot of him wanting to be here as much as the Seahawks wanting him. Emmett asked, I know if Finney is playing left guard, right guard, or center? I would imagine that Finney is eventually going to compete actually for the center position. I think they're going to probably cut Britt, and he'll compete with Joey Hunt and Ethan Posick at that place. They would be willing, I think, to spot start him out at left guard, but they're probably hoping Phil Haynes takes his step in the development, or Jordan Simmons comes back and does something. Yep. So he's 5'10". He's a little bit bigger than his dad was. And size isn't an issue for him. He plays bigger. He plays bigger than 5'10". Sweet Donald. No worries there, man. Thank you for hanging in on the chat. I appreciate it. No, Finney was a free agent. There was no second round tender put on him. If Seahawks give up a second rounder for Finney, I'm going to be pissed. There's no way that went down. Yeah, DMAC, tell him what you like about Reggie Robinson, man. James Glenn mentioned Reggie Robinson as a sleeper for the Seahawks, and my light bulb went on because that was one of the guys that we had talked about in our chat, and one of your sleeper guys, along with I think it was AJ Green and Reggie Robinson, were two of your sleeper guys that you were looking at for the Hawks in that 5th, 6th round range. Yeah, Emmett, I'm still really excited for Ethan Posick. I think he's been given the short shiv by the Seahawks organization a little bit. It's a guy that, he was a center at LSU. He was a pure center at LSU, one of the best centers in college football. And then you've moved him over to guard from the moment that you've had him walk in the door. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me why you would ask, why wouldn't you have the guy play to what you drafted him to be? I get, for the first year, you already have a starter there, so you're going to move him around. But you get into year 2, 3, 4, come on, get him to his natural position and let him work. And I think Postic could be a damn fine player there. Yeah, we probably don't take Baidez at this point, which is unfortunate because I watched a lot of tape on Baidez. And if you want to wonder why Jonathan Taylor put up the season he did and why Jonathan Taylor was so effective between those guards, because that's where Taylor did a lot of his work this season. It was not outside on those tackles. He basically ran inside zone nearly every play, and it had a lot to do with that tackle there for Wisconsin. Or that center for Wisconsin. He is a road grader as a center. He can block in one-on-one, and he's going to push people. He gets down to the second level on linebackers very easily. He would have been a great player for the Hawks at center. But I think you are correct. This is an indicator that they are not going to be looking at center in this draft. Or if they are, then you're looking at maybe Nick Harris in the 4th, 5th round, the guy in that range. You're not going to be picking in the first, second, third round. Okay, never mind. They placed a second round on him in March 2000. I was going to cry. Yeah, okay. So yeah, they can't do it back-to-back years like that. So they used up all they could. And this is a key thing, Carl, with Finney to look at his hire, because you look at the salary, you go, okay, 4 years, $8 million. He's just he's just a guy. They're just bringing in a rotational guy. But you see the Steeler fans as upset as they are about losing him. You see the Steelers last year willing to put the second round tender on him, and now they couldn't do it back-to-back years on it. You can't pull that. It's not like the franchise tag. You can just keep tendering guys. You get one shot to do that. So it does say a lot about how they valued him and how they looked at him, that they were so unwilling to let him be pried from their grip. Yeah, I don't see Postic as a guard either. Postic to me is a guy that, he finally did okay this year at guard before he got injured, but I want to see him at center. And just because a guy's a center doesn't make him a good guard. And just because a guy's a good guard doesn't make him a good center. Like, they're different positions, different skill sets, different abilities. The thing I really like about Postic is that, he's an average size guard, but you put him over there at center and he's actually a pretty big center. Your line gets a lot bigger with him over there as opposed to certainly Hunt or even Britt. He might be the same size as Britt, actually. I feel like he's a little bit bigger. Seahawks signed Brandon Shell. I don't recognize that. I don't want us to be pigeonholed into having to take a certain position in the first round. I agree with you, James. We'd all love it to be that way, but I got to be honest with you. I don't feel like the Seahawks front office drafts that way in the first round. Do you? Let's look at the first round drafts that they've had. And obviously they've traded away a few of them in the Jimmy Graham, Percy Harvin trade. But let's take a guy like LJ Collier last year. 17th defensive lineman or pass rusher basically taken in the first round by the time they picked him. Looks like a complete reach then, looks like a complete reach now, right? A guy like Jermaine Ifedi that you picked at the end of the first round at that time. You desperately needed some right tackle help. You were really lean there. You needed it. You kind of stretched to that point. A lot of people thought him as more of a mid-second round guy. You did kind of lean up to go get that. They've shown more of a willingness in the past. Now in the later rounds, it's different. They'll pick for value at that point, but it seems like in the first round, they tend to kind of target guys for need as opposed to the best position player available. But I agree with you. I wish they would go with just the best player available because they've lost out on guys over the years by not having that mentality with it. Lost out on some really good players. Oh, here we go. Thank you, D-Mac. Thought we lost you from the chat. So D-Mac says Reggie is the prototypical Hawk defensive back. He doesn't want to spill the beans. He's keeping some of the details in from what we talked about. But he's got all the metrics you want from a speed, size standpoint. Really does look like a dog player out there, good tackler. And I was watching some tape on him here today before the stream, and he looks like a good player. But yeah, that'll be out here hopefully by Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll have that video out to you guys. That's what I'm shooting for. Yeah, I don't know much on Brandon Shell, guys. I'm going to have to look up on him. I'm going to guess that was a cheap signing and just a signing like I was telling you guys, we're going to have to get a couple tackles in this draft, not just one. You need two because you lost Fant, who was your swing tackle prior. So you need not only the starter at right tackle, you need that swing guy, especially with Dwayne Brown getting older and probably going to get injured once again. So you do need something. But I don't know much on Brandon Shell. I'll have to look into him as a player and see what we're looking at. 6'6", 324, so he's a big dude. Looks like he's probably a pure right tackle then at that point. 2 years, $11 million. Okay. I mean, okay. They're projecting him at that point as being a starter. And if, James, you're just asking for Seattle to not draft for need and bringing in a guy like this at right tackle now, get you the position of, if you're in the end of that you're into the end of that first round and you got a guy that you like better as a defensive end or something else, you can go in that other way then, I guess. That is a little bit, 2 years, $11 million. I got to see the first year cap hit on that, but that is a little bit more than I would have liked to have seen. Jag, yeah, just another guy probably. He's probably the swing tackle I was talking about is what they've done with that. They've got the guy that they feel is going to be a swing tackle and they can move him around on either side. So they're going that route with it. But I got to look into him. I don't know anything on that guy. On Ben, how is still that left viable? Okay, so minus Yannick Ngakoue and Clowney, Bruce, and Bennett, how is he still left? That I don't know what you said there, Carl. You got to rephrase that. I can't make out what you're saying there. Yeah, I mean, he was great for LSU in that respect. I remember watching the tape on Ethan Posick at LSU as a center and really being blown away. He looked like a pure center, and I remember worrying at the time because the Seahawks has shown a prevalence of doing this where Tom Cable just wanted to move his linemen all over the offensive line for whatever reason. He loved versatility, I guess. The problem is none of them ever got to really learn their position because they're being moved all over the place. And he's fallen into that trap a bit where it's just like, let him go at center, man. You drafted him in the second round. Let him go at center. Britt is on his third position. You tried to bring at tackle, didn't work. Tried him at guard, didn't work. So then you finally throw him here at center, and he's like just a little bit below league average at center, and you pay him through the roof. Stop doing that. Don't do that anymore. Go for the upside guy. You still got Hunt on the cheap deal. You brought in Finney. If they don't cut Britt, I'm going to have some problems. But I would almost guarantee with this signing of Shell that's Britt's out the door. They're saying Shell is awful. Well, I'm going to have to see why. I'm not seeing any tape on him, so we'll have to see on that. Nathaniel Parks asked, what are the odds the Hawks trade down in the first round? Probably 90%, considering I think, every year they trade down in the first round? Probably 95%. But do they trade out of the first round? They like to get into that 31, 32 range, so they got the fifth-year option on the player if they take a guy in the first round, which you don't get once you get into the second, third round. So, we'll see. I don't know that the Brandon Shell signing, guys, is really looked at as them signing a starter. They could be looking at him as a guy who could play both left and right tackle for them in that swing role of George Fant. And if we're looking at it through that lens, it's a guy that's going to be on the field here and there under an ideal circumstance by just a little bit. I don't see him out there as a guy that you're hoping is a complete upgrade at right tackle over a Fetty, or that they're looking at as a starter at right tackle. I would hope they're not looking at it from that standpoint. Yeah, Griffin wouldn't be a bad solution. James, we've been told on the chat here that it's been said that Yannick Ngakoue is in SeaTac Airport. He's currently there right now at SeaTac in Seattle. So if that's the case, and we are hearing those reports, unless somebody's just lying, it does look like Yannick's going to be the first domino. And then now it's a matter of Yannick and Clowney or Yannick and Griffin. That's more of the question now at this point. Because I think that Griffin is probably the backup to Clowney if Clowney walks. Yeah, Brendan, I think you've hit a nail on the head on a certain respect here. So Brendan says, Brendan Shell had a Pro Football Focus grade of 63.4 last year, and that is in comparison to Jermaine Ifedi's 56. And that's part of my point here with us looking at our offensive line. You guys have to understand that Dwayne Brown is the only guy on our offensive line who's been rated over 80 by Pro Football Focus over the last 3 years. The only guy. We have seen some real poor offensive line play here, even as we're being told by the narrative that they've improved and they've gotten so much better and blah, 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 blah. Yada. Stop all that noise. They've been crap. So bringing in a guy that another team might say, oh, he ain't anything. Well, you got to understand, we've been dealing with complete crap over here, garbage. And again, the number one thing you say about Ifedi, the only number one thing you can say, because Pro Football Focus hates him. If you have the eye test and you watch him, he doesn't look like a good player. The only thing you can really say good about him is he's durable. That's just not enough for me as a player to go, ooh, that's going to get me excited. Thanks for dropping back in, Don. I think he, again, even if he gives you what you got from Ifedi, Ifedi's going to go get paid $12, $13 million a year. You're paying $5.5 million at that point for the same thing that you were getting from Ifedi. If you're just getting Ifedi's level of play, just right across the board. So we've got to look at it through that lens, not necessarily through the lens of this guy being a Pro Bowler or some next level right tackle in this league. All right. And so Brendan Eichrick on Jadeveon Clowney, according to ESPN, he wants approximately $20 million per season, and interested teams aren't going to that number as of now. Okay, so that falls in line with what my theory was in this situation, which is that he's got Seattle's offer on the table, which is probably in that 18, 19, $20 million range. He wants to be up higher than that, but he's waiting to see if a team's going to kick loose some rocks and then allow him to be able to jump in at the last minute and pick him up at that point. He has nothing to lose by waiting because he knows the Seattle offer is probably going to remain on the table, at least for the foreseeable future. So why not see if there's something else that kind of happens wild and woolly here in free agency? Because it can happen. Teams can kind of suddenly come out of nowhere to go grab this guy. So it's still not 100% he's coming to Seattle, but if we're going to do a percentage here on Clowney coming back to Seattle, I put it at about 75% right now. And I am a little behind the questions, but I will catch up. I promise you on that. And I think I got behind on you guys here a little bit. So Emmett Brown says, if we could get Isaiah Wilson or Logan Stenberg, I'd be happy, protect our franchise. It'd be great to do that. I love Stenberg too, as James Glenn said. Stenberg's awesome, nasty, finisher, big, powerful. He's got all the size Seattle likes from that position. He's essentially Mike Iupati, is essentially what you'd be kind of getting in that player. Some pass protection issues, but what he gives you in the run game, a lot like Isaiah Wilson, they're very similar players. They're going to move people off the line, which because you've kept this offense the same way, you haven't changed it, you still want to run the ball as much as you do. You need to bring players in to do that. Having in guys that are just jags at offensive line, they're not going to week in and week out move guys off the offensive line. It's not happening. You've got to bring in the talent to be able to accomplish that. Shell had a 63 Pro Football Focus grade the last 3 years, which would be third on the, yeah. So Brendan, there you go. The offensive line for the Seahawks team is that bad, where you guys, other teams are going, Shell's been, Jet fans go, oh, Shell's been horrible for us. He's been awful for us. But this guy would be the third best rated offensive lineman for Seattle. And that just tells you how bad our offensive line has been over the last few years. I just saw 710 posted a pic of Big Mac. I forgot they used to buy Bruce Big Macs. That's right. Danny O'Neill used to buy Bruce Big Macs to get interviews with him. So I don't really love that our reporters are buying fast food for our highly tuned athletes, but it's a nice story. Yeah, Everson Griffin still got some football ahead of him. Ideally, I like the Yannick and Clowney ahead of Griffin because you're getting younger players at that point who've got a little bit more tread on their tires. And probably a little bit more dynamic, but as a secondary option, Everson Griffin's not bad at all. Yeah, I think Braden Dixon are going to be gone. They will eventually be out the door. This is just Seattle's waiting. So Jets fans are saying that Shell is trash. Non-Jet fans are saying he's inconsistent and has his good moments, but also has his bad moments. Overall better than Ifedi. And that's what I come down to on this. Maybe you're getting a similar player to Ifedi because that reads out a lot like we could say just about Jermaine, right? Is that he gives you some good, gives you some bad, but then you got the crazy penalties. Maybe you're getting almost exactly the same type of player in Ifedi, but without all of the penalties. Therefore, it is at least a moderate upgrade. It's not going to light the world on fire. It's not going to get everybody dancing in the streets, but it is an upgrade. James Gunn says, I'm not sure if we'll have the cap space for Everson Griffin. Well, if we sign both Yannick and Clowney, no, you won't. If you sign Yannick, yes, you will then still have the money to go get Griffin. Yes, you would. Because again, he's an older player, so he's not going to be in the place of like 4-year, $60 million deal. You're going to get him probably in around the $8 or $9 million a year per range, I would think. I might be wrong on that, but that's where I would probably place it. Now, KJ Wright's deal needs to be renegotiated, Emmett. 100% agree with you there. I'm not paying. He's $8.6 million per, I think, this year is what his deal costs, right around near $9 million. No is my answer on that. Nathaniel, I think the one thing you can take from this signing of Shell is that you are not in any way, shape, or form going to see Ifedi re-signed at this point. They're not going to spend the money that they just spent of $11 million, even though it's only $5.5 million per. You're not going to spend $13 million per on Ifedi and then pay $5.5 million per to this guy, while at the same time you're also paying $12 million per to Dwayne Brown. That's way too much money to be thrown out on the offensive line, in my opinion. Don makes a great point. Russell Wilson has never had an offensive line ranked over 18th. That's a really big time stat to bring up because we know quarterbacks are that much better when they have that much better of an offensive line blocking for them. It's not a crazy statement to say that. I'm not going out on some limb to say that. It's pretty widely accepted. Yeah, we've seen here year in and year out, we just are unwilling to give them that upper level offensive line. They don't put the value into it that they should be putting into it. And you've seen them to try to do this by going out and getting these older veteran guys that are injury prone and trying to reclimate them. And it hasn't really worked. At the end of the day, you've got to bring in the talent and upgrade the situation. And again, it's a thing that pays off on a multitude of ways. Not only is your offense more efficient, more effective, more explosive, but Russell also gets to elongate his career because he's going to be that much healthier by taking that less amount of blows. Look at the Saints. The Saints really went out with that offensive line and Andrews Pete and Armstead, and they really went in and built up the interior there. They've always given him a great offensive line. That's part of the reason that Breeze has still been able to continue to play till he's 40. Same thing's true with Tom Brady. But if you expect you're going to get the knock crap kicked out of Russell Wilson week in and week out for year in and year out as we get into his 11th year in the league next year, those blows are going to add up. He is going to get injured. Now is the time to protect him. So Brendan says, per Ian Rappaport, Seattle Seahawks are starting free safeties. You got to put that starting free safety in quotation marks, Brendan. Starting free safety Tedrick Thompson has been given permission to seek a trade, says the source. Yeah, if I can get a 7th-round pick for Tedrick Thompson, I will do a handstand on live stream. That guy gives you nothing as a player. Both him and Lano Hill can go bye-bye. Bye-bye. I got no room for either of those two guys on my team at all. And I am a little behind, but I am catching up. Yannick isn't happy and wants out. I hope that drives his price down to at least a 2nd rounder. I really don't want to trade a 1st. I'm with you, Emmett. It's hard to trade that 1st because a guy like Isaiah Wilson or some of the upper level tackles that are there, you are going to take a drop down into the next level of talent on tackles by picking them and then in that 2nd round if you have to wait that long. Even if it's at the top of the 2nd round, it's maybe not quite as talented as a guy like Isaiah Wilson. But with that said, I do think the first part of what you said and the fact that he's not going to maybe cost as much as far as what he costs on as far as his contract goes, because this is the guy with his production who you would think would be right up in there in that 23, 24 million per, but yet based on what we're hearing, he's going to be in that 18 to 19 million per. So you are able, at least it would look like, to save some money by being able to pull him out of that Jaguar situation and not have to pay, top end of market. Carl Neary says, so I'm looking up the CTAC rumors and it's on Reddit, so we should take it with a grain of salt, 100%. We don't have any confirmation yet on that. The one odd thing you'll hear with Yannick is that if this deal wasn't done, why aren't we hearing about the Jacksonville Jaguars negotiating with other teams or trying to make this deal with other players? They're obviously not going to keep the guy at this point. You've just offloaded all that talent. Why were you going to keep this guy in on a franchise tag just to smite him? So that's not happening, but we don't hear about anybody else out there playing, trying to dive into this deal, which I think is kind of telling. Carl, he posted a pic on his IG story of him somewhere, and according to them, it was the airport. Okay, so guys, get on Yannick's IG right now. Let's start taking some pictures. Let's cross-reference it with what we have from the SeaTac airport shots that are online. Let's find a match. Come on, people, let's get on it. We need to figure this out. If Eddie is trash, that's why no one has signed him, says John Robinson. And John Robinson, I think you are 100% accurate. It's very telling, isn't it, that George Fant went out there and got a very big contract paying him $10 million plus per season. And if Eddie still remains out there and you hear nobody, rumor-wise, even in the market to sign him, I bet you Bill O'Brien signs a Fetty with the Texans. I bet he gives him like $13 million per. That's where he's probably going to end up. That fit right in line with what the Texans have done, wouldn't it? Drew Till says, we just told Tedrick Thompson to seek a trade. Yep. And I love it. I love it, John or Drew. Smart, get what you can, draft capital for that guy. And right now, that's a sunk cost. There's no upside to that move by holding on to that guy at all. John Robinson, you think Stenberg is kind of soft physically? He's not as strong as I would like him to be for as kind of as a nasty of a player as he is. You're right there. He is, I mentioned Mike Iupati, and he maybe doesn't have as much of the pure power that Iupati had when he came out of Idaho. But I just like the mentality that he brings. And I think that doggedness, the guy that he reminds me of that I was trying to draw a correlation to was who's the head case a couple years ago that was the big bully guy. I can never remember his name, but that's who I thought Stenberg reminded me of on tape. The guy with no neck. He's got like no neck, and he's with the Bills. He was the Raiders last year. He reminds me a little bit of that guy. But I like him. I like him in the second round. I think he's going to be a people mover on the next level. Yeah, John Robinson, that's been my claim as well with everything. Just you don't have to get guys that are Pro Bowlers. Let's just get us up to league average on the offensive line, which has been it's been like the unconquerable thing here for whatever reason for Seattle to be able to do this over the last few years. They've just always kind of gone real weak at the position. But to me, it's time. Now is the time to strike with this because you've really gotten lucky that Russell hasn't had but a season-ending injury up until this point. And it's just a roll of the dice. It's just one extra hit here that he's going to take, and we're going to see him go down in a season lost because of it. And you could see this problem coming out ahead of things. Oh, sorry, Carl. Okay, so I was asking who is left viable besides Yannick and Bennett. Well, now that you've got Bruce Irvin off the market, it's getting pretty low, right? Because we saw a lot of the upper level guys get franchised. Even guys that you didn't think would get franchised got franchised, like a Judon. So there isn't really a ton of other guys right now out there on the market. Obviously, Ndamukong Suh's still out there. There are a few of those like low end guys that you can pluck. Your Marcus Golden from the Giants is out there. They're all going to be very similar players though. 1 year, $7-8 million range. Maybe somebody gives Golden a multi-year deal. I don't want to be that team. But there's not a lot out there in pass rush. All the more reason why you've got to me, make the double deal here. It's got to be the Yannick deal. Nathaniel Park says Yannick Ngakoue is at an airport. It hasn't been confirmed yet that it's SeaTac. We just need him to pass one picture like of a salmon or, what else we got? One of those bars there that's in the SeaTac. Laughing out loud, Shell blocked Matthew John, then Darnold threw a pick and Shell cashed him down the 20-yard to make the tackle. Nice. So he's got some fire to him, Brendan, huh? So Brendan says Shell blocked Matthew Judon, then Darnold threw a pick, and then Shell crashed down and was able to make the tackle 20 yards down the field on Judon. So he's got a little bit. That sounds very Seahawky to me. That's a Seahawky type play. Yeah, Donald Britz is old, and he does have a high re-injury. And again, the stats that somebody mentioned there, John Robinson mentioned about them being below league average. This is my thing with Britt. We paid this guy a big contract for what reason? Because he's loyal, because he's durable before this year. You moved him to 3 different positions. He settles at center, and he does okay at center. At his best play at center, he was league average. And there were plenty of games that he played below league average at center and got blown up. He just isn't that good of a player. And he's one of those guys that, the organization loves to do this with certain guys. Dedrick Thompson, Lano Hill, they overinflate the guy's value and what they really are because it's their guys. It's their guys. Oh, that's okay. Okay. All right, I got to use the bathroom here, guys. Get some more coffee, use the bathroom. Be right back. All right. We are back. Let's get back on this here. $13 million for Jefferson. That's what you think it's going to cost, John? That's maybe a little bit too rich for my blood. But again, as an alternative to Clowney, where you're going to try to get the $20 million phase, you go down, you sign him at 13, you save the extra $7 million, you go get Ndamukong Suh, 1 year, $7 million deal. Everson Griffith, Ndamukong Suh equal out to Clowney. I could see him going to going that route with it, which I couldn't hate as an alternative. I mean, if Clowney's wanting to break the bank and you don't want to break the bank, and it's understandable why you don't, that is a viable alternative. Oh yeah, Richie Incognito. That's the guy when I watched Logan Stenberg, that's who to me came to mind when I watched him. And again, not a perfect player, but a guy that is going to be nasty and move people off the line. And I am behind here, guys, so bear with me. I'm catching up. John Robinson, they did just pay $5 million for Shell. But again, this is a guy you're counting as your swing tackle, a guy that can start at right tackle. He's not going to be your starter out the gate, but they've got to get a swing tackle back in place. And you probably didn't want to go in the draft with relying on 2 rookies to have to start a substantial amount of time potentially. There's a good chance Brown goes down. So they're just trying to bring in guys that are going to have some veteran status there. And it's not that much to pay for in this current market. We got to keep in mind with the cap going up 10% every year and the potential of it even going up as much as I've heard 20% next year. It's not the going rates are going to go up as well. So a low end player is going to make $5 million per, especially on a short-term contract. Yeah, that's right. Nathaniel Parks. Britt's got an injury history too as well. That's the other thing that comes with him. It's not, he can't even say I'm the durable guy that Ifedi is. You had your torn ACL last year, and I think he's had something else along the way that knocked him out for almost a whole season. That's, to me, again, where's the value on this guy, especially when you have good, viable, cheap options already on the roster? You just signed another one in Finney. You have 3 viable, cheap options. Why keep this guy at an $11.3 million per cap hit that he's going to cost? It doesn't make any sense, and that's how you don't build rosters correctly. Which, again, I think we're going to see him cut, folks. I think the Dixon and Britt cut is coming. KJ Wright, who knows? You know, Carroll loves him, KJ, so there's a chance KJ does hang on and he stays in here. But those 2 guys, I feel pretty good on firm ground to say you are going to see them before this offseason is over with. Cut. Barry Soitoro asked, how many rookies start on the offensive line week 1? 1. Pete Carroll has gotten so worried about playing rookies anymore, much more worried than he was early on in his career coaching with the Seahawks. He's got to he doesn't like doing it. They're going to have to probably do it at right tackle, but he's not going to want to do it anywhere else, I'll guarantee you. So you'll see one at right tackle start as a rookie. No team has signed Jermaine Ifedi yet. I'm sure many of these teams who have begun to now embrace the analytical system for all those years of knocking Pro Football Focus and saying it has no merit and it isn't worth anything, they're now starting to pay attention to that. They're hiring whole teams of analytical guys for their departments. And what you're going to see with that is guys like Ifedi remain more out on the market now because there's not those stupid old school approaches who go, they look at him and he's been durable and he's big and he's big and he's durable. Let's get him, sign him. You're not getting that no more. Now guys are going to dive into the minutia, get into the real tiny itty bitty stats at play. Look at the penalty situation, factor that all in. Maybe he doesn't make what we thought he was going to make this offseason. You know, maybe he is more of a $10 million a year per guy, if not less. What are my thoughts on wide receiver? I'm gonna think a rookie and maybe Josh Gordon, says Cooper McGrath. And what's up, Cooper? I don't know if I said hey to you yet. I love Josh Gordon a lot. I thought he was a great fit for Seattle. And right now the going theory out there is that the new CBA is not going to have a marijuana policy in it. And that's going to allow for any players that are currently suspended under the marijuana policy to then instantly be reactivated and available to go on teams. I would expect if that is the case, that Seattle would look to re-sign him and get him on probably a pretty cheap deal. The only issue that may come into this is that I've heard rumors that it was not just marijuana that this last PED suspension hit him with, that there were also maybe some PEDs involved here. I don't want to say that it's 100% confirmed. And even if that was the case and he could be released halfway into the season after serving a year suspension, I still would be in favor of them in a late season run to going out there and signing Josh Gordon on a short contract. I do as well see them drafting a receiver, just because this wide receiver draft, it could be the deepest position in this whole draft. So you're going to be able to get really great value into the second, third, fourth round and potentially really get a good wide receiver there. We were talking about Devin Duvernay, who I think will probably go in the second round, but because he's not a 6'2", 6'3" guy, maybe he does slide into that third round area. So you can get a guy like that to be a damn fine wide receiver on the next level, even that deep into the draft. Barry asks, I'm sure you've discussed, quick take on the Judon rumor. I don't buy the Matthew Judon rumor. I think Seattle probably called and said, is he available? What's the cost? And they told them it was a first round pick, and they said, thank you very much. Have a good day. And then Baltimore released it out to the media and said, Seattle's interested in Judon because they're trying to ratchet up interest in Judon to get the trade assets they really want to get. Because that's what they've done here with Matthew, is that they don't want to sign him to a new contract. They want to do what Seattle did with Frank Clark, or what the 49ers just did with DeForest Buckner. Trade him out and get some value back rather than just letting him walk for, essentially nothing, or the third round compensatory pick, which they wouldn't get because they signed Michael Brocker. So you'd essentially get, if you let Judon go to free agency from their standpoint, they would get nothing for him. So I don't buy him. He's not a scheme fit. He's a 3-4 guy, I think. I don't think that guy would fit into the scheme in that respect. I think that there's a lot of false smoke to that fire. It looked like SeaTac carpet, Brendan. We're down to the carpet. We can't get a picture. We can't even get a mural in the background. The place is loaded murals. Can I get a chief self pipe within glass encased just over his shoulder, maybe? John Robinson said, I looked at SeaTac. Okay, John, I'm going off it, man. You've been accurate today. So I'm going to go with what you say. If he is in SeaTac, if Yannick is in SeaTac, the deal is done. Let's just get that across. It's done. It's done. They're working out the final parameters. They're moving the money on the years, bonus, incentives, but it's done. If he is in SeaTac, it's done. So Demarius Randall was talking to Lockett the other day, and now this Tedrick trade that signal he is a lock. Demarius Randall. Carl, who's Demarius Randall? That's not ringing any bells to me. I've been in this seats many times. That's awesome. Thank you, Roxanne. Yeah, I was incognito. That was the guy I was thinking of. I feel like Stenberg, he's not exactly that type of player, but I think he's very close to what incognito was. Emmett says, Chris Calais Campbell going for only a 5th round and Conklin going for cheap really disappointed me. Yeah, it's a bit odd. It is a bit odd. I think with Calais Campbell, Emmett, I think Seattle was in on that. I think that at the end of the day, what happened there, though, was he wanted to go to Baltimore. And Baltimore is running the Cardinals. The defensive coach that was the defensive coach with the Cardinals is now a defensive coach with the Ravens. So they run the same scheme that he ran earlier in his career. Maybe he felt a little more comfortable in that scheme. Maybe he feels they're a little closer to the Super Bowl. Maybe it's a little bit of an easier pathway going through the AFC as opposed to the NFC. Some of these things maybe could have factored in to a guy that's probably going for it. Conklin, yeah, it was cheaper than I thought he was going to maybe make. I thought there was going to be a bidding war on that guy, and there really wasn't. But I just don't think that they as well wanted to probably pay even up at that level for that. I think they want to go at a cheaper realm, as we've seen with Shell. It's $5.5 million. Go draft a first round tackle or a second round tackle and go that route instead. I think that they're going. They looked at it from a strategy standpoint of attacking the position better in that direction. NBC Sports seems to think he's in SeaTac. That's fantastic. I'm getting excited. I'm getting really excited if that's the case. BJ Finney, let's go. Yeah, insanity mixes. Those are both good deals. Neither is going to be the difference between us getting to the Super Bowl or not, but those could be very effective role players for you in the scheme. And as we've seen on the offensive line with the way that injuries can strike, you need to have some depth there. So it doesn't hurt having a guy that can play center, can play guard, has got some versatility there. I like it. John Robinson, is that the same with Luke Wilson? They kept him around because they love him. He's a hype man. Yeah, he's a locker room guy. I agree. I think he's an insurance guy too, John. I think that they when the rubber meets the road at the start of the year, they'll go to probably 3 tight ends on the roster, and then you'll see Luke cut. But in that de facto 50, he's the 56th man on the roster. Essentially, he's just not being paid. Meaning that if something goes bad or wrong, it's not like Marshawn Lynch. If the running back position goes wrong, you can go get on the horn, pick up the bat phone, call on the guy, and bring him in. It's not that he's a great player or anything like that, but he knows your scheme. He knows the system, knows how to play with Russell, knows all the checks, knows all the calls. It's nice to have those players in your back pocket that you're not having to pay, but you can bring in if tragedy should strike, as we've had it strike us last year at the tight end position. Yeah, he's all right. I mean, Luke Wilson's all right, James Glenn asks, so does the roster go up this year with the new CBA, or is it still 53? Yeah, it's going to go up because of the 17th game, which seems to be like it's going to – last I heard, the CBA got through and signed and basically was approved by the players. I don't think it's been officially announced yet, but that's just what the rumor mill has it. And if that's the case, then they got the 17th game in the season. If they got the 17th game, then they had to increase the rosters at that point. You're probably going to see a 55 to 57-man roster. Which bodes well. It's nothing but good for the sport if they expand the rosters, because the level of play will be that much better on the field, because you're not going to see such a drop off when teams are trying to sign street free agents and have them go out there and cover top 5 wide receivers or take on top defensive tackles. John Robinson, Griffin had over 70 pressures. Yeah, that's awesome. 70 pressures over like the last 3 years or so. He's been very effective as a player. You can't argue with Griffin and over the longevity. He's never been one of the top guys in the league. Even Daniil Hunter there sort of overshadowed him a little bit, but he's just a guy that's so consistent year in and year out. And he's solid in the run game too. Let's not forget that. He's not just a pass rusher. This is a very complete defensive end. Your traditional 4-3 defensive end. The guy that can handle a 3-down lineman, can handle run or pass. He gives you a very complete player. Yeah, Nathaniel, I think that the Seahawks do favor for some of their former players and bringing them into this environment and knowing what they're getting with them. I certainly think that. I think the running back thing was one of those. They had to bring in guys that were familiar with the running back position in Seattle and how they run it and the plays they run and what they ask, because there wasn't enough time to bring a street free agent up to speed. The injury situation at running back had happened like that suddenly. Suddenly you were down Penny, down Carson, down Procise. So it was a scramble situation, no doubt about it. Britt has a bad back too. Oh, great. Bad knees and a bad back. It's 2 of the worst places to have, injuries in the NFL. I'm a no thank you on Britt. We've seen what we need to see with the guy. I've had enough. James Glenn says we should allow KJ to retire a Seahawk if possible. I'm not against that, James. I'm open to that. The only thing is I don't want to pay him $8.6 million that he's going to cost this year if that's what he's trying to retire as a Seahawk with. I don't need a farewell season of we're going to pay you for past production. And while he had a very good year last year, I think he had probably one of his better years over the last 3 years, KJ did. I still feel like he's lost a step. I still don't feel like he's as physical as he used to be. And I want to go with the young horses, I want to go young defensively. I don't want to go old. Ravens killing the offseason. Officially a Seahawk and a Raven fan. Loved how they're embracing analytics and new approaches. Jealous. I agree, John. Ravens, you cannot argue with what they're doing there. They're going for it. That's the other thing. I've been harping for Seattle to go for it this offseason, and they're going for it. They've got a rookie quarterback who's an MVP on his rookie contract. So take advantage of that time period. Do those moves that are the go for it type moves. And you've got to give them credit for doing so. They're going to be a really good team next year. They did lose Marshall Yanda, who was a very key offensive lineman, maybe the most key offensive lineman for them. But again, I think with Michael Brockers and Campbell there, if they do bring Judon back with some of the other pieces, that they got big defensive tackles down there. You are not going to be able to run on that football team. And then on the outside, they've got two great cover corners in Marlon Humphrey and Peters, who can both handle their own out there, along with Earl still lurking in the back. They've got a pretty complete defense now that they've put together. Yannick wouldn't have to be traded though, so Yannick would have to be traded though, so wouldn't it have been leaked by now? Also, Randall is a former Browns safety. Okay, I don't know too much on okay, Randall. Now I know what you're talking about. Sorry, for some reason it wasn't clicking in my head. No, Cooper. Well, Cooper, it has been leaked. So Cooper asks, Yannick would have been leaked by now, though. But it has been leaked. I mean, we've heard the parameters of the deal. The fact that you get to the point of hearing parameters of the deal to such a detail of Seattle gives up their first, then they get the second round back from the Jags. The Jags get Seattle's second at the end. The fact that the details are that aligned and that it leaks out that way is pretty indicative of the fact that the deal's probably, if not done, nearly to the point of being done. Oh, thanks, Bleed Blue and Green, man. I really appreciate it. I love doing this stuff. It's one of my favorite things to do, I tell you. I can't wait for the draft. It's, you guys make this awesome. Well, yeah, I wouldn't mind that as well, John. I think both of those two players are going to be off the team, though. I think I heard with Tedrick that because he's on a restricted thing, he costs like a couple $1 million. So he's not on the cheap deal anymore. There is a good chance that he gets cut if he's not traded. And who's going to trade for him? I don't know. What is he shown on tape that's going to get you even a 7th rounder? Maybe you can get somebody. Maybe you can talk somebody into it. But thanks, Bleed Boo and Gree. I really appreciate it, man. I know you're one of my OGs here on the channel. Yes, well, I wasn't meaning he was a bully in the way that Incognito was, just a bully on the field. Nathaniel Parks, Brandon Shell is officially on a 2-year, $11 million deal. So yeah, that's interesting signing. Interesting signing. That's their swing tackle at this point, and does affect the compensatory system, I believe. So, you now did take a little bit of a bite out of the George Fant signing, and that's now probably a 6th round compensatory value as we currently stand. But then again, you did just sign Bruce Irvin too, but he was a release, so Irvin didn't cost anything on the compensatory system. Emmett Brown says, I saw that 50% of Juden's pressures came from when he was unblocked. Tied, yeah, so he's coming on the blitz a lot, Emmett, and that's what you get with the 3-4 scheme. Is it's built to be blitz heavy, and it's built to allow those guys to take advantage of it, in fooling the offensive lineman and the quarterback in their protection schemes. So I don't see Juden as a fit for Seattle, and I think that rumor just got kind of drummed up as much as there was really any kind of real weight to it. John Robinson, yeah, Rasheem Green is Everson Griffin 2.0. And they are literally, to say clone is exactly right. Those are two clones. I think Rasheem Green is going to end up having a very similar career to Everson Griffith when it's all said and done. And Everson took a little while to develop. He did. He came in the league like, Rasheem very young into this league. It took him a little while to come along. But once they get rolling, they give you that solid 10 sack a year play, and they give you great run stuffing from the defensive end position. Exactly what you want out of your defensive ends. You can work with that on your team. There's a place for that on your team. Carl says, and the Seahawks have already been linked to Randall, kind of. Yeah, and I mean, Randall's an all right safety. I do remember him now as far as, again, not going to light the world on fire. You're bringing him up as a backup. Does he come in on a league minimum deal? That's where I'd like to see him at. I don't want to sign that guy on a couple $1 million per. You're stacked right now at safety. You're 3 deep at safety. So outside of you deciding suddenly that you're going to cut McDougal to save costs, safety is not a priority. You can go even into the draft and pick some young guys up. You're pretty solid there. Both with almost all 3 of those guys. I think with Quandre, he's probably more of a pure free safety, but at least with Bradley and with Marquise, both of those guys can play either free safety or strong safety. So there's so much fluidness to that positional group right now. James Glenn says, I can't wait to see BBK playing on a regular basis. I watched college film of him. He was a turnover machine, always ripping and punching at the ball. Yeah, there's a reason why he does remind a lot of people of Lofa Tatupu. He moves a lot like Lofa. He's a lot like Lofa, was a very sure tackler. He's a very sure tackler. I think he led the NCAA in tackles in his senior year at Washington Huskies. And he was on the field for a very short time in that Carolina Panther game. I think both Bobby and KJ were off for a couple plays in that game. And he looked pretty quick. It was a sample size. We didn't get a lot. Unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to get out on the football field this year, though. I think especially if they keep KJ, it's going to be, you already got Bruce Irvin here. You got Cody Barton here. You're probably not going to see BBK on the field unless there's a big time injury situation that pops up. Well, if all the big name pass rushers are now gone, paying Clowney and Yannick Ngakoue is the only option to get superstars. That's a good point, Dustin. If Russell Wilson's looking to get superstars, you can't say Finney's a superstar. You can't say Shell's a superstar. You're not going to say Bruce Irvin's a superstar. So where are those superstars that Russell was asking for at that point if it's not to come through here? That's the Jets' second best offensive lineman, so Shell ain't going to be the best. No, Shell won't be the best, but if he's an upgrade over what we've had there, then, could he be better than Ifedi? Well, Pro Football Focus thinks so. And I would tend to think so. I think Ifedi's really overrated by the Seattle Seahawks fan base that wanted to keep him. I think those that watched him understood what they were seeing for the last 4 years. Cooper McGrath asks, is a nickel corner likely to be a rookie competing with Ugo, or should we expect a signing there? I tend to think that they're going to probably look with another rookie there. I don't think that, you saw Chris Harris go to the Chargers once he got on the open market. There's not a lot of slot cornerbacks that are really available out there as a true upgrade. There just isn't. There's a dearth of guys out there. And then you look in this draft. This draft is really aligned with a lot of longer, taller guys, a lot of 6 foot plus guys that you're not going to want to put in the slot necessarily. So if they do go and get the slot cornerback, it's going to be a lot like Ugo last year, where you're probably going to be grabbing him in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. Maybe there's a deal out there that they can make to slide somebody in somewhere, but that is probably a little bit of a position of concern right now, that they're going to be very much reliant on Ugo Amadi taking a step forward in his development, and wholly reliant on that alone. But I do like Ugo, Cooper, so I'm not down on Ugo at all. I think he could be a pretty good player for us. He was the top-rated defender for us by Pro Football Focus in that Philadelphia Eagle playoff game. And that was a game, of course, where Rasheem Green had a good game, Clowney had a good game on the defensive side of the ball, but Ugo beat both of those two guys out in his grades. So it could be a interesting situation there. So Slim God, here's where we're at with Yannick. Reportedly, a Reddit rumor broke that Yannick Ngakoue was in the SeaTac airport. This broke because the IG for Yannick Ngakoue showed a shot of Seahawks airport. Now, according to John Robinson, he saw the carpet at SeaTac there, and he says the same carpet. He sat in those seats before, so he thinks it's SeaTac. That seems to be the going consensus with the chat right now. But we're still not quite hearing any firm details. What does the statement just released by the Seahawks mean? What was the statement that was released, Don? You'll have to let me know. Yeah, Cooper, you hit the nail on the head with the upside and downside with Ugo. He's 5'9", and he's legitimately a little bit smaller. But you look at his combine stats, he actually had almost exactly the same combine as Quandre Diggs, who for his first couple years in this league actually did play at that slot corner role for Detroit and played a pretty darn good job of it. So I do like his physical abilities there. The size thing's a little bit of an issue, but again, you're going to tend to take on those slot receivers anyway, who aren't always going to be the biggest guys in that position. So maybe it's not as much of an issue or something that he's going to have, be taken to task on more often than not. It said they're withholding any personnel change statements until the players go through physicals and things like it. Well, of course, that's the NFL's rule that you can't do a physical. You can't do a physical with players with the whole coronavirus. So I guess so. I guess that makes sense. But we'll still have. Here's the thing: even if they don't officially announce it, we're going to hear about the deals, just like we heard about Shell, just like we heard about Irvin. Just like we're hearing about all these, I'm like, you're going to hear from the players themselves, even if you don't hear from the team. And then it's just the physicals will go through. That whole process is just that's like, red tape is what that is. It's red tape. But I'm sure the second the final details of that Yannick deal are put through, you're going to see that posted up instantly. The Clowney thing will probably still take a couple days. The Yannick thing will probably come down sooner than later, though. Clowney's going to sit there, I think, and try to wait for that deal to come, that magical deal to come down the track that's going to pay him the $20+ million per. But it ain't happening, man. You had 3 sacks last year. You've had some injury problems in your career. If you're going to be paid at that amount, you've got to have the production and double-digit sack totals and pressures and all that stuff. And unfortunately for Jadeveon, he just doesn't have that type of production on his career to go off of with it. He just doesn't. Oh, I love the rumors too, Carl. I think what's fun about this offseason as opposed to the last couple of off seasons is the Seahawks had really no flexibility or ability to move around at all. They had no money. They're eating dead money on the cap. Last year, you had 4 picks. You had 4 guys you had to figure out how to re-sign, and Russell, Bobby, Jarran, and Frank. You knew one of them was probably going to get traded. Now you come into this offseason and you're okay with the free agents that you're potentially losing. You've got money to spend. You've got the draft capital to work with. Makes it much more exciting for the different ways that you might be able to kind of move through on it, Slim God Mills, Seahawks just signed Brandon Shelp. Yep, he'll be the swing tackle for them. Slim God, kind of the backup, probably can go to either side, left or right, I'm going to guess. And just a hedge against them needing to have to draft 2 tackles instead of just 1 in this upcoming draft. Is Clowney holding us up from getting the big fish? Clowney is the big fish. I think the alternative to Clowney is Everson Griffin. And I think Everson Griffin is not necessarily going to be pulled off the market anytime soon. So there's really no reason for Seattle to feel like they've got to press the situation, and they can be patient. And if you're not able to make the move there with Clowney at that point, I'm sure they've got a backup plan in place. But it is a waiting game, and it's a little bit of who's going to blink first. Yeah, Carl, he is the big fish. There's not a guy that you got on the market, as we've seen with the market and with Clowney, especially with all those guys getting franchise tagged down the line, the Judens and the Chris Joneses, and just go all the way down. And then the other guys getting signed early in a free agency, like your Robert Quinn. There's not a lot of other guys like Clowney out there anymore. And so maybe that's where it does make sense for him to sit and wait a little bit, because he is the one unique card out there that there isn't really a comparison for. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to look at him, but if this Yannick Ngakoue trade goes down, I would love for us to use 2nd round pick on Nelvin Gallimore from Oklahoma. Yeah, I have taken a look at Gallimore, and he's an interesting player. So he's a pure 3 technique, no doubt about it. They call him the Canadian bulldozer, if that's kind of interesting. He's large. He's explosive. He'd fit into Carroll's system with the bigger, faster, stronger deal. He's going to get pushed off the ball. That's the thing with him, is he's going to get pushed off the ball a lot. Double teams. I've even saw him on single teams at times get pushed. And it's just concerning because he's such a big, active player. You can see the athleticism and the size and the movement ability. But you don't like how much he gets kind of blown away there a little bit, especially on single blocks. I want to see him be a little bit more stout. With that said, he can shoot the gap. He's going to create pressure at the next level. He's going to be a really good player. And in the 2nd round is probably where you're going to see him picked, I would say. I'm not completely sold on him as a Hawk because I don't know that he's going to give you that kind of instant production that I'm looking for from our pass rushers who we bring in. I think that's what you've got to get from these guys. And I don't know if he's going to give you that out the gate, but he is a very interesting prospect, a good player, solid down the line. And a pure 3 technique. You're not going to be able to move him over to the 1 tech. He's going to be 3 tech all the way. So, but an interesting guy. I do like his film. When he flashes, it's impressive. It really is impressive. He stands out. Emmett says, I'm very pleased we won't be paying Clowney $20+ million because it's not his production, but his injury history. That's what scares me. I'm same. I would like ideally to not have to pay Clowney upwards of $20+ million. My only reasoning behind being willing to do that, and I said in my Hawks Nest episodes, I'd go up to the $22-23 million per. And my reasoning behind it is this: there isn't an alternative out there. If Clowney goes, sorry about the camera there. If Clowney goes and you do get Yannick, and then you do get Everson Griffin, yeah, they'll be solid for you. Griffin is going to be a bit of an older player. There is an injury risk there with him too, though, I would argue. But I don't know that you're as dynamic as I would like as the defense to be. And I think you've got to get a little bit stronger than that on the defensive line. There's still more moves you can make to round things out. It's not a catastrophe if you don't get Clowney by any measure. But I do lean back in that direction of this is the best fit for us. This is the best guy to bring in. And again, just the thought process of Yannick and Clowney both at the same time. Man, we would be a tough defense to stop off those two guys alone. Just think off those. You got Jarran coming up the middle and those two guys on the edges. That gives you some pass rush along with Bruce coming in, Shaquem, still the development. Man, you're getting a pass rush rounded out that's so much better than what you had last year, where all you had was basically Clowney and a little bit of Rasheem every once in a while and Quentin Jefferson for a couple of games giving you something. Yeah, the Brandon Shell deal's 2 years, $11 million. Slim God, yep. That's not a bad price. That's about the going rate for what you're going to need for a backup right tackle that can start for you for a handful of games. Slim God, I would guess that you'll see the situation with Tedrick Thompson play out as follows. Seattle will announce that they're willing to trade him and he can go seek a trade market. No one will trade for Tedrick Thompson. Seattle will then release Tedrick Thompson. So I would look for that to be how that situation plays out. Dustin 3, I think it's been a couple years since we've had a good pass rush period. Even the year before that where you had Frank Clark get into the 13 sack period, I think, or he had like 10 or 11 sacks, I think. And Jarran Reed had 10 and a half. But a lot of Frank Clark sacks in that year came from like 3 or 4 came from the Oakland game. Another game, a couple of them came from. He wasn't consistently getting pressure. That's one of the reasons why Seattle didn't sign him to the long-term deal. It's been a few years since we've had a good pass rush. It really has been. And it's been one of the things that holds this defense back because the defense is built and wholly reliant upon those defensive down linemen getting to the quarterback, not creating blitzes to get there, but with the 4 guys getting there on a consistent basis. And it's been nowhere near that up until this point. And it was traumatizing for me too, Dustin. I'm still, it's why I've said this offseason, even over the offensive line, which I consider a huge issue, I've still said the bigger priority is the defensive line. That's the biggest priority to me on this team moving into this offseason. Cooper asks, do you see Puna starting inside at the 1 with Jarran at the 3 next year? Yes, I do. Puna is a pure one technique guy, I would say. I like Puna's development. I think some people think he's going to be a little bit better of a player than I probably really would say I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be a great run-stepping defensive tackle for us. I think he could be a lot like what Brandon McBain was in his prime for us, which was great. I got no problems with it. But is he going to be a guy that's going to get a lot of pressure and push the pocket? No, not necessarily that. But definitely a starter, certainly, absolutely. And a very key member on that defensive line, especially when you consider Carroll wants to stop the run first, term teams one-dimensional. Well, you got to do that. You got to have guys like Puna Ford to be able to pull that off. Emmett Brown says, Clowney and Yannick both lining up on one side like Bennett and Averill used to do would be nasty. Yeah, that was an awesome, the NASCAR package where you get Bennett lining up really wide, almost as a pseudo second defensive end there next to Averill. And Averill could go a little bit wider into more of a wide 9 technique because of the fact that he had such great quickness to close that extra space he created up in his alignment. I'd love to see that, especially if you got Clowney in like a spinner roll over the top next to Yannick. Like that's going to be tough for teams to deal with. But great idea. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I agree. I think Flowers and Griffith both are going to get more interceptions when you get more pass rush. It'll be very surprising to all of you if we went from 29 sacks this year to like 47 next year. Watch our interception total double. Watch it double. And those things are correlated. They do go together. One does have one to do with the other. The Packers really struck gold last year with signing the 2 cheaper Smith guys. Rare to do that. Look at this offseason. Everyone's price is very high. It's a good point. I will say, though, Dustin, the thing that you saw last year and the thing that you do see every year is if you're able to be patient as a team and hold on to some money, you get into that. I think it's the May 1st period. And at the May 1st period, those guys don't count anymore against the compensatory system. You can sign them to a new deal and just bring them on in. And there's always a collection of pass rushers in that period. So last year, Gerald McCoy, Bruce Irvin, Ndamukong Suh. There's a couple other guys, Justin Houston, who signed with the Indianapolis Colts. There's always a collection of those guys right in that area that you can go pick up. But you got to be patient. You've got to have a little bit of money to spend, and they will not break the bank. They're usually in that 1 year, $7 million range, 2 year, $8 million range. You can get them for pretty cheap. So Seattle can play that game. They can. They just got to be willing to, you got to hold your water, as they say. You got to hold your water. We need to get pressure on the quarter. Yeah, you forced the quarterback to panic. Quarterbacks in our scheme last year were far too comfortable. They sat back there. They got a chance to make their pre-snap reads. They knew where to go pre-snap. Post-snap, there was nothing that confused them or threw off their pre-snap read. It was all confirmed. It made it just very easy to play the quarterback position. And you might have saw this really even rear itself most in the first game of the season against Andy Dalton. When Andy Dalton is throwing for a career high in yardage for a game in CenturyLink, that's a problem, especially when AJ Green isn't on the field. So there's something to be looked at in that respect when we saw that happen last year, and it is going to continue to prop up because the scheme ain't changing. But this is why when you get there with the pass rushers, now those schematic deficiencies aren't as big. They're not as huge a wart to look at. Cooper McGrath says, given that we have 3 good safeties, do you think we could see almost an over G look and have Diggs come down and look similar to the nickel? I'd love to, Cooper. You could definitely do something like that. I thought Marquise Blair at times covered up on a tight end. If you've got a tight end going into the slot like Kittle does, or like we saw in the Ravens game when he was lined up in the slot on their tight end, he did really good in that role too. I would love to find a way to get the 3 safeties out on the football field. I don't know why they didn't do more of that, except in dime situations where Marquise Blair was the 4th cornerback on the field for Seattle. But I would sure love to see it more often. It would be an innovative thing to do to me to have the 3 corners on the field. That seems to be, to me, where football is kind of going a little bit, where it's going to be eventually you'll see that 3rd linebacker that used to be on the field as a linebacker may translate eventually to that safety. I don't know if that's where it's going, but it seems like that's where the game is maybe going. Just signed OT Cedric Ugabede from the Bengals. Cedric Ugabede. Yeah. $3.3 million 1-year deal. All right, so they're going cheap on the offensive line, which would indicate to me if they're signing that guy, they're maybe not looking at offensive line in the draft as much as we thought. I'm not apologizing for LJ Collier at all. That's a bust pick. It's going to be a bust pick. He's not going to develop. I just don't see it. Management can make their apologies for that guy all they want. So it does look like we have had a signing with Cedric Ogbuehi. The Cincinnati Bengals, I don't know anything about this guy. For $3.3 million, it looks like a 1-year deal. Interesting for Seattle to do this move because you feel like what you needed on the offensive line was quality, not depth. Yet these 2 offensive line signings would indicate that you're going for depth and not quality. That's interesting for me to watch and see that. Yeah, it's the 3rd offensive lineman you've signed in free agency. None for any big money. None that are any upper level guys. So you've now spent, by my measure, you've now spent for the next year somewhere in the neighborhood of $14 million on 3 guys that are rotational guys. Okay. Okay, guys. That's an okay one for me. I'm going to struggle with that one. Yeah, I'm yuck on that. $13 million in backup guards and tackles. I'm going to go sideways here a little bit, folks. I'm going to start going sideways when I get this news ripped out. You guys had me with Bruce Irvin, but now we're signing backup guys. We have Phil Haynes, we have Jordan Simmons, we have Jamarco Jones. Okay. You need maybe more. I get that they needed more, but you did already have some parts and pieces on that line to make things work. Maybe they trade up for Chason. How would I feel about that? Chason reminds me a lot of Bruce Irvin, to be honest with you. The fact that his production came off of stunts, his sack production came from there is a little disconcerting. I did watch his tape. I was watching Isaiah Wilson, and I watched the Alabama game, and I was impressed that he was more than that to me as a pass rusher. He actually is pretty strong. He's not just a finesse defensive end that's just going to try to beat you with speed all the time. So that's probably why he is vaulted a little bit in the first round. But I'm not completely sold on him as a pass rusher because I think that he's going to take a little bit to get you to the finished product point. John Robinson makes an interesting argument here. It's the money that you've just given Finney and Hall and now Ugubuge, a couple million more, you would have gotten Conklin in here at right tackle. Why is that not the move? So I'm going to get a little bit disconcerted on this. So, and $3.3 million is a decent amount of money to give to a guy that I don't know on that one, folks. The Hall one I was okay with because I understood he's a swing tackle and that's it. You just doubled down on getting another Hall and maybe a lesser guy than that at that. But yeah, Cedric, I'm struggling with the Cedric one a little bit because again, there's $3.3 million. Yeah, that's it. Jeez, some grounds in my coffee. Yeah, that's my problem, John Robinson, with these moves at offensive line. It's one of the deeper offensive line drafts that we've had in the last few years, and three of your top 8 free agents now that you've signed are offensive linemen. What are you doing, Seattle? Yeah, I guess we're not getting any stars, Emmett. Where are the stars coming from? Yeah, Slim God, Dixon's going to be cut. Dixon's absolutely going to be cut. They're holding off doing it, but and then it's part of what I get bothered by. People, you get the pundits out there who like to tell you guys, Seattle actually doesn't have this much cap space. People tell you that they got 50 million cap space, but when you factor in their restricted free agents and the draft, sorry guys, everyone's dying of coronavirus around me right now. I totally threw off my train of thought there. But I don't get it. They will get cut though. Dixon's going to be cut. This move doesn't. Yeah. I guess swing tackle is where they're looking at. They just wanted to beef up their tackle position big time. Yeah, me too. But then it's again now, if you go out and you were looking at the first round, here's what I guess I would say about that move, guys. Let's look at this. So I've been the big pundit in saying that we should go for the right tackle at the end of the first round. That's the big move I say we should go make. Now I'm thinking, though, that this is an indicator that Yannick deal has gone through. That deal's done. Because this indicates to me that the Seattle doesn't look at seeing themselves as being in that top of that first round, that they are going to be in that second round phase. And maybe the tackle that they thought would be available that could be upgrading at that point won't be available. That would be maybe what I would try to read into a little bit on this move. Carl Neary, yeah, Mike Solari is a very good offensive line coach. I like him a lot. Certainly an upgrade over Tom Cable. Yeah, Brandon, it's 3.3 million. He's a swing tackle. It's again, I think it means that they're not maybe looking to look at tackle in this draft as much as we thought. And again, I think it does mean as well that trade is going to happen. If it's not Yannick in a first there, that the trade's going to happen for somebody. What's up, Sean Wright? Yeah, it's kind of cooled off a little bit, man. The Bruce Irvin thing got me excited, but this has been a little bit of the two tackle thing, and that's a lot of money, man. It's a lot of money between those 3 guys that you signed to put on the offensive line for guys that aren't necessarily upper level quality. I'm kind of a little bit. Yeah, that's my thing. It's BS when they say that. When they tell you guys, when I started out the offseason and said we got about 70 million cap space, and then somebody comes out and says, no, we actually have 40 million. That's how you know somebody's being a moron. Because look at Tedrick Thompson. He's going to cost $3.5 million this season. Do you guys think he's going to remain on the roster at that price? No, but those pundits will count that money. They'll count that and say, no, that's why we're at 40 million. No, stop counting it. Do some advanced effing logic here. Think this through. Dixon's not going to remain on this team when you got 4 tight ends. It's not happening. He's gone. 100%, 150%, he's gone. So you always got to kind of look at this through a little bit more of a creative lens. So we'll see what happens here. Will the Hawks pay $20 million for Clowney? I thought they would be willing to, but it does, based on the reports that we're hearing, Slim God, it does appear that Schneider's holding firm on saying we're not going over 18, 19 million per for you. You're not worth it. He seems to be holding solid on that. Vikings just signed Michael Pierce. Michael Pierce is the guy they're looking to sign to take over for Linval Joseph. Linval Joseph is a guy who, by the way, I wouldn't mind seeing in Seattle. I don't think he's exactly the run stuffer he was in prior years, but he'd be an upgrade over Snacks Harrison, who some people were looking at for that one tech as well. I like him better than Snacks. So, you know, but Pierce will be solid for the Vikings. The Vikings are a little bit of a head scratcher for me with this offseason and the moves they've made. You know, they're a team that, you know, you're re-signed Cousins, then you're letting Diggs go. They got a good haul for Diggs. They did. They got some good haul for Diggs. But at the same point in time, you know, they're just a solid team at this point. Once you lose Griffin, potentially, like they might, they're going to be in a different place than they were. It could be Nathaniel. I'm just looking more for again, I come back to the term half measure. I don't want a half measure. And the problem is this: when you bring in guys that are not upper level talented guys, the guys that are having the signing hung beneath their neck that says I'm versatile. Well, the problem with that is this: you want to be a run first centric team. If you're going to be a run centric team, you've got to go up against very talented defensive lines in this league and be able to enforce your will, be able to come into it and say, look, we're going to run the ball with you knowing that we're going to run the ball, and we're still going to be effective at it. That's the type of offense that Seattle has been very clear that they want to run. But you can't do that with also ran parts. It doesn't work. You can't do that with league average linemen. It doesn't work. So again, if you want to be more pass-centric, if they're making that transition to deciding that they're going to throw the ball 55% of the time and run the ball 45% of the time, great. Fine. Bring on the secondary linemen. We can get by on that. But if what you're looking to do and what you've told us you're looking to do is continue to run the ball as hard as ever, this is not going to accomplish that. That's where my problems come in. And you factor in that collectively the 13, 14 million these three guys is going to cost. That's a hefty chunk of change. That is not cheap. Oh, Joseph got signed? I didn't see that. Who'd Linval go to? Yeah, Fetty is gone. We are not signing him, Carl. You're right. The signing definitely is indicative of the fact that you're not getting Fetty back for sure. Okay, that's good to see, John. I mean, and we'll take a look at. I'll take a look at some stats on Ugabohe, and we'll see if he's anything decent. Just, man, off the jump, you go, okay, you're taken from the Bengals offensive line. Their offensive line was super, super thin last year, right? They lost their first round pick to the year for an injury. They lost their starting left tackle, I think, to an injury at one point. Why did he only get 170 snaps on a team with no offensive line depth? Oh, Linval went to the Chargers. Chargers are kind of going for it a little bit this year. It's not a bad move for them. That is an upgrade over Brandon Mabane. Fluker is still under contract. That is correct. I believe we have him for one more year. Yeah, Donald, you mentioned a great deal. That's a perfect indicator. That's what we did to Tampa Bay's number one defense. I don't know. It's just that I feel like we didn't do it consistently week in and week out, which is what it has to be. What would happen is week in, week out, you're trying to do this. We're going to put our will on other teams and run the ball. That doesn't work. Keep trying it. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, Russell, magic time. And that's how it always kind of goes. Russell, magic. Some weeks you get it, like the Minnesota Vikings game. You enforced your will there. You ran the ball like on a team that's one of the better run-stopping teams in the league then, but it's just not consistently week in, week out do you see it, especially against our divisional opponents. Did we run well against any of our divisional opponents? I don't think we did. Could be wrong, but it feels like everything was kind of hemmed up there as well. Part of it is that our run game is also very simplistic, especially if you compare it to somebody like San Francisco with all of their motion-based stuff and the fly sweeps that they integrate into their running game. Bleed Blue and Green asks, if we have more cap space by letting guys go like Dixon and T2, why haven't we yet? Two different answers there. I think with T2, it does appear that they're trying to maybe get a 7th round pick back as compensation for him. But he would be released eventually if you can't get back that draft pick compensation. And then when it comes to a guy like Dixon, the reason being, I think, is that with Clowney, you're trying to kind of hold firm and say, this is how much money we have to spend. This is where our cap is at currently. This is all we got. Take it or leave it. Well, if you cut those guys and clear that space out, Clowney's representatives are going to be very understanding that money just got cleared out as well. And they're going to say, no, you got an extra $3 or $4 million. We'll wait for that money. So I don't know that it's that. That's just my theory on it. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me otherwise why you wouldn't let Dixon go at this point. There's no way Dixon is going to be on the roster in training camp or at any other point in time. Are we going to re-sign Josh Griffin? Josh Griffin? Slim God, who do you mean on that? Josh Griffin? Do you mean Shaquille Griffin? Yeah, I think it's a bargaining strategy. I agree with Don on that one. Bleed. I think this is a way to let them know here. This is the cap. This is maybe why you're seeing these deals announced by Seattle in the background too with some of these players, is they're trying to show Clowney the money's starting to dry up, buddy. You're going to need to take this or leave it here pretty darn soon. Emmett says, I'm pissed AZ got Hopkins and Johnson off their books at the same time. It has to be collusion. No one's that stupid. Are you sure, Emmett? Are you sure no one's that stupid? Because Bill O'Brien's been pretty damn stupid over the last years of the moves that he's made. He has been. He's been an idiot. And I would fall in line of saying that he is that stupid, and for whatever reason that owner decided to give him all the control. He didn't earn it. How many playoff game wins does he have? Even one? Why does he earn the right to be a general manager and the head coach? It was stupid of the owner to let him do that, and it's is what it is, I guess, Josh Gordon. Yeah, I think we could re-sign Josh Gordon. He's not going to cost a lot. If he's off suspension, it's great. You get him day one. I still don't think he'd cost a lot because he still has some of the suspension worries with him as far as other teams go. I don't think he's going to have a huge market for his services. Even if he does stay on suspension with the PED, because it's PEDs and not just the marijuana, so it'd be a full year at that point. I still like signing him at that point for getting him down the stretch run for 4 or 5, 6 games maybe. To kind of shoot some talent injection into that wide receiver core at that time. We ran well in the first Cardinal game. That's it. Yep. That's how it felt to me then. So it's just, they don't run the ball to be a team that wants to put their will on other teams with forcing the being physical and running the ball and circle of toughness and all that crap that we hear from Coach Carroll. Well, you got to have the talent to do that. Tennessee Titans have the talent. They got multiple first-round picks on that offensive line. Cowboys have the talent, multiple first-round picks on the offensive line. Chiefs got the talent, multiple first-round picks on the offensive line. Do you see a common factor at play here? Do you see a common theme? Cardinals took O'Brien to the woodshed on that deal, big time. Well, Don asks, now that the weed has been legalized in the league, how will it affect Gordon? He got caught with PEDs, but I think he was using them to cover weed. If that's the case, maybe. Yeah, that's the thing I have the question on, is that I have not heard a certain response, a certain answer, and we don't know because I think it's confidential, but we don't know if he was suspended for just weed or if there were the PEDs in addition. And if it was PEDs to mask the weed, then does he also get let out of that because one is to do with the other? And that's a question I don't think anybody can answer at this point in the time. But he did have Josh Gordon had that tweet he put out the other day saying he likes the Seahawks uniforms. It's essentially saying, again, just if he's trying to give us some little indicators that he does want to come back here. I've heard that he's still. So with the past 3 signings and accounting for the draft and practice squad, Seattle has $2.8 million in cap before cuts. I don't think that that's accurate, Brendan. That's not accurate at all. I'd love to have Gordon as a number 3. I'm done with Moore and Turner. They should be practice guys at best. I'm okay with Moore and Turner. I'm okay with them as 4th and 5th wide receiver options. I don't want them as 3rd and 4th. But you got to have some cheap guys on this roster somewhere. You can't pay everybody. You've got to have some guys at the $500,000, $700,000 mark, and that's not a bad place to have them at that spot. So I'm okay with both of those 2 guys. But I certainly would like to see an upgrade at the 3rd wide receiver position. Yeah, that's that's more than likely it, Brendan. Once you cut everybody out, once everything's gone, they're probably sitting with the feasible cuts that are going to happen. We're probably sitting somewhere in the neighborhood of about $30 million left in cap space right now. I went on over the caps calc and plugged in the deals. Okay, Brendan, the thing you got to consider though, especially like with the Shell deal, is it $5.5 million next year that there's a cap cost, or did they maybe lower the first year of the cap hit down to $2.5 million? I think that's the thing with this, is just because you see a 2-year deal on this or and do we don't, what does Irvin get? Did we get the numbers on Bruce and what he was going to cost? There's still, cause I know it's this is where I was talking about before, where the numbers get turned a little bit in the inaccurate way because all of the numbers are being counted against the cap and you can't count all the numbers against the cap. Ed Dixon's not going to remain here. He's not going to be here anymore. That Britt is not going to be here on that contract. They're not going to keep him at $11.3 million next year at that cap hit. These things will be changed. So there is more money. Yeah, I think that Brendan, I think that that website's it's a general number that it's giving you. It's not giving you the intricacies, accuracies of the deal. It's giving you just kind of shooting out a base number. Right. I did my best, but they are using up some of their space. There's no doubts. They've eaten some of the numbers up over the last couple of days. Cooper McGrath, if we have 30, then how is Clowney and Yannick even possible? Well, it's possible because you move around the first year number on the deal. So look at Frank Clark last year, Cooper. He goes to the Chiefs. It's reported that he's making $23.5 million per. So that must mean that's what their cap hit was last year, right? No. The cap hit last year for Frank Clark for the Chiefs was $6.5 million. They took the base down to nothing, and it was only the bonus money that was really hitting up against the cap. You could do a very similar situation with both Jadeveon and Yannick. It's very easy enough to do those type of things. It's not out of control to think that that's possible. So I still fall in that gate as far as how I think about it. It hasn't announced yet. Okay, so Bruce hasn't announced yet. We'll find out on that. Damn. Brendan says the Lions swooped up True Fant. That sucks. Well, that's also probably an indicator then that the Lions are indeed at that point then looking to move on from Darius Slay. So it'll be interesting to see if Slay does get moved at that point. Emmett Brown says, I'm still pretty upset that we tendered Hollister. Seems like we just burned $3.6 million on light in the pants, move tight end. I agree, Emmett. I'm not happy with paying him $3.6 million in the lease. I don't want to pay that for Hollister. He's not a $3.6 million tight end. The thing I will say is that just because they tender these guys right now does not make that contract guaranteed. Any of these guys that get tendered can still be released down the line without that contract counting on the cap. So while it counts right now, it doesn't preclude you from potentially maybe you sign him to a 2-year deal and lower it down, but he gets the same money. Like there's some ways we can still get creative here. Absolutely can still get creative. Yeah, Don, I think with with Gordon, that's a good case. Gordon's had other issues with other drugs. Everything from I've heard cocaine to the purple slurp drink that's popular with some of the kids out there now. He's got some issues as far as that goes beyond just the weed. That is 100% for certain. You're taking on more than that. And that's why also it's like the PED suspension might come to a couple other things coming into factor with that too, not just being just the weed. It certainly is a possibility that there's more kind of going on at play there. Let's see if I'm a little behind here. Yeah, the Brandon Jackson deal doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't know what you're getting in that. Why put him on us? And again, they can cut these guys down the line. We were talking about why haven't guys certainly been cut up until this point where Seattle can tell Clowney's representatives if they're in negotiation to say, hey, look at our cap's down at this point. We don't have any money. What do you want us to do? That's certainly feasible that they're playing that game a little bit here. I don't think I could say 100%, but it's feasible. I could see it. I think we should bring Hollister back 100%, but at like $10 million per year, 3 to 5, but at like $10 million, 3 to 4 years. You're joking, right? That would be a little tough one for me to swallow at that point. No doubt about that one. I might struggle at that amount. A very Seahawk move, though, Nathaniel. Shane after, yeah, I'm waiting on the unique tweet. I don't know what's holding this up, man. Would love to see something. Shane after says, I was bummed to see Fowler to the Falcons. He would have been a good fit in Seattle. Yeah, Fowler seems like a pretty solid pass rusher. He is another one of those guys, though, that you do wonder when he gets into his third team in 4 years, what are these teams seeing that doesn't allow them to want to go that route? The Rams did just pay Roquan Smith, or not Roquan Smith, one of the guys there, the guy from the Bears. So they did pay one guy. Maybe he's making a little bit less than what Fowler was going to get on the open market. But yeah, I'm guessing that Seattle, I just really wasn't as much on Fowler. I think he's a good pass rusher, he is, but I just wasn't as strong on him or hot to trot on him. Hey, thank you for dropping on in. Insert colorful metaphor. I appreciate you hopping on in the live stream, man. Yeah, there's still plenty of room, guys. Plenty of room to make moves in different places they need to make them. If you absolutely have to, you could convert a contract into bonus money, extend a guy out if you wanted to, which they could do with a guy like Lockett. They've got moved. They can get, if they wanted to get creative, the Seahawks could get creative. Where they've got to wrap their head around that, though, the key to that deal is Schneider to get outside of that stuff that we hear with him, where he goes, well, I've got to think of the 2 and the 3 and the 4 year plan. I'm not just thinking of this year's plan. I got to think of next year and the 3rd year and 4th year. That's part of that whole win forever mentality, which I like. That's great. But at the same point in time, that's not going for it. That's not going for broke. That's not like, look, we're going to squeeze as many guys in this year as we can. And maybe the cap's going to hurt us a little bit in the next couple of years because of it, but let's just go for it for that reason. They could do that if they want. They could, but they haven't shown an indicator yet that they're quite yet ready to do that. And that's a little disconcerting for me as we're looking at the early part of this offseason. Dustin, where did Brandon Scherff go? Yep, Brandon Scherff, is another poster just said, Dustin, Brandon Scherff for the Redskins was franchise tagged, which you're not giving up first round value and signing him to a big deal. He's not that good of a guard to be doing that kind of thing. Shane, I don't think we've cut Ed Dixon for the same reason I think that we did put on the restrictive tag on Hollister and Brandon Jackson. You cut down your salary cap space so that it appears to some of the agents that you're out there negotiating contracts with given free agents to say, this is only the amount of money that we have to spend. We don't actually have this. We actually have this. And so it looks like a negotiating tool for me. And I'm making a guess on that because I can't understand whatever the reason that existed for why you wouldn't have cut Ed Dixon by this point. Yeah, you can get as much salary cap space as you guys as they want. They can. There's a bit of a factoring coming into play where they do say, okay, we are sacrificing for the future to do this. But I mean, if you were to take a fan poll of Seahawks fans right now and where we stand on this, you'd find, I think, a pretty high majority of them that would say, I'm willing to do this. If I'm not going to be able to be 10-6 and 11-6 2 years from now to get the Super Bowl now, then I'll make that sacrifice. I'm okay with that. But let's go for it right now. Let's squeeze these contracts in. Let's move the money around. Let's convert a contract to bonus money. Let's go for it. Sounds good, Don. Appreciate you hanging in here with me. Dustin 3 says, should we trade these 3 offensive linemen for Scherff? Well, man, hey, if Washington would take it, but I have a feeling that they probably wouldn't see that as being a very fair tit for tat on that one. Emma Brown says Schneider lying his ass off about thinking down the road, because if he did look 3 to 4 years down the road, he wouldn't panic with our first picks, then draft for need over best player available. I agree with you, man. I agree with you. Like it's that old crap where you say, well, we got to look at it through our 2 and 3 year lens. That's to say, well, this is my excuse to you fans as to why I'm not going for it this year. And to me, it's kind of it's a weak excuse. It's a weak excuse, and it gets really empty when you watch the same team play out the same year, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. Year after year, it's ending out the same way. Well, you're pretty good. You're better than league average, but you're not great. You're not a Super Bowl contender. And that's what we're doing here, right? I mean, what are we doing here if we're not trying to play for Super Bowls? Seriously, what are we doing here? I'm here to win Super Bowls. I'm not here to go to the playoffs every year and be a consistently good winning team. That means nothing to me. It means less than nothing to me, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think we're good at tight end. And like I said, with Luke Wilson, he'll probably eventually be cut or be that de facto 56th man on the roster. That's where I really foresee that as far as that goes. What's up, Azos? BJ Finney is going to be a very useful center for us. I'm hoping that it's a precursor to Britt being cut because I think that this is probably the guy you're going to have compete as a starting center with Posick and Hunt. So I'm hoping that move comes at some point. Please. But he's solid. The Steeler fans didn't like losing him. He seems like a pretty versatile guy. You can move left guard, right guard, center. He does give you some depth. Seahawks have gone for offensive line depth this free agency. That seems to be the number one thing that we're going to take away from today so far, is that our depth on the offensive line is going to be fantastic. Jordan Simmons and Phil Haynes and Finney and Schnell and Ogabui. Oh, man, we've got depth coming out our ears. What would he freaking do? Azo's not a lot of defensive linemen available based on what I'm hearing. It sounds like the last of the upper level guys are being plucked off the market today with guys like Linval Joseph signing. The Marcus Golden kid still out there. Not probably, I think, a real scheme fit for us. But there's not really a lot out there as far as, Sue's out there still. There's a couple of guys like that in the realm, but nothing that's going to give you an upgrade, instant upgrade by signing him. Yeah, Nathaniel, I'm sure Pete is scared to go into full rebuild mode. And I can understand why he wouldn't want to necessarily. You've got a franchise quarterback. It's very hard with a franchise quarterback in the middle of his prime to think about rebuilding. With that said, it's not just about rebuilding. It's the lack of schematic changes, the lack of an ability to be innovative. These are the things that really hold this team back as much as anything else. And you combine it with some of the we want to be a consistent winner stuff, and it all just gets thrown into a big bag of crap and comes out the other end of, well, you're 10-6 and 11-5 every season. You'll get to the playoffs. You might win one playoff game, but that's as far as you'll get. And we'll just keep reduplicating that if they don't make more aggressive moves this offseason. If they just kind of do what we're seeing so far here, right? Like you don't get Yannick, you get Clowney, you got Irvin, you sign these offensive line depth guys, you just kind of muddle through. You're back to 10-6 next year. You're right back there again next year, no doubt. Bum the Fant left. Did he want to start but couldn't do the left? Yeah, Shane, I think that he wanted to start. George Fant definitely wanted to go get a chance to be able to start somewhere. I think as well, I don't think Seattle was going to pay him that money. Seattle was going to pay George Fant $10 million a year. That was a way too high of a cost for them, especially for a guy that wasn't going to be starting for you probably. He's a backup left tackle. So combination of those two aspects probably built in. Nathaniel Parks, yep, Michael Pierce signed with Minnesota. Great run-stuffing defensive tackle. He'll work really well for them. Probably an upgrade over Linval Joseph for them, who started to probably take a step back over recent years. Russ will upload a pic of an airport too. I'll keep up with this level of free agent signing. Russ will upload a pic of the airport. What's crazy is Brandon. She reminds me of quite a bit of Isaiah Wilson. Brandon Eckert, what's crazy is Brandon Shell reminds me quite a bit of Isaiah. Oh, well, does he? Well, wow. Wilson is super impressive on tape, Brendan. I mean, when you watch him, he's throwing guys around with one arm sometimes. Just a complete bear back there. But I'll be very interested to see. Sounds good, Nathaniel. I don't get if you can tell me, didn't Pete Carroll stress the idea about improving the D-line? Why didn't they do anything? Azos, I think that they've got the open deal. They've got the open contract offer out there to Clowney. And Clowney's sitting on it right now and sort of stewing because Clowney probably thought he's going to get about $4 million more per year than what he really truly is getting. Okay, so that is factoring into that here as far as what's going on. I think the Yannick deal has been done. I do. I think that it just is a soft prediction. It's in place. It's ready to rock. It's ready to roll. It's just a matter of they haven't announced the details for whatever reason, or they're working out the last of the contract parameters. We've heard Seattle release an open statement out there saying that they're not going to announce officially their signings until they can do the physicals. So some of the stuff could be bending into it, but I have a feeling that there's some deals that are sitting there that are out there and that can be had. We just haven't quite heard about them yet. And I think Clowney eventually will sign with Seattle. He's just hoping that some team jumps in at the last minute, the 25th hour, and makes that big, overwhelming offer to him that he's been hoping for. As you said, you think we should trade for Brandon Cooks. I'm very hesitant for Brandon Cooks for much of the same reason I was hesitant with Brian Bulaga. He's got a huge injury concussion history, a really bad one. I mean, one where he gets a concussion now. It's not just keeping him out 1 or 2 games. He's out for 5, 6, 7 games. And I just think that at this point in time, I'm not giving up a third round pick for that. Again, we missed more games last year to injury, our starters did, than anybody else in the NFL. That, bringing a guy like Brandon Cooks in only goes to serve to duplicate those results. I just had a thought that they might have something in the works to trade up for Chase Young because their cap space is shrinking up quick. I'd love for them to trade up for Chase Young, John, but there's still some money there to spend, man. There's plenty of money to spend. A few guys get cut. They move some money around here, move some money around there. You can fit whoever you want to fit in. You absolutely could. So keep in mind, there's still plenty of flexibility for them. They're playing the cards close to the vest is what we're seeing. Yannick also tweeted an hourglass earlier today. What is that? What would an hourglass mean as an emoji? Waiting? Maybe that's what that is. I don't know. Emojis are always so hard when you're trying to read into them as I guess some deeper meaning into a pair of eyes or, something like that. That's good to hear. I'm okay with what you're saying on Shaw. I'll watch some tape on him tonight, Brendan, see what I think of him. But that'd be it. That's an ideal right tackle for what Seattle wants to do if he can do that. If he can be a guy that can move people, big, strong, that's what we need out of that right tackle position. Above a pass protector, we need a guy that can move people off the line. That's really the important part of what you got to be on this line right now. We need more of those guys that are people movers. I'd love for pass protection. I'd love to have a guy that could do both, but you got to sometimes pick a lane. Yeah, I've seen that with some of the longer guys. Somebody mentioned Prince Wagabagu of the Auburn. He's a little bit like that. Guy's 6'8", long arms, but he lets everybody just get into his chest. You see a lot of offensive linemen do that. I think they get comfortable with the guys closer to them at that point rather than once they get their arms away and it can be smacked down and ripped. So you do see that some. But again, you're not going to be as worried about him in pass protection. As long as he can move people in the run game, that's where Seattle's probably really giving him the money here giving him that $5.5 million per. That's what they're looking for. Emmett says, if we trade number 27 overall for Yannick, would we consider using our second round 2 picks and trade back up? San Francisco doesn't have a second, third, or fourth round pick. Plus, San Francisco's got the number 13th overall selection in the first. Oh, I see what you're saying. They don't have a second, third round. Plus, we've traded with John Lynch before. No, they're not going to trade inside their division. I don't think they would trade inside their division at this point for a team that is as good as the Niners are. You're not going to try to help them out or do them any favors. When it comes to trading back up, no, they would trade back if they lose that first round pick. Sider would try to collect more ammunition if he loses that first round pick as opposed to trading up. That would be my opinion. So you'd probably see him flip. You'd probably see them flip back into the later part of the second round and try to pick up another third round pick or a fourth round pick if they get that Jacksonville second round pick. That's what I would guess. Oh, is time in Jacksonville's running out. That'd be great. I'd be awesome to hear. And again, it seems we've been pretty. As John Robinson said, he recognized the carpet off of the SeaTac airport. So Unique on his IG Instagram had posted a picture of him in an airport, and people are saying that it looks like SeaTac. So if that's the case, then welcome to Seattle, Unique. I think it was my brother that asked you this, but remember he said that the Shaquem Griffin actually had has a touchdown in his career, but got called off because it was the end of the game against the Lions. Huh. Okay. I don't remember that. I don't remember that play, Azos, but I'll take your word for it. Yeah, Brandon, we got to see if he can move some people. That's our place, because the right tackle. It's okay if they're not as good in pass protection. They're going to get the chip by the tight end a lot. They'll get help by the running back a lot. That's okay. But can he run block? That's what I need to see in these guys we're bringing in. Yeah, there's no doubt Jack Conklin's a stud, Shane. I would have been happy with seeing Jack Conklin here at the same price that the Browns paid for him. He was the number 5th best blocking right tackle by Pro Football Focus last year. By all counts, he came really far along in his pass protection game over his time there. He started out needing a lot of help out the gate, where it seemed like in his rookie year, they were always giving him help with a tight end or a running back, and he really got better as he went along, as you would expect. A developing player who's coming into his own. It sucks that we missed out on him, but that's okay. I understand why they weren't necessarily willing to go up that high as far as the salary goes on him. It does make sense. So the memo the Seahawks put out says that they will withhold any player transaction till physicals. Yes. And so, Carl, you will still hear the players themselves, of course, release on Twitter and say, I'm signed with Seattle like Bruce did. But yeah, officially you won't hear anything until that point. Yeah, we get the Jacksonville 2nd round pick. That's the key in that, Emmett, where you do get their 2nd round pick. So you still have the 2 second rounders at that point. But I think for Snyder, it would be just too tempting to flip back into the 2nd round, get the extra 3rd round pick. Now at that point, you got 2 seconds, 2 thirds, 2 fourths. I think Snyder would feel pretty darn good about that if that went that route. If I could find that highlight, I would love to see it because I can't find it anywhere. Yeah, I haven't seen that one either. I'd have to look around. Azos asked, will Bruce Irvin be playing defensive end or playing left outside linebacker? He will be playing both, as he did in his final season with the Seahawks, where he played left outside linebacker, or the Sam, and then he would play as a spot rotational pass rusher as well. So you'll see him flipped in the bolt. That's the nice thing with Bruce. You get you a little bit of a jack of all trades, where you get a little bit of a 2-player for 1 type deal there. He's going to round out the depth on the linebacker roles, and he gives you the rotational pass rusher, all for probably about $5-6 million on a 1-year deal. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, Conklin was a big reason why Derrick Henry was making those runs. Taylor Lewan also helped out over there for them, but Conklin was a guy that, look, he can move people. You're bringing, like I'm saying about this guy being Shell, and that I want to see, can he move people? That's what this guy does, and that's where, if you're going to want to try to, put your will on teams, show them you can run on anybody, not back down against anybody, not have to go to the passing attack early on because you just can't create any holes in the running game. That's the type of guy you got to bring on to do that. Absent of that, you're going to have a hard time running on certain teams. TJ says, honestly, if we're just giving up a 1st rounder for Yannick and he's a future Hall of Famer, I'll take that any day. Yeah. Look, it's not great. It's not a huge draft capital to give up. And remember, TJ, you're not giving up a 1st round pick. The terms of the deal are as such. You give up your 1st, but you also get back the 2nd round pick from Jacksonville. And then, yes, you give up your 2nd round pick at the very end of the 2nd round, which is essentially the 1st pick of the 3rd round, right? So you're really not even giving up that. It seems like a no-brainer type trade to make if it is the one that Seattle's going to be on here. And again, you're not even having to sign him at what I would consider market rate for Yannick, which would be the 22-23 million per. His 75 pressures over the last 3 years should put him into that territory, but for whatever reason doesn't. Seattle gets him at lesser cost in draft, gets him at a lesser cost in the full financial value of what it would cost. Perfectly happy making that deal. Tobias Larson says, who gets the most playtime in 2020, Blair or Collier? What does your gut tell you? My gut tells me Blair is going to get on the football field. I don't think the Seahawks coaching staff is going to be able to keep him off of it. And I still fall in line with the fact that I don't see LJ Collier really taking that big of a step forward. LJ Collier's biggest ceiling at this point, from what we've seen to me, is a guy that's going to be a 5-tech guy that can stop the run on the early downs, but it's not going to give you anything as a pass rusher, really. That's his upside at this point to me. Can he come in as the 5-tech on early downs? Can he play the Red Bryant role? That's as far as you're going to get with this guy, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's, I think, as far as we're going to get. Emmett Brown says there's still going to be some studs on the board with the early second round picks. Stenberg, Ezra Cleveland. Cleveland's going to probably climb up into the first round, Emmett. If not within the first probably 5 picks of the second round. He's really getting a lot of a big time pub. A lot of guys that like a lot of what they see from him. So I actually could probably see him going earlier. I'm starting to come around on Mims. I was a guy who initially didn't like him out of Baylor. I have a problem with wide receivers out of Baylor over recent years. They haven't been the greatest. Think Corey Coleman. But this guy, when you watch his tape, even though he's not a pure route runner, I don't know that we need a pure route runner with Russell Wilson. I need a guy I can throw a trust ball up to. I need a physical freak guy that can go get it. A guy that can break off his route at times and then just do the secondary stuff. I think Mims could maybe give you that. He's an interesting guy if you could pluck him into that second round phase where he doesn't get up into the first round. He might just get up in the first round, though, with that combine that he had and just blowing it up like he did because he really had a great combine. Pretty soon I'm going to have to make some coffee here, guys. I need a refill. So if we get Yannick and Clowney, we are definitely drafting Taylor from Wisconsin. I think Taylor's actually going to get drafted higher than you're thinking, Carl. That 4.39, he was the only running back that ran that really in the combine. And then you see how good he is running between the tackles with that speed. Somebody's probably going to pick him in the top 20. It usually has gone this way, historically speaking. I just don't see him falling to Seattle. And I don't think I'd see Seattle at this place and point actually going with a running back with their first pick. And there's no way he's lasting into the second round. So Shane asks, how the fuck can Dallas afford to pay Dak, Cooper, D-Law, Zeke, and that O-line? That's a ridiculous amount of money cap, a bunch of cheaters. Well, it's not cheaters. It's just doing something that Jerry Jones has done in the past. And he did when he had Tony Romo's contract there. And it hurt him on a couple of years, admittedly. But he's willing to sacrifice today for tomorrow. And the guy's going to, live another couple years at most. So it's understandable why he's going for it. I'd like to see Seattle do something similar. You can move the numbers around, guys. People will tell you the cap, here's our cap space. This is what we can do. We're stuck here. We're done. No. You can always move the numbers around. You could always bring in what you want to bring in. You just have to show that willingness to not constantly be in the vision of where are we at in year 2 from now? Where are we at in year 3 from now? Where are we at in year 4? No. Where are we at right now? Today, here, right now, going for next year's Super Bowl. Where are we at with that? But Seattle doesn't think through that lens as much as we'd like them to, or as much as I'd like them to. And so they're just not going to be as willing to kind of go for it like you're seeing Dallas go for it. But that's what Dallas is doing. They're definitely doing that. Don't forget, too, Shane, they also paid that linebacker, Jalen Smith, last year, too. Paid him to a big-time deal. Tedrick Thompson requested a trade. What do you think we can get for him? We will be lucky as those to get a 7th rounder. I would probably bet no one's going to probably trade for him, and you'll eventually see Tedrick Thompson just outright released. Tedrick had 2 amazing picks, but other than that, he got burnt too often. Yeah, Tedrick, the free safety in the Seattle Seahawks defense has one responsibility above all else: protect the deep half of the field. Every single game Tedrick Thompson played in, he got beat in the deep half of the field. It's no coincidence that when you saw Quandre Diggs come in there, you didn't see us getting beat on deep balls anymore. It's not a coincidence because Quandre played those much better, much more of an instinctive player. Tedrick's a lot like Leno. They sit pre-snap. They don't diagnose anything. The snap happens, and then they need an extra beat to kind of read what's going on, and then they react. But in the NFL, you need to have a plan and know what you're doing right after the snap, post-snap. Otherwise, you will get beat. Teams will see that on tape and see that you're tentative, see that you can be taken advantage of it, that you're not instinctive. And that's the deal with Tedrick, and other teams are going to see it too. And, yeah, Brendan, that's where I've come around on Mims. Brendan says Mims is so Seahawky, and that's where I come with on him, whereas he's just got so many of the Seahawk elements that they look for in his size, speed, explosiveness, that I can look past the route running. I can look past some of my trepidation when it comes to the Baylor wide receivers, historically speaking, because he is so freakish and he does fit into that player type that they do look at and like. John Robinson says, what about Chase Claypool? I love him. He can play like a move tight end role, physical freak. So John, in looking at his tape at Chase, I think the thing that people say is they look at his size and they go, we can move him into an inline tight end, or he could be the H-back role and move him around. He did none of that for Notre Dame. None of that. Zero. Zip. The only thing you're saying, if you say that he's a move tight end, the only reason you're saying that is because you're looking at his size and saying, well, because he's so big, we can move him into that position. But there's nothing to believe that he can block from that position. And I think he is a pure wide receiver at the next level. For whatever reason, I get the impression with him that he seems very much like a New England Patriot player to me. He just seems like the type of guy that Bill Belichick would try to target and go after. And I see him there, but he is a wide receiver at the next level, and unfortunately a wide receiver alone. He's no more a tight end than Arcega-Whiteside was coming out of Stanford last year. Azoz asks, how will the coronavirus affect the NFL if they can't practice now? Do you think the season will be pushed off? The potential exists for that occurring. Every day that goes on here, this seems to be the seriousness of this. It appears to be ratcheting up more and more. Right? We seem to see it just get worse and worse and worse and worse. And there's going to be a point where maybe this, as they say, the curve flattens and we see this thing kind of trickle off a little bit. But man, NBA season and schools and all this stuff is being, for the foreseeable future, shut off. It's a possibility at this point. It's an absolute possibility at this point that it gets pushed off. I hope not. Man, there are no sports on, man. It's going to be brutal if we've got no sports for all that time period. And then football season comes and they're like, none of this either, guys. This country might riot. Brendan says, dang, after 7 snaps for Pittsburgh, I'm a little disappointed with Shell. That sucks. Did you get a chance to check out Juwan Johnson? I'm sorry, Carl, I didn't. I got deep on the cornerbacks over the last couple of weeks. I've been kind of taking a look at them a lot firmer, and so I didn't have as much of a chance to dive in on the receivers as I'd like. The receivers are kind of next on my list to go into the deck. I've got the upper portion looked at, but I haven't looked at that next second tier and third tier guys who could potentially be Seahawks. So it's worth looking at. I will look at them. Yeah, Brendan, I think Mims is going to be a good receiver on the next level. Again, the explosiveness stats, the combine are legit. It's not just the 40 time, it's the vertical, it's what he did on some of the short area stuff. He's going to be very good. And then you watch his tape, he's able to be a good hands catcher. He's not just a speed guy that's going to struggle with it. No, he can catch the ball. He can catch it out away from his body. He can catch it with a defender hanging off of him. These are all things that, to me, it elevated him up above what I initially saw with him, where initially I didn't see it. It looked so rough in his route running that I didn't understand how this guy's going to be picked at the top of the second round with that. But he doesn't have to be. Yep, coffee break. Good call. I'm going to do a coffee break here. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Coffee. Sorry about that. All right. Dustin 3 says Reed seems to have a beef with fans a lot. I think the fans, Dustin, we're trying to get Reed to wrap his head around the fact that he's not what he thought he was coming into this offseason. What I saw in some of the tweet fights that he was getting into was fans saying, look, man, you're not worth 15, 16 million per year or being franchised. You're probably 10 million a year guy. And they were right. And he can take it personally all he wants, but like, look, you got your ass suspended, dude. You came back and got the high ankle sprain. You didn't produce in a contract year. You don't do that and then expect to get paid. And when you look at his first 2 years, he had a sack and a half, 2 sacks. He was all right in the run stuffing game. It sort of went backwards the longer that went on. I don't know. I think he's a little bit like kind of out of line in what he's doing with that and getting all butthurt with those guys and letting it get to him. No, I didn't want Diggs here, Dustin. Diggs is a guy that's a bit of a head case. Boy, that whole situation played out like Percy Harvin 2.0, didn't it? The Vikings almost got exactly the same compensation for Diggs that Harvin got. And again, a guy that just like always pouts, always up in his head, it seems like on the sideline, never happy, always annoyed, kind of soft. I mean, that's what I see in his brother too at Trayvon in Alabama. I mean, that's why I don't like Trayvon at Alabama kind of too. Not just the fact he's not a good tackler, just kind of a soft player, soft mind, soft body, not mentally strong, I could be wrong on that. It's just the impression I get though. Yeah, Zoes, if they don't cut Britt at this point, I'm going to be shocked with all the money that they just took on. Because if you look at it, the cumulative money that they just took on is essentially what Britt was going to cost up against the cap this year. So cutting Britt, you bring on those 3 guys instead. That would seem to be the natural deal. Yeah, I miss the XFL too, Zoes. There were some really interesting players to watch. And it seemed like that league was kind of getting its feet underneath them itself a little bit. Really brutal that this came along for them because they needed this first year to generate the interest and get people kind of excited. And it sort of just stopped everything in its tracks. Sucks. Azzo's crazy how he's been here for hours. Who's been there for hours, Azzo's? I didn't, but yeah, I don't. Diggs trade, Dustin, that was way too much asset to give up for a guy that's in that situation that he's in. You're not going to be able to, if he's upset not getting the targets and Minnesota is the number 1, number 2 guy, how's he going to be with being the number 3 guy? I just couldn't see it there with that. I just I could never see how that was going to be a fit for Seattle on top of the fact that you had the draft compensation you're going to give up. I mean, they got essentially the equivalent of, it seems like, a first. And when you put all the extra little picks they got together, it's like about a first and a third is essentially what you basically got for Diggs. That's way too high for me. I didn't want to pay that cost. Fun fact, Cedric. Now I remember that name. That's where I remember the name from, TJ, is, yeah. So Cedric did play with Jermaine Ifedi in college. When Cedric left, Ifedi took over. Well, we don't have them both now because Ifedi's a free agent, TJ. So he's right now, no, he's not under any team, anyone, anybody. He's basically able to operate that and sign with whoever he wants and go however he wants to go. Sure. Cries for the ball on running team. We went through this with Dez. Yeah, Carl, I just think that I don't need a receiver on this team that needs targets. Where are my targets at? Am I getting mine? And the receiver position over recent years in the NFL has really become one where they are really on an island out onto themselves. They feel less like the team at times than any other position on the football field. You look at a guy like Odell Beckham with wearing the watch out on the field and getting in all the other crap, giving Tom Brady goat shoes at the end of the game. Like, these guys are always been a little bit of head cases, but more so now than ever, it's like, I don't want no part of that. I don't need any part of that AB mentality. I need none of those. I need none of those guys on my team. Find someone else. Now that we've signed Cedric Ogbuehi to the offensive line, do you think we go pass rush in the first round? If Gordon comes back, we should be great on receivers. I think you're thinking this through pretty logically, Tobias, incorrectly so. I would think with all the money that you just spent on the offensive line, this does diminish the chances of the Seahawks going for a tackle with the first pick. I truly do believe that this is going to impede that. I would say that this is more of an indication that the Yannick Ngakoue trade has been consummated, so that there isn't even really a first-round pick there to be had. So you were going to be in the second round anyway. But even then, I don't think that this then puts you in the position of drafting a tackle. I think you are correct. Let's say the Yannick deal doesn't go down. They're sitting at 27. Then this would indicate to me that you're looking at Yetur Gross-Mastos potentially being there, or maybe even they've got a little bit of a fascination with an AJ Epinesa. Maybe that's a guy that they're looking at seeing sliding because he doesn't tick all the boxes as far as the explosiveness concerned, but a guy that they may like a lot. I certainly could see them going in this direction now. Whereas at the start of the day, I would have pounded the table and said to you that I would have pounded the table and said, I expect a tackle to be taken with that first pick. You don't like Baylor wide receivers. I feel the same with Arizona State. Well, Emmett, I feel the same way that you feel about Arizona State receivers. So we are a complete agreement on both Baylor wide receivers and Arizona State receivers. They're guys that always seem that there's one or two of them that pop up from time to time that always gets way overvalued, comes out into the league and isn't ready to roll. And, I just don't quite get it myself. Sorry, 1 second. I got to blow my nose on. All right. Here we go. Now on the digs for me too. I don't need another emotional head case. John Clayton of ESPN says Seattle, he expects Griffin to come in at around $7 to $9 million. That's right around where I thought too. Because you're not having to, the guy is 32 years old. So you're not paying up at that market of what you're going to get on a guy like even a Robert Quinn and what he just got this last offseason. So a very similar player potentially in production, but you're going to get him for a few million more or less. I'm imagining it's probably only going to be a 2 to 3 year deal at the very most. So that's where we're kind of at. Ante, I don't know anything new on the Clowney deal. It's still just sitting in a holding state. Someone did mention earlier in the chat that you saw Jarrell Casey get moved, who was carrying a big salary on the defensive line for the Titans. Titans would fit into that model of what Clowney had wanted, being a Super Bowl contending team potentially. If they moved off that money to look at targeting Clowney, they may enter into the fray, but that's what I think Clowney's doing at this point is he's waiting for a mystery team to come jump in at the last minute and give him that asking price. Sounds like no one league-wide is willing to go to $20 million. That's the reports that we're hearing, which is interesting to me. It's interesting that the league values Clowney that way, where they really do not truly see him in that realm, where he does have some depression to his value at that point. Because I would have sworn up and down that someone out there was going to pay him $23 million per this offseason, at least give him the same contract as Frank Clark, because even if he's not the same player as Clark in pass rush, he's a better run defender. And it's a year later where the cap's gone up by 10%. So his $23 million would actually be less than what Clark got as it attributes to how it impacts the cap in percentage. But sign me up for that too, Brendan. And James Glenn makes a good point here. We don't know about Josh Gordon before the draft, probably not even before this season. The commission's in no hurry to reinstate Gordon. James, you're completely correct. If the CBA comes down And the CBA, and one of the things of the CBA that will come down with that marijuana policy is that anybody that is on a marijuana suspension will be immediately taken off, and how it will stay that in the CBA contract. So that will go beyond the commission being able to reinstore them. Outside of Gordon, also having those PEDs in addition to the marijuana. If that's true, then your situation is true, and that it would be a waiting game and that you're probably not looking at until about mid-season Gordon becoming available. I would argue that if that's the case, that just makes it all that much more likely that Seattle has the opportunity to then sign Gordon, because it's hard to see another team out there at that point mid-season that isn't familiar with them picking him up. It could be somebody maybe was willing to make that flyer at that point, but I would margin to guess that Seattle would be the number one slot for him to be signed here in either scenario, but in even more so if he does end up getting suspended even into the season. Oh, okay. So you got to expand on that, TJ. Chris Harris, I did see that Chris Harris was going to the Chargers, but you said the Giants are no longer with Clowney, that he's out on the Clowney competition, because this is big, folks. Walk through this as a logic experiment. What teams out there have salary cap space still available in huge loads? Which of those teams that is available with loads of cap space is even a playoff team, much less a Super Bowl contending team? Not too many of them. So this becomes a game of magical chairs for our Mr. Clowney. There's only so many chairs. There's all these people and only so many chairs. You don't want to be the last guy without a chair. And that's part of with him waiting here, where it's like he's going to end up coming maybe down on that bottom line sign of 18 and 19 million per, because it's just, that's what the market ended up bearing out for him, which would work out amazingly for Seattle. If you come out of this with keeping Clowney at 18 and 19 million and getting Yannick at 18 and 19 million, that is phenomenal, especially when you consider the draft capital it'll take to bring these guys in, where it's not even a first rounder for Yannick. It was only a third rounder really for Jadeveon. Bringing in that kind of talent for that little of draft capital is awesome. That's playing the game right. That's playing the game smart. Either that or that was your microwave or the Yannick money truck backing up. Yeah, either one works for me, Emmett. I think it was my coffee finishing. Nathaniel Park says Titans are good, but are missing some pieces. You're right, Nathaniel. They are missing some pieces, and they are not necessarily a complete team. But here's the thing is, if Jadeveon's having to slant his head and squint his eyes and look really close because he's not getting the money that he wants from other teams, maybe he widens out that what he considers a Super Bowl contending team, right? Because suddenly a lot more teams become Super Bowl contending when they're not getting anywhere near what you're asking for market rate wise. The teams that are Super Bowl contenders, I mean. Ogbuehi. Brandon, I'm still not going to pronounce it even with you doing it that way. My mouth doesn't work that way. Ogbuehi. I'm going to go with that. Likely going to play the Fant role. So that'd be cool. I'm down with that, Brendan. That'd be awesome. We've seen get a third lineman out there or get an extra lineman out there for that third tight end slot. That's been money for us going back to 2012, and we had Alvin Bailey that we used to bring out there as that third tight end. It's absolutely been destructive to bring three tight ends and get that extra offensive lineman. I love it. If that's his role and he can come in there and do that, it's kind of become a vital piece to our running game, frankly. Does he have hands, Brendan? More importantly, Brendan, what's his short area shuttle? Is he going to give us the short area quick distance burst they look for in their tight ends? I need to know. Ngakoue is going to be at $17 to $18 million per season. There's no way you're going to get him at $11.5 million per, unfortunately. No way. He's franchised right now on the franchise tag. The tag alone is going to pay him $19 million this year. So yeah. Incentive-laden contract. Yeah, there'd be a lot of incentives, a lot of easy incentives, dress for 7 games, it's like that. Emmett, I heard no one's touching Clowney since physicals can't be done. Corona, and teams are worried about his hernia core injuries. Yeah, once you go get the surgery with the core injuries, it's fixed. It doesn't tend to be a reoccurring injury that pops up again and again. It will reoccur if Ivan the Terrible, our strength and conditioning coach, continues to remain, because you saw we had multiple players last year with core injuries. Doug Baldwin retired. What was he dealing with? Core injury muscle was one of the issues. You saw our fullback got the core injury. That's training to me. That's where a lot of it, I do wonder if the way he's training them and having them train their abs essentially is putting too much stress on him, causing the injury thing to pop up because of it. I don't know. But no, it's not a crazy recovery time, as James Glenn pointed out there. You're going to be just fine as far as expecting him to come back at full speed. That would not prevent teams from signing Clowney. Teams are prevented from signing Clowney because they know that you're going to be paying essentially money of what you would normally be paying for a guy that's getting you 12, 13, 14 sacks a year. This guy's going to get you more into that realm of 6 to 9 sacks and give you upper level run defense. So you've got to you got to really work your way through it to kind of accept that as a team, because when you pay that money, you do tend to want it to be getting a dynamic pass rusher, and then instead with this guy, you're getting more of a play wrecker. It's just a different quality of guy you're bringing in, but you're still paying the high price. So Brendan says, so far Shell gets to the second level really well. He mostly stalemates guys, and lots of people seem to get under him. I don't know why. Maybe his pad level's too high. Well, and if he is a bigger guy, Brendan, you would expect on those big guys, as you gave his dimensions, they're going to have a little bit of a tougher time getting the leverage game as much. They can sometimes get away with it because if they're so big and so strong, guys can out-leverage them, and they can kind of hang in there and hold on, and that's what you're talking about in the stalemates, I think. Which, if that's what we're getting as a stalemate guy, I'm okay with that. I'm not expecting to get probably a people mover at $5.5 million per year. Interesting that we've got no update yet on Irvin's contract, Donald. That is interesting. I would have thought we would have heard something from it. We've heard it on the offensive lineman, Shane, yeah, that Colts move was big towards us potentially keeping Clowney, because I think the Colts, if they don't make the so it wasn't that didn't they go for DeForest Buckner, Shane? I think Armstead re-signed with the 49ers, and then DeForest Buckner wasn't traded, but same thing of what you're trying to say. Essentially, that was our biggest competition for Clowney, because that was a team that could make the argument to him that they're very full, they're complete, they're getting closer to Super Bowl, especially bringing in Phillip Rivers. But then they make that DeForest Buckner deal, and I don't think that they had the ammunition after that to go back in and then grab ooh. Okay, so hot off the presses here, folks. Carl dropping a bomb here. There's smoke of Dwayne Brown retiring. I see Hawk Blogger posting about it. Well, it would make these moves make a little bit more sense as to why you've signed so many offensive linemen here out the gate, wouldn't it? Dwayne definitely had some injuries that he had to deal with as the year went out last year. I think he had a couple different things affect him, from the knee to the bicep. He's getting older. He's had a lot of injuries in his career. I was kind of surprised to see right at the end of the year that he put a tweet out that he's ready to go for next year, and he's going to go after, maybe he wants to give this some thought, because this is a guy that's right in that realm where you might think it's probably time for you to maybe get close to calling it a day here, Dwayne, which would suck if it happened, man. That's your best offensive lineman by far on this team. And that's definitely going to set you back if that ends up becoming the case. And you just did extend him recently as well. So that means there's also going to be some bonus money now that you're on the hook for running up. So you're not necessarily just going to save money on his base salary being off the books at that point. It becomes a wash this season. That would be a very, 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 very difficult situation if Seattle has to go down that road with Brown retiring. Very difficult. Clowney wants $25 million a year, and the only team that's willing to pay him that is the Texans. That would be odd for the Texans being willing to make that payment, but I could see why the Texans would. I think they've got some money they can spend now, and they know him, and If he wanted to go back there and do it, he did indicate before last year that, he did like playing at the Texans. The thing is that that's not a Super Bowl contending team anymore now. You've lost a lot of talent out of that team. JJ Watt's getting to be ancient. What do you got defensively there? What do you have? I think even DJ Reader, the guy that played really upper level tackle for them last year, is going to be lost in free agency. Hard to see Clowney look at them and say, oh, no, this is a Super Bowl team. He's going again. Here's your choice, Jadeveon. Love of winning or love of money? It's a $5 million difference. Love of winning, love of money. Which do you want to choose? That's what's sitting, and that's why he's probably sitting here turning this over in his mind right now, is it's not an easy choice. But that's what he's got to pick and see what he's going to do. Donald says, I would think that having someone like Yannick too would inspire Clowney to come back, especially since he wants to play for a contender. Yeah, Don, I would think the same situation. You've also factor into that they brought in Greg Olsen to upgrade a little bit of the offense. He could look at Seattle and say that they are making moves to get this train on the tracks and get it to where I want to see it rolling, where I'm not the only pass rusher here making this work. You brought in Bruce Irvin as well. So there's been some moves here Seattle has made to show that they're trying to upgrade this team, if that's what he was looking for in the tea leaves. He's considering a shorter deal with Seattle, Drew, is what Clowney's supposedly looking at, is looking at a shorter term deal. I guess I'm okay with that. I'll take him any way I can get him at this point. If it's a 2-3 year deal and he wants to try to prove his market is back to being higher and get back on there once the money's real again, then so be it. Not a stupid move by Clowney if he went to a 2-3 year deal. Get back on the market by the time you're around 30, sign another 3-4 year deal at, by that point, the salary cap will have gone up by 35-40%. Not the worst way to go. Not the worst way to go. Well, Emmett, I think that he doesn't count as a tight end, Emmett. So Emmett says if Ogubui is the new Fant tight end, that puts Seattle at 6 tight ends on the roster. But just like if George Fant was a tight end that would come in as an eligible tight end, that would be the same situation here. He's not counting in the tight end position. He's counting on as one of your tackles. So you'd have him, you'd have Schnell, hopefully I would have Dwayne Brown. We'll see on that. But then you'd fill that out, and that he'd be counted as that quality, or is that depth, not quality, but that is that depth. I think Hawkblair is just saying we're sure he isn't retiring because of all the linemen we were signing. Isn't retiring. So I wouldn't really read like that off of that, Carl. That's what Hawkblogger's doing, is he's reading into this by saying, well, we signed 3 linemen, therefore this must put into peril the potential of Dwayne Brown coming back next season. It's not indicative of what we've heard from Dwayne Brown at the end of last season, where he was instantly right on jumping on top of it with the tweet saying, I intend to come back next year. We'll get this back next year, 12s. As well as we needed depth. We needed to bring in bodies. You were losing Effetti and you were losing Fant. That's 2 tackles right off the top, right off the board, gone. You had to bring him back in and fill him back out. Same thing is probably going to be true with the guard and center position, especially if you cut Britt. That's another man out. That was another man that you had to bring in. So it's really about just, one guy leaves out the door, another guy has got to come in. I wouldn't look at it as reading it into it that deeply. He's really going deep trying to take this from that. That's Glenn. I just saw your post. Let's pray Irvin is below $9 million. Brendan, Irvin's not going to cost $9 million this year. No way. You're looking 6-7 million is probably what it's going to cost to bring him in. Maybe a little more. We'll see how it all breaks down, but I can't see 9 million being where it's at. No way. Shane After says, I'm a little jealous when I see other players willing to restructure their contracts to bring in some better free agents to their team and increase their cap. Russ and Bob B-Wags can afford it. You know what, Shane? They absolutely could afford it. The hard part about this is that each of them just signed their new contract last year. So when you restructure a contract and you get a guy and you say, okay, I need you to convert this year's money into bonus, and then we're going to just That bonus will carry over now over the next couple of years, and now we're lowering this year's yearly salary because of it. To do that, you have to have a player in his second, third, fourth year of his contract because some of the bonus money has to have eased out the door already. The problem is that we're only in the second year of Russell's deal and the second year of Bobby's deal. So the bonus money is so big that even if you convert the base money into bonus for these two guys, you're really not going to see the savings because that bonus is going to still count against that year. So, with Russell's case, let's say this year, and I'm pulling these numbers out of my head. Okay. So these are not accurate, but let's say this year with Russell, the bonus money is counting against the cap at, let's say, $15 million. Let's say his base is around another $15 million. Okay. I know he's a little bit higher than that, but let's nice round numbers. Well, you convert that into bonus, that second 15 million. Okay, well, still some of that bonus money is going to count against this year's cap with the bonus money that's already rolling up, and you're really not saving that much. You'll save a little bit, but not that much for what you're doing to kick the can down the road. You want to have it like Lockett's deal. Lockett, I think, is entering in either to the second or third year of his deal. The bonus money's already worked. A lot of it's already worked off the end of the contract. So converting his yearly base this season, let's say, into bonus, and then extending the contract out a year, that's a way you could save money. He's a player that you could do that with, but we're not quite there yet with Bobby or Russell. We're probably gonna have to wait a year until we're getting into a position to pull that little wonder off. But I hope Russell eventually is able to do that. He's not done it yet. Russell eventually is going to have to wrap his head around, especially once his skills start to diminish. You're going to have to take a little bit less, brother. You're going to have to go a little bit less. You can't top the market out every time you're up for a new contract and hope we can field the same type of team that we need to field out there. Hopefully that comes down the track one way or another. Shane Hafner, the Rams signed Whitworth. You're thinking of the financial company, Whitworth and IG Whitworth. Yeah, he's 38 years old. He did start to finally show decline at left tackle. He hasn't through his time at the Rams, but last year he actually did start to. There's a little bit of a dip in that play now. 38 years old is pretty high. The Rams didn't have any other options. There wasn't better left tackle options out there for them. They don't have a first round pick. I don't even know if they have a second round pick at this point. So they had to make the best of that situation for what it was. But he's not the tackle he was even 2 years ago. I would expect him to continue to take a little bit of a step backwards in that phase of things. Brendan Eckrick says Jeremy Fowler of ESPN says Clowney is considering taking a short-term deal and re-entering the market, and many people around the league expect him back in Seattle, which I would as well. If you're going to take the shorter-term deal, why go to a new team, a new scheme, change everything up for a third time in 3 years, for a third time in 2 years? Stay with the short-term deal. Stay with the place where you can be effective at, who's going to be a good team that's going to be able to display your skills well. Again, take the 2-3 year deal, get back on the market right at 30 years old. Pass rushers, especially freakish like he is, can still be very good. 34 years old, he can still sign that last extra deal to get him up into that range. Makes a lot of sense for Clowney to do this. Absolutely would be. No worries, Shane. I know what you meant. Evan from Hawkblogger and Corbin Smith from Locked On. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing is if Brown does go out, there are some options available out at left tackle. Trent Williams, you could go make a trade for him. I have heard as well that he could potentially be had for a third, and that would be I would hope Seattle would jump right on top of that if this goes that route. Trent Williams is a great left tackle, still got a lot of good football, I feel like, ahead of him. And that would be, you would hope that they would have Washington on the phone instantly. I never liked the thought of bringing in both Williams and having Dwayne Brown here, asking one of those guys to translate over to the right tackle role as they're now 30 plus years old. I thought it was a little too much to ask, but if Brown goes out and he does retire, then please get Trent Williams on the horn ASAP. I could see him retiring too. He is getting older, and like the thing with Dwayne Brown, he wasn't just injured for the first time last year. He's had multiple years in his career that have ended out due to injury, ACLs and all that thing. And he just had another knee surgery during the season. You could see it being a potential. You absolutely could see it being a potential. I think Yannick's going to want to be paid on the full big deal, Nathaniel. I think you're right. Those are probably the numbers you'd expect to see for Clowney on a 3-year deal. But with Yannick, you're going to see him on a big deal, the 5-year, 6-year deal, because of the fact of he's a 3rd-round pick. He's not made his money yet. He's going to want this contract to max him out right out the gate. And if you look at it with him, he signs a 5-year deal. Even if he gets through all 5 years of those deals, because he's only 25 years old, he'll only be 30 by the time that deal comes and expires. He can still go sign one more big final deal if he wants to at that point in time. I would expect that Yannick goes on the big deal, but Clowney could be on the 3-year 58. That's about right? So let's see. That's 28, 3. Yeah, 19 million per. That sounds about right. That looks about right. I love Shaquem learning from Bruce. Oh my God. Yeah, there could be some stuff Bruce is able to show him. Both of those guys being speed guys, Carl. Maybe he shows him a couple extra things on how to utilize that speed. So DJ, you just mentioned a really good point. If Brown was going to retire, then we would do everything we could to bring back Fant because he's a good left tackle. Yeah, I mean, if you could have just ended up bringing back Fant for $11 million per because you knew Dwayne Brown was going to retire, you would have known that was going to happen once he hit the open market. I would have thought Seattle would have gone that route instead too. So I think that some of this speculation about Dwayne Brown retiring is a little bit people trying to make a little bit of a leap here. I don't know that I necessarily see as much accuracy involved with that. I just can't see it. Darius Slade just responded to Adam Schefter's tweet about Trufant and said, I hope that speeds up my trade process. Yeah, I think Slade's going to, yes, it will. Absolutely, it'll speed up his trade process. He wants out of Detroit. Detroit's been willing to offload guys like they did with Quandre Diggs that they determined they don't want there. And somebody is going to trade for him. I don't see it being Seattle, though. I just don't see it being Seattle at all, unless he's willing to take less than what he said he wants to go out there and make. And again, too, think this with the Darius Slade thing, guys. Consider this through this lens. If Slade comes here, who plays right cornerback for the Seahawks? You're going to move Griffin, who just had a Pro Bowl year, off of right cornerback? Or are you going to move Slay, who's played his whole career at right cornerback? You're going to have him go play the left side. Who do you switch out of their strength? I mean, it's got to be a valid question to the potential of bringing in Slay. And it's one of the reasons it's just, you're going to ask him to flip. You can ask Griffin to flip. I know Griffin played over on the left side his rookie year, but he sure looks a whole lot more comfortable over on the right side to me. Why change that? Why break something that isn't? Why fix something that isn't broken? Emmett Brown says Yannick, Clowney, Irvin, Reed, and Finney all consider that a free agent win. I am with you, Emmett. I would be on board with that as well. If we pull out all those guys and come away with this from that, and don't forget that in that, you'll also still be walking away as you go into the draft with 2 second-round picks, 3rd-round pick, 2 4th-round picks. You've got a pretty good loaded amount of draft capital to still go out there and do some things in the draft, potentially even trade up in spots. Not necessarily the 1st round, but Schneider has shown a willingness to trade up in that 2nd round, in that 3rd round, target guys. So you still got some movement there, you know? What's the Buffalo thing? What happened with the Buffalo thing, you guys? It looks like Nathaniel Park's message was retracted. Consider the sources laughing out loud. What's up, JC Manuel? Good to see you in the chat, man. Well, Emmett, that would be a scenario where I could go that route. If you want to go trade Griffin, get a ton of capital back from him, then go trade for Slay at much more reduced rate. Keep Flowers over on the right side. That's outside the box. I could be talked into that, especially if you get some great value for Griffin, especially because I'm not yet ready to pay Griffin the big time money that he's going to want to be paid. He doesn't take the ball away enough for me at cornerback. 3 interceptions in 3 years, 1 great upper level year of play does not equivalent to me a $16, $17 million per year deal that I'm willing to sign, especially for a zone corner in this scheme. The Rams just signed another defensive tackle, 2 years, $17 million. Where are they getting this money? Where are they getting it? They had like, and again, he's going to be pissed. Maybe they're going to look at trading Jalen Ramsey. They have to sign him to a new contract. They're moving all of their money away. And the big thing with them not being able to sign free agents with the Rams was that they had to go sign Ramsey. He wants the new deal. That's why he wanted out of the Jacksonville. So what are you guys going to do? Let him ride another year on his rookie deal and hope he plays for you at all high level? Remember, Deion Sanders made the prediction with Jalen Ramsey when he went to the Rams that he may not be there within another year and a half from now. So you might very well see the Rams are willing to maybe potentially here move off of Ramsey. Well, bleed blue and green, it's really not that hard. This is kind of, you just threw an underhanded pitch right down the middle to me. Who's your biggest Seahawks bust and free agent of the draft? The biggest Seahawks bust is Malik McDowell. He never even got onto the field for you. Unfortunately, LJ Collier is probably the next guy along there. When they tend to pick up and pick up high and pick guys that are up in that high range, they don't tend to be full on bust. They at least have been able in the past to get some kind of production out of those guys. But to get nothing, to get almost nothing, yeah, Malik McDowell is definitely the biggest bust in the Carroll era, and I think probably LJ is not that far behind him. The Bills are reportedly chasing Yannick. Well, that's the part of this that's got to come into play, though, is that if you're flipping Yannick, he's got to be willing to sign a deal with the next team that he goes to. Is Yannick Ngakoue willing to go sign with the Bills? Well, maybe if the Bills are willing to completely overpay for the guy. But I have to think that if he's got the Bills or Seattle on the line and he's picking between the two, he's going to tell the Jacksonville Jaguars, I'm not signing a new contract with the Buffalo Bills. They can ride me out on a 1-year franchise tag, and I'll probably hold out. Now, does not take Buffalo off the market at that point? Does that remove them from his services? I think so. I can't see him going to Buffalo. Certainly Jacksonville would love it because they probably get them better and more in the way of, here's the other thing with this. Hold on. How is Buffalo going to make this move? They just gave up their first round pick to bring Stephon Diggs back in. So how are they going to give him up more than what we're giving up? They'd have to give up a next year's first. They'd have to give up a this year's second in order to overcome what we're willing to offer. I don't see it. Yeah, TJ, they do a good job actually of trading up in the second and third rounds. I know everybody would love to see them occasionally maybe be willing to go up in the first round, but they've done a very good job of targeting certain select guys in the second and third round, and then using some of that extra picks that they get in the back end of the draft to then go up and get them. So I'd love to see them do something similar here if they, with the 2 seconds and the third and the 2 fourths. I think you got 2 sixths. That'd be awesome. Yeah, Jesse Manuel, that's correct. We all know John Snyder is not big on mortgaging the future. He's a guy that's always got his eyes ahead of foresight next year, the year after. Who knows? Maybe he's just holding out hope until Pete Carroll retires and then he'll go for it. The Malik McDowell situation was a tough one you could see coming. My thing with busts are this. It's one thing to get a bust on a guy you couldn't see coming. You had no idea. So the Seattle Seahawks back in the day, Mike Holmgren in one of his first drafts drafted an offensive tackle from Wisconsin. Guy was a first-round pick, looked like a very good player, but he ended up getting a neck injury and could never even play. And that was a tough bust type pick, but it was not something that you could foresee or anticipate. With Malik McDowell, you heard about all the reports coming out of the combine. He gave the worst interviews by far of any prospects, universally speaking, and this was what you're hearing from all of the ball clubs. You got John Snyder on the phone with him when he makes his draft call. He's making his draft call to say, congratulations, Malik. Congratulations on being a Seahawk. What's the first thing John's saying to him? Hey, now Malik. Remember what we talked about. Remember what we discussed. That's a red sign. That's a big red flag. Not congratulations on being a Seahawk. Congratulations. Okay, Malik, come on, just remember, dude. Just remember what we talked about. Keep your head on straight. Don't ride no ATVs. Come on, man. That's just bad pick all the way around on that one. Coffee's low. Refill. Yeah, you gave me an easy one, bleed blue and green. That was an easy question, man. I don't even have to think about that one. Now, if you're going to ask me who's the next bust after you get past Malik and LJ, well, then that's where it gets a little bit probably tougher for me to point to, right? Because there just really hasn't been as many. I mean, Ethan Posic's a guy maybe you can point to. That's a second rounder that you really haven't gotten much out of. But I probably have to struggle a little bit more to maybe think about, who would be that guy at that point in time. Absolutely. But I don't. The Bills can chase Yannick all they want. They don't got a first-round pick, and they've traded away a lot of the draft capital, not just into this draft, but next year's draft as well. They would have to find a way to get very creative. I don't think they've got an extra first-round pick or anything like that coming. I would wonder how would they come over the top of us on that deal? Yeah, Eddie Lacy and Kerry Williams are bad too, but those were free agent busts as much as they were drafting busts, which I think that's what TJ was asking about, was necessarily just the guys picked. But free agent bust, I don't even know if I put Kerry Williams or Eddie Lacy as the biggest free agent bust, because the dollar money, the amount you paid him wasn't really that much. I think you gave Kerry Williams like a 2-year, $7 million deal or something like that to bring him in. You can't call it a bust if you don't really pay the guy. If you give him a lot of snaps and he doesn't play great, that's one thing. But if it's not a big time guy that you've given a lot of money to, and then I think Percy Harvin's probably been Percy or Jimmie, and probably Percy more than Jimmie. Jimmie at least gave you some stretches there at the end. He was a great red zone target at the end. He gave you something, but Christian Michael might be one too. That's a second round pick. That's another good suggestion. That was at the end of the second round, so he was almost quasi a third round pick at that point. But he certainly never materialized, and that's another one of those guys, just all the talent in the world, just can't quite get it together. Yeah, I think the Bills' defense will be all right. They'll be all right. They lost Jordan Phillips, pretty important piece down there for them. They still got some solid, strong guys. Lorenzo Alexander's retiring. He's been a pretty solid pass rusher for them for a few years. I mean, they lose a little talent this offseason. I guess their offensive line's okay, but yeah, they're light at wide receiver. Certainly, they need some help there. $6 million per. Wow, we gave Williams a lot. Okay, well, he's the bust then, and that was a dumb. We do stupid things in free agency at times. We really do. The Kerry Williams signing, Eddie Lacy signing, like they will give money out to the wrong guys at times. Where you scratch your head with a guy like Eddie Lacy or Kerry Williams. Both of them were burnt toast by the time they arrived. We were fully aware that this is not the same players that we were getting, that they were in their prime. It's a lesser version, and everyone could kind of see it, but they still made the move, All right. So we're 5 hours in plus. I'm seeing a little bit less on as far as questions go. I think we might get a little bit close to wrapping this up somewhat soon if you guys don't have anything else to kind of touch on. Let's take a look at our latest news and see if we got anything hot breaking down the pike here. Yeah, nothing huge. We're just sort of still, I think, in a wait and see period here with this stuff, aren't we? Yeah, Ziggy Ansah deal was a bust too. That's a good one as well. I mean, that was another one of those ones where you just another one you could kind of see coming. I won't call it yet, man. We're good. We'll hang in here for a bit. But the Ziggy Ansah one was one, again, you could see that one coming. It's the thing that these free agent signings of the Seahawks have a lot in common. And with all three of those guys that we look at here, Kerry Williams, Ziggy Ansah, who's the other guy that you just mentioned? Oh, yeah, Eddie Lacy. All three of these guys were these tier 2, tier 3 guys that you paid money to that, again, people were aware we're done. We're finished. And this is the problem with sometimes only dipping your toe into the second and third wave of free agency, is that you are going to buy what you get. You'll get broken down parts. You'll get also-rans. You'll get guys at the end of their rope. And that's where Seattle's gone by getting a little too cute by not really being willing to dive in there and go for the upper level guys because they're trying to save the money and get the value, which I can get to. I understand as well, but not when you have a ton of salary cap space, not when you're not carrying a ton of dead money like you were for the last 3 and 4 years. Oh, Don, I know. Yannick trade's going to be like, and the Clowney signing on top of it as soon as I'm offline, it'll like both of those will come right down the track. No doubt about it. I'm kind of surprised the Yannick deal hasn't come down. The fact that this is still sort of sat out there and nothing's being announced. We're in day one now of free agency. That is surprising to me that this still isn't something maybe a little weird there is going on with it. Alshon Robinson. Okay. So they're bringing him in, TJ, to be their run stopper. They lost Michael Brockers. This guy's going to come in to be their poor man, Michael Brockers. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. No worries, Carl. We'll hang in here. I'm not going to kick out until you guys are ready to roll, so we are good. Yeah, I mean, we're not in a bad position yet. They made some nice signings stuff. Like if your signings today come with the Yannick and Clowney, everything looks amazing for us. We've gotten through the first wave of free agency with 3 legitimate pass rushers now into the fold. Well, actually 4. Sorry, 4 because you are bringing Jarran Reed back. So you got 4 guys that can now rush the passer. That's a great. And that's just the start of this offseason. That's not to speak on the third wave of free agents like the Ndamukong Suh that you might be able to go get them for a 1-year, $6-7 million deal, somewhere in that range. So it still isn't precluding you from potentially still even adding on and still filling that out. It goes along with what you got in Rasheem and Shaquem and maybe LJ if he could ever give you anything. So you're really now kind of coming along there and doing what I was asking them to do at the start of this offseason, which is that you need to bump that defensive line crew up in a big way. It's not just 1, 2, 3. It's like 4 bodies you got to bring in here to get this thing to turn it around to where it needs to be. So, yeah, I don't mind it at all. Free agent quarantine. That's funny, John. Yeah, I mean, you could still find some guys in the draft too. I mean, if they go with a safe, let's say they do go for a guy that's going to give you production out the gate like a Jarran Reed in the second round, who I don't love as far as the ceiling goes, but who will give you some pass rush. Put him in as a rotational guy, give him 40% pass rush reps. He'll get you 5-6 sacks a year and a bunch of pressures. So there are guys like that in this draft you could pick up if you just settled on that and said, okay, we know we've got a guy that's not a complete player, but we're trying to up the pass rush. We're trying to really make that the point that we concentrate on the defensive side of the ball. That would give you that. But I'd be interested. So Nathaniel Parks talks about Clowney, Yannick, and Reed, and a bunch of linebackers transition to a 3-4. I would argue the only thing I'd wonder about that is Yannick is really a defensive down lineman. He's a 4-3 down guy. I don't know that he's I don't know you're going to want to stand him up as an outside linebacker. And like you saw with Robert Quinn with the Dolphins a couple of years ago, you can't always take those outside defensive ends, have them stand up, and expect them to be as effective rushing the passer as they were when they're on a down lineman place. It's just not. Clowney's a different story. You can put him in the spinner role. You can move him all around the defensive line. Because of his unique skill set, he can be moved that way. But I don't know if Yannick gives you exactly the same skill set. I would wonder with Reed if he is big enough for that one tech. In the 3-4, that one tech's got to be a monster, right? Think Vince Wilfork size, okay? You got to be like that big down there to anchor that one technique. And I don't know if Reed is quite big enough to really anchor in that way. He was a one tech coming out of college, but he's like 6'3", 315. You really want the guy to be more in that 6'4", 340-ish of phase of things, Say we get Yannick and Clowney, what position do we target with our first pick? So, Emmett, that would mean if we do get Yannick and Clowney that we are picking them in the second round. It's either the 10th or the 14th pick of the Jaguars. I can't remember which one it is. It's one of those two. I would say at that point in time, you're going to still see tackle depth be available there, but I would anticipate then John Schneider then trades back. We end up with 2 second-round picks, 2 third-round picks, 2 fourth-round picks. And then at that point, I think with his first pick, you're still really, I think, would be able to get one of those tackles would be remaining on the board that they like. You could still go grab that guy, But I'm going to have to think about this a little bit because, again, you sign these 2 tackles today. It's got to make you rethink things a little bit. Outside of a Dwayne Brown retirement, it does make me think that they've got some other ideas for what they want to do with the draft picks, that they don't want to go as heavy on the offensive line as I thought they would, which is a big surprise to me. It's a big surprise to me. The COVID-19 hurt Clowney's negotiation chances, Carl. It's probably true. Probably true to some degree. John Robinson's Curtis Weaver's does kind of remind me of Dwight Freeney. Yeah, I could see that, man. I could see that. They got real similar bodies, right? Like Freeney was a little bit of a smaller guy, short-wise, but they got that stocky kind of frame. And his ability on his bend to get so low for the size he is, and he does have that short area burst that is so important for pass rushers, that first step quickness. You kind of have to combine it all with Weaver. You can't just look at Weaver and go, okay, he does this one thing great, and that allows him to be successful. It's the get off combined with his hand usage to the bend. And it's those three facets all together that make him the player he is, because it's unfortunately, look at him, there's so many things you just start picking apart on. You're like, soft body, kind of gets moved off at the point of attack. He's not going to really set the edge, but just as a pass rusher, a guy's going to get to the quarterback. You can't argue with that. I got to feel like even with playing at Boise State, that's got to translate to the next level. There's just not guys with that kind of bend, rip move, first step quickness. There's not as many of them in the NFL. So, he's a complete guy too. He's a guy who can do it all there at the pass rush. He's got every kind of move in the book. So he mentioned his spin move. I don't know if it's a Freeney-esque, but it's still a pretty good spin move as well. I'm interested to see where Weaver's going to go, because he's a guy that has a lot of divisiveness as far as what I've heard with scouts out there. A lot of people, some like him, others are pushing him even to like the 3rd round range, which I don't think he gets out of the 2nd round. It's too hard to find pass rushers in this day and age to believe that you're going to be able to locate one there. John Robinson says, sad to say, I don't really see them cutting KJ Wright. You're probably right at this point. If Carroll says that he's looking at, the fact that Carroll comes out in a press conference and says we're looking at keeping him, this is not a team that double speaks or talks out of two sides of their mouth. Seattle is not an organization built on cloak and dagger. They will pretty much tell you what they're going to do. It's a lot like how offensively we come out and we say, we're going to run the ball at you and we're just going to do it. That kind of proliferates the whole organizational from a mentality standpoint, where you'll hear them say, this is what we're looking to target in the draft. This is what we need to take care of this offseason. So when he says we're going to probably keep this guy, it's probably pretty indicative of the fact that they're probably going to keep him. So you're on to something there. Yeah, I think Shane Havner, KJ Wright still has some gas in the tank. He says him and Cody will be fine. Look, KJ had his best year in a couple of years last year. Now, part of the reason that he had his best year last year is KJ was not very good for the last few seasons. He just hasn't been the same player he was when he was in his prime. Last year, he took a step ahead. He was really back to being very good in coverage, sniffing out the screens, because he is the screen whisperer. And he was actually top 7 in the league in tackles. Which I think he set a career high for tackles last year. Still played pretty solidly. My issue is the contract that you're paying him right now. An outside linebacker in a 4-3 defense is not that valuable. Let me say that again. The outside linebacker in a 4-3 defense is not that valuable, especially when you can't rush the passer. Okay? So look at the Hall of Fame right now. There's one guy in the last 30, 40 years as a 4-3 outside linebacker that has made it to the Hall of Fame. One guy. One. So when you're paying a guy like KJ Wright this money, that's where my problem comes into play. That's where it's from my standpoint, it doesn't make sense to pay that position. That should be a position you're going cheap. This is why I think the cornerback should be a position the Seahawks go cheap at, because you play zone so often. You don't need a man-on-man guy. You need a guy who can be good in zone on a cheap rookie deal. Put the money on your lines, put the money at the skill positions, put the money at anything else but that. Tight end, I don't care. But go cheap in the places that are schematically built for you to go cheap at. Emmett Brown, yes. Derek Brooks. It's the only outside linebacker in league history, or at least last 30, 40 years, as a 4-3 outside guy that has made it to the Hall of Fame. There's a reason for that. It's really hard for outside linebacker, especially even Sam outside linebacker. It's hard for them to have an impact. At least with the Sam guys, they're on the tight end, and they will be rushing the passer more often, so they'll give you some sack numbers, some pressure numbers. But the Will guy's just standing back out there in space. He's covering most of the time. It's a position that just, if you're going to pay that amount of money, I need to see some production. You better be picking the ball off, because that's what Derek Brooks did. Derek Brooks could jump a route like a cornerback. And so if you're going to pay him, you better be doing that. But just another guy, John Robinson, he absolutely is a liability in coverage. And KJ Wright's been a liability in coverage for years. He gets away with it because he's like I said, the screen whisperer. He sneaks out screens like nobody's business. Probably the best linebacker in the league at that. But when you get him matched up with a tight end in space, it's not a good look. And he's getting slower and he's getting less apt ability to cover those guys. And that's one of the reasons our 4-3 base got eaten up last year so often as well. Whereas when you cross this with a guy like Cody Barton, who a lot of people said last year in training camp was our best cover linebacker on the team, that's where I want to bring Cody in and put him in that spot because Cody could really shine there as that cover guy. We are bringing back linebacker Emmanuel Ellerby. That's good. It's kind of just it's a camp body, camp body. Yeah, Derek Brooks was just that good. This is part of the reason why I was absolutely driven crazy when Seattle went and got Aaron Curry in the draft. I could not have been more mad about a pick. That might have been the pick I've been most mad about in the last 20 years of watching the draft because you knew this information at that time. You knew and understand very well what was going on here. And with a guy like Curry, you knew he wasn't going to rush the passer enough because he didn't show it enough in college, and he wasn't just going to come into the next level and be that great at it. So why would you go top 5? Now, that draft was horrible. It was one of the worst drafts we've ever seen. So you had to make the best of what you could there, but you can't overvalue outside linebackers in this scheme. You just can't do it. If it was a 3-4 scheme, do it all day, but not in a 4-3. No way, no how. Yeah, Emmett, solid guys. Lance Briggs was solid. Levante David is still a solid player for Tampa Bay, but you hit the nail on the head. Neither is going to get any Hall of Fame votes at the end of the day. Neither is. Just isn't going to happen. And I think Briggs went to probably 4 Pro Bowls or something, but it's just your impact it's just not that much. It's more reliant on the guys in front of you, holding up blockers, keeping the guards from coming down to the second level. If you've got that in front of you, you're going to look a lot better. That's more dependent on, again, we come back to what helps out the other. Having a great defensive line helps out the corners, helps out the linebackers. Having great corners doesn't necessarily help out the defensive line. Having a great assembly of linebackers doesn't necessarily help out the defensive line. This is where it's like, go in the right direction of this, Don't fix the thing downstream when you should be fixing it here at the core level. Because of their ties to Art Shell and Tom Cable. I don't know too much about Brandon Shell. I'd have to look into that. Yeah, Carl, I hope Trey Flowers is super amped up next year. And again, you guys all watch my Super Bowl prediction. Let's see if I'm wrong on this. My Super Bowl prediction is he's going to take that next step in his development next year. And even if he's not a Pro Bowler, like I said, he can give you a poor man's Brandon Browner type play. He can be that player. And I foresee him being that type of player as we move into next year. I really, really do. Remember with Brandon Browner, he had already played in the Canadian League for, I think, a year or two. So he'd had a chance to continue to develop his skill set when he came to the Hawks and he hit the ground running. Yeah, I don't think Ben Burkervin's going to miss a lot of tackles either. He led the NCAA in tackles. He's a sure tackler. He is 5'10", so he's a little undersized, and he doesn't have the longest of arms. But you got to see some evidence to see that he's a poor tackler to believe it, and I don't see it. He looked pretty solid to me. Emma Brown says, I can't talk about Curry. I wanted Crabtree or Sanchez. Big swing and misses by me. Yeah, I was a similar place. I don't know if I was on the Sanchez train at the time because he had the 1 year of development, and Carroll at the time saying he should have come back for another year of school was a big red flag to me. But I would have liked to seen him potentially. There was Eugene Monroe was in that draft, who I know he didn't necessarily come out to being a great tackle, but I would have rather probably seen a tackle position invested in. It would have had more of an effect than what they did with Curry, who was really just an awful pick. Brandon Eichrick says, yeah, Cedric Obuji played the Fant role for the Jaguars, so it's nothing new to him. It's great to hear. That's great to hear. That's what we need on this team. It's been a part and parcel, an absolute exact piece of what we've had on this team with Carroll going back for now 10 years. So we need to have that kind of guy that's got a little bit of a better mobility than what you necessarily get at tight end, so that you can put him out there and let him block a little bit, further in space. So I like seeing that. Irvin came back because of Bam Bam. Can you elaborate on that, TJ? Yeah, Flowers is a great tackler, John Robinson, and I think he's going to also go look at his forced fumble numbers. It hasn't exactly shown itself up yet because he's had forced fumbles where he'll knock it out and then it goes out of bounds, so people don't like remember it as much. But I think he's going to be one of the next great cornerbacks like Peanut Tillman and punching out the ball as well. An underrated part of his game. Keep an eye on that. He's got a real adeptness for being able to pick the ball free, and he's big, so he can really get it out of those guys' hands as well. He's a 6'3" guy, you know. John Robinson says, I wish Flowers would be a little bit more savvy like Sherman and be able to bait quarterbacks into throwing more INTs. Yeah, John, I do as well. I think that some of that comes along, though, with more development and more time at the position. You know, this is his guy last year going into his second year playing the position. And I know that Sherman was new to the position as well, but Sherman wasn't coming from safety. Sherman was coming from wide receiver, which gave him a little bit of an insight into the route concepts. Some of the things that made his game so good in reading route concepts and knowing when to jump a route, knowing when not to jump a route. Those are things he learned by being a receiver first and foremost. Flowers doesn't have that same background that he's going off of, so it probably is it's understandable that maybe it takes a little bit more time for him to come along and get up to that place where he actually is able to really ascend and get to where he's going to be as a player. That's great to hear, Brendan, that Cedric's athletic, man. I'd love to hear that. Maybe he can play a little left tackle too if something goes down with Dwayne. I mean, if he's that athletic, that's what the question would be in my mind, is if, if he will. So do we have to wait until the end of April for next stream? I'm doing all of the I'm doing the draft. Isn't the draft on like the 6th or something? I'll do one within a couple weeks again here. Oh, it's the 23rd. I see. Yeah. No, I'll do another one within a couple weeks. Well, after we've gotten through a little bit of free agency here and we've got a little bit of a better understanding of the ground we're standing on, I'll certainly get another live stream. Yeah, that's great to hear, Brendan. I love it. That's awesome. That gets me excited. The thought that he can play maybe some left tackle too, because that's what we need. The swing tackle, the guys that can play both there. There's a good chance that if Dwayne does come back, that he's going to probably fall to injury again. It's happened. So we do need some help there if that goes down. Who's your pet cat in this year's draft? I have to decide between Gervais and Reggie Robinson. Look, my guy, and this is just my complete, like, again, I know Seattle's not going to draft him. He's not a guy that would be in their ballpark for who they'd look at, but I just love him as a player. Antoine Winfield Jr. is going to be a star in this next level. I just think he is. I think he's going to be the next great free safety in this league. He would allow you to be able to go back and play the cover 3 stuff that you want to play all the time. He could be the single high safety. You could bring down Marquise Blair in the slot. It's not going to happen. I get it. All that. I just love him as a football player. I really do. He jumps off the screen when you watch him. All right. But Reggie Robinson's a great pick in there, James. Both of your two guys I like. Gervais and Reggie Robinson are both Seahawks type players. If we end up with both of those two guys or either of those two guys on draft day, they will make our team better. We'll be better for it. The receiving core would be improved. Obviously, Gervais would be an upgrade over David Moore. He'd be absolutely an upgrade over Malik Turner. Can't argue with that. I got to think about who else my other guys would probably be. I really like Isaiah Wilson a lot as a right tackle. He's just the embodiment of what I would love to have as a right tackle for us. I love Cam Akers, running back. I really like the way he runs the football, and another guy just jumps off the tape at me as far as when you watch him goes. You know, I did for a while like Jalen Rieger. He was a guy early out of the spot that was like, ooh, I like that. But then the guy went and ran kind of a slow 40. I was expecting a 4.39 40 at the combine. I think he went 4.5 almost, 4.45. And man, that was a lot slower than I was expecting for him. He still came with the vert. He still got all the explosive stuff with that, but that was a guy who's kind of fallen back maybe just a little bit with me. I heard he put on some bad weight from the combine. Maybe that slowed him down a little bit. I don't know. Shane Hafner, fun fact for you guys. Seattle signing Brandon Shell. Ifedi allowed a sack or penalty every 54 snaps. Shell allowed a sack or penalty every 91 snaps. Not great, but not Ifedi bad either. Not bad for $5.5 million. Yeah, it's great. And Ifedi's going to cost double what this guy's going to cost on a 4 or 5 year deal. Like, let's factor in that as well, is that it ain't dollar for dollar anymore. You're going to have to actually pay double the cost for Ifedi for a guy who's a significantly lesser of a player, in my opinion. Maybe not significantly, but a lesser player. We can all pretty much say it. Pro Football Focus shows it. We can pretty much see it with some of these extra stats you're showing. but just to the eye test and watching Finney for the last 4 years, we got a lot of tape of watching this guy. We can pretty much for certain know what we've got. John Robinson says, Roger Goodell going to do the draft live from his panic room. Yes, that'd be awesome. His family sitting in the background as he's announcing the picks, like eating porridge. Free-dried spaghetti. Carl Nearly, Sherman literally stayed on Stanford because when he got cut from the offense and he was on the D, he knew the entire offense laughing my ass off during practice. So they developed that no other team offense So yeah, essentially, Carl, what you're saying is Sherman was able to stay with Stanford and develop as a defensive back because he understood the offense so well. So he was able to jump some of those routes and do that. I don't know that he was cut from the offense though, Carl. They wanted to keep him on the offensive side of the ball. They did not want to let him go to the defensive side of the ball. He wanted to do that. And he had to fight a little bit in order to get that change to happen. Brendan Eichrick says, you draft Winfield, where does Diggs go? It's when I say I want Winfield, it's not under any standpoint of saying I don't like Diggs or I don't like Marquise Boyer or Brandon McDougal. It's just simply from the question of who do you like in this draft is like your guy, of a guy that I like the thought of picking a guy who I know is going to be an all-pro at the next level and not really have many questions in regards to that. I like taking a guy who's truly the embodiment of what Earl Thomas provided this defense when this defense was flying at its highest. Having that single high safety over the top who can take away the deep ball, play in and play out is a valuable thing to have. And then the full skill set that this guy brings along with that. He's a better tackler than Earl. Not as fast, not as quick maybe, but just as instinctive, just as willing to hit, just as willing to put his nose in there. There's just something I like about him. I'm a big fan, big Cam Akers fan too, James. Yeah, I like him. I just think he runs with he's got a unique style of running that no other running backs in this draft have. And I think it will translate to the next level. His elusiveness is what I think will really translate to the next level. John Robinson, who bulked up? Oh, Jalen Reagor bulked up too much. This was what I was hearing from some of the guys with the Pro Football Focus talk, where they were saying what they were hearing in the background from people as to why Jalen didn't have a better combine was just that they thought he bulked up a little too much and it's just a little too heavy, so he couldn't go as fast, and that's the thing they always talk about with those guys. You put on good weight. You might lose some fat, you gain some muscle, but you don't actually necessarily always gain the extra weight. And that appears to be the case with him on this last combine because he looks on tape like a 4.4 guy. He does. He's fast, explosive. He does look like that. The tape speed, game speed's all there. It's all legitimate. But man, that 40 time of the combine is going to hold him back. He's going to go from being maybe a first round pick to being in the middle of the second to potentially later in the second round, depending on who values him where. John Robinson says, you got to think that some of these guys aren't track guys and don't know how to get off the blocks well. Reagor not running a 3.4 maybe works in our favor. Yeah, I was talking to my buddy D-Mac this week when we were talking about some of these guys running slow times at the cornerback position. And he mentioned back in the day when he was playing, when they would do these 40 times, there were a lot of guys that were very fast on the football field that they're not track guys. It's not the same thing as when you've got the bullets flying and guys are going out there to try to hit you. The adrenaline's pumping. You're not duplicating that same sort of feeling as you get on the track. And it's maybe not exactly the best way always with every guy to take away and say that's what his speed truly is. Because Jalen on game film has that game speed. He runs by guys. And I love him a lot. He's a dog out there. You got to think that some of these guys aren't track guys yet. What about Marquise Blair bulking up a little, playing next to Wagner in the nickel role and sub linebacker role? I'd be interested in it, man. Like I was saying, John, I'd like to see us try to find a way to get three safeties on the field at once because they're all talented guys. All of them have kind of a skill set that it feels like if you were creative, you could find a way to work them all through there. And you'd think that if you've got a passing down, that it's a passing down, and you do get Blair with a little more weight on him, that you'd be able to put him out there at that will position here and there maybe. You're being a lot more creative, though, than I think I'm going to give our coaching staff credit for. They've never shown a willingness to be that creative with guys. If you're a starter, you're out there every play. It's like how Ben Burke-Irvin couldn't find his way on the football field this year despite being 4.5 speed, despite KJ Wright looking a little slower in coverage at times. They just won't move guys into roles. You're a starter or you're not. They will with the defensive line a little bit and letting guys rotate through there, but when it comes to other positions, you're the full starter or you're not. It's the kind of the way they roll. Carl, no, he had a falling out with, so Sherman had a falling out with Harbaugh. But the thing with that was then part of that fallout was Sherman then deciding that, he wanted to go to the defensive side of the ball. The offensive coordinator and current Stanford coach David Shaw at the time said, no, I don't want to let you go to the offensive side of the ball. And Sherman is want to do, just insisted, and they finally let him go to that side of the football. So I think he definitely ended up driving that though. TJ says we could get a halfback with pick if Yannick Ngakoue doesn't come over here, only if it's Taylor. Taylor's going top 20. And if he's not going top 20, he's probably going top 25. You got a running back that runs between the tackles that well and is that strong in between the tackles, who also runs a 4.39 in a draft where none of the running backs are running 4.4s. He's going to go in the top 20, folks. Sorry, that's the way this works. So I know you like him, TJ, but we just got no shot at him, man. It ain't happening. I like Taylor a lot too. It's amazing to watch him do the work he did from in between the tackles, because this guy was not going outside at all on any outside runs. It's all right up the middle every time, and teams could not stop him. So he's a great back. He'd be a great fit for Seattle, and they'd love to run that inside zone so much. He'd be beautiful for it. But unfortunately, he's going to be gone and off the board, I think. Nice, Carl. Yeah, I think I'd have to echo James' sentiment here. If we used another first-round pick on a running back, I would be disappointed in that. I would be very disappointed in that. I think that, the Rashad Penny pick has not exactly worked out great for them as far as where they picked him and what they want to get from him. It's again, why pick running backs in the first, second round when you can get great value in the fourth, fifth, sixth round? When you get players that are very close in talent range. Here's your upper level guys. Here's the lower level guys and running backs. They're all very close. Whereas at other positions, if it's a tackle, if I'm getting a tackle in the first or second round, he's up here talent wise. If I'm getting a tackle in the fifth, sixth round, he's down here. Running backs, it's more here. It's more evened up on the lower end guys being very close to the high end guys. There's just so much talent at that position. So going out and drafting high for it is not really a great way of using your draft capital. You're going in on something that you just, Well, TJ says Penny in our first pick to the Lions, pick number 3 to us. Yeah, well, the Lions love themselves some Rashad Penny. They've tried 2 different times to trade for Rashad, including at the deadline last year during the NFL. So, you probably have to give him a lot more than that, but I'd love to get up to the number 3. Yeah, Nathaniel, I just don't think running back's the biggest issue of where you need to look at. And there are guys in this draft, and scouting some of these running backs in this draft, there are guys that are available in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round area that you could bring in and give them some snaps and let them go, and they'll be just fine for it. Hell, go sign Alex Collins to a 1-year, $1 million deal and give him some snaps. He'll be fine for you. Maybe even the same with Isaiah Crowell. That's a lot better way to go than drafting high for these guys. It's just not the smart way to go with running backs. It isn't. There's not enough of a separation in talent between the low-end guys to the high-end guys. Just my opinion on it, but I don't think that there is. All right, refill the coffee. Bear with me. All right, let's see if we got any deals. Still no news on the Urban signing, really. Not a lot going on right now there. It was A'Shawn Robinson. Wow, okay, so A'Shawn Robinson went to the Rams. Somebody put the name in there differently than that. Alshon Robinson is what somebody put in there. Okay. Yeah. That's a fine move for them, just like what I thought. That's them taking Brockers and putting A'Shawn in. A'Shawn Robinson's one of those guys, like, it's part of the reason why I'm a little hesitant with Raekwon Davis, frankly, is that the Alabama defensive linemen that come out, I mean, there's not really been a lot of dynamic ones. Even Quentin Williams last year didn't really show out that well. People fall in love with these guys, but they don't really give you that much. There are a lot of hype and not a lot of production at the next level. They really are. And it's kind of universally speaking, frankly, you know? Ew, that's too light. Yeah, I think we'll take a running back later as well, James. That's my opinion. It just makes sense to do so, you know? Could Frank Gore be an option? Should be cheap. Frank Gore has gotten really old. He really had a drop off last year as far as where his production goes. He was only at 3.6 yards per carry. Why bring him in? You know, to me, I mean, and again, considering when you bring in a veteran player, when they get to this point, they make over $1 million as their minimum deal, as opposed to if you go get a rookie running back who's only making $300,000-$400,000 on his first year deal. You know, why spend that extra $500,000? I know it's only $500,000, but you've got to save your money where you can save it. Is Frank Clark going to give you that much? Frank Gore going to give you that much of an upgrade over going and getting a cheaper version? I don't think so. Yeah, I think we should get a running back every year in the draft. Why not pick a running back every year in the 5th, 6th, 7th round? There's a good chance those guys get cut at that position anyway, where you're picking. And the chance of getting a guy that could be a useful running back for you in that spot, we've seen throughout the league in your Matt Breidas and your David Johnsons, and your Phillip Lindsays with the Broncos, Chris Carson on our own team. You can get these running backs in the later round. There's no reason to have to draft high on them. So Slim God Mills says Clowney is wanting a shorter term deal. That's what we're also hearing as well, which it does seem to indicate around the league. The rumors we're hearing in addition to that are that if he wants a short deal, then that would also be indicative of the fact that he's looking to go back to the Seattle Seahawks and go play with them. So I would anticipate that if he is looking for the shorter term deal, that he would end up back with Seattle at that point in time, which fantastic. Great. Yeah, Alex Collins, I'm okay with signing that as a flyer guy, to inject the talent in to see what you can get from him. I'm okay. I'm fine with that. Just the two things with running back for me are this. Don't draft it high. Don't spend any money on it. So no Chris Carson extension. No. No Carson extension, folks. No. Won't do it, can't do it, shouldn't do it. Emmett Brown says, I'm in total agreement with you about Bama defensive lineman, but I have a feeling Raekwon Davis is what Pete wants. Huge dude with upside. He seems like a Malik McDowell style pick. Well, let's face it, when Malik McDowell was selected, John Schneider in his post press conference with Pete Carroll specifically mentioned Calais Campbell and saying how hard it is to find that type of player and that they were looking for that type of player. And Malik McDowell gives you that type of player. So you're right. Raekwon Davis, and I believe they have met with his representatives. The Seattle Seahawks organization at the Combine did meet with his people. He certainly would not only just fit into what Pete Carroll wants with the bigger, faster, stronger guys, but he would fit in with what Schneider's been looking for and wanting to go get that Campbell guy, especially having just lost out on Campbell in this trade. Because I'm sure that we had our fishing pole in that water. It's just the Ravens were able to yank that fish out quicker than we were. So I could see Seattle drafting Raekwon. I would not be happy with that as a selection. I wouldn't. It just doesn't work for me. He just doesn't do anything for me on the tape, man. He's a one tech that gets pushed off the ball. He doesn't doesn't split double teams. He doesn't give you anything as far as a pass rusher goes. You draft him because he's a big body, because he's 6'7" with long arms. Like, that's it. We start getting back to the same crap that we get with Jermaine Ifedi, where it's like, well, he's durable. It's like, what are you guys looking at for why you picked this guy? Are you paying attention to the right things? The Bucs still can't settle on a deal with Brady, or they just haven't announced it yet? Because I think they want to do this big carnival ride of an announcement, right? I'm taking my talents to South Beach. Shane Hafner says, pay Clowney $36 million on a 2-year deal and then have him prove he's an elite pass rusher. Probably more going to have to pay him a 2-year $40 million deal. There's more of what it's probably going to end up costing you. Yeah, we got three backs. I think we need to have 4 running backs because we've seen with this roster 4 and 5 running backs. What have we seen for the last 3 and 4 years? Our running back position gets decimated throughout the season. One of the problems with running inside zone all the time and having your running backs get battered constantly is that they get worn down and broken down over the course of the season. When you're running more of those pitches and edge plays where the running back potentially at some point in time could end up running out of bounds and protecting the body a little bit, those guys might last a little longer. But if you notice since 2000, since Marshawn's left, every guy we bring in gets beaten up, battered, broken, and it's because of this reasoning. So we need a bunch of guys on the roster at running back. We do need to fill that out with a bunch of bodies. We just do. James Glenn, I have 2 defensive linemen starred, Curtis Weaver and interior Jordan Elliott from Mizzou. So Jordan Elliott's a guy that Pro Football Focus loves through the roof. They've got that guy just I think that's their top rated defensive tackle as far as how he played last year. Not their top rated tackle on their board, but just top in how he played in college football last year. I watched the tape on him and I just wasn't as wowed as much. He's a guy that relies on quickness and stuff like that, but he doesn't shoot. He doesn't pull the trigger as much as I would like. He can get pushed off the ball. He wants no part of any double teams. If he gets double teams, he's getting jacked up. And a little bit like Raekwon. Raekwon holds on a little bit better than Jordan does, but Jordan's also a 3 tech. Raekwon's a pure 1 tech, so that's different positions there. But Jordan Elliott's an interesting player from that standpoint. He looks like he is a guy that could give you some pass rush from the defensive tackle right out the gate, which there's not a lot of guys like that in this draft. Somebody mentioned Nelvin Gallimore, Matabuke, another guy. There's a couple of guys that can give you something right out the gate as far as pass rush. They're not going to give you 8 or 9 sacks, but at least something from that 3 tech position. And he would give you that. He would. Over under, LJ Collier, 2 sacks this year. Under. I'm an under guy on that one. I don't think Tom Brady will be Ethan Good in Tampa. He's so old. Yeah, the Tampa Bay thing doesn't make any sense to me on any level. Bruce Arians is a guy that wants 7-step drops in his quarterbacks. He wants the big arm guys, the guys that can sling it. Tom Brady wants to throw dink and dunk. Tom Brady's lost arm strength. Tom Brady's not going to want to drop backs on 7-step drops that are going to show off his limited mobility. So they're going to have to retool that whole offense around Brady's skill set. I don't get it myself. I don't get it. I think that what happened with Tampa Bay is they went, Jameis wants $30 million a year. There's no other options at quarterback on the open market. Why not just pay Tom $30 million for 2 years? It's as good an option as any at that point. Have a good one, Nathaniel. I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, Emmett, that's my grade on him too. So that's where I think I had him. Let me double check on that. So yeah, I actually even put down a late 4th round pick on that, Emmett, for Jordan Elliott. He's stout at runs coming out. He lacks speed and agility to get back inside. He's got good, not great power, but he's mainly a guy who tries to rely mainly on power, even though they sell you as him being a kind of a quickness guy. I don't know. With Elliott, it didn't pop off as much as the hype surrounding him. But that's not to say, again, when you look at Pro Football Focus and the way they grade him and the way they see him, you can't argue with that, being as well graded as he was graded. Now, he didn't go up against the highest level of competition. It's not the same competition that Raekwon Davis is going up against there in, I think, the Big Ten where Missouri plays. But again, an interesting prospect who should be able to give you at least some pass rush out the gate. I just don't want to pick him in that. I think he's going to be picked in the 2nd to 3rd round territory, which is just a little too high for me. Bleed Blue and Green says, what should the Seahawks do with their 2nd round pick? If their 1st round pick is leaving as we think, and we're going to be picking at that number 10 to number 14 overall, I still would be in favor of us going for a tackle at that position because that's where the value is at. I would lean in that direction, I think. A tackle or guard. There's some good guards in this draft is also at that position in place. So I would really like to see, especially if you've done what they're going to do here, it looks like where they're through free agency and trades, beefing up the defensive line, and now you've filled out some of the depth at offensive line. Now go for the quality. Give me the quality right tackle that I can stick in at starter. I've got the backups in play. Let's roll with that. I would prefer to go that route with it. Signing SpongeBob fans. His first words is ready. What's interesting is Cedric Abouche is a quick, fairly athletic guy, quick feet, and better pass blocker than a run blocker. I don't know what that means, but So Brendan, maybe this is a little bit of a view of Schnell was picked to be the guy that could be a right tackle for you as a starter if you need. He's a hedge against you not necessarily being able to pick up that guy in the draft. What if we look at Cedric as more of the backup left tackle? He can play right tackle in a pinch, but they're really looking at him as if something happens with Dwayne Brown, they've got a guy they can bring in there who will be an okay starter for them in left tackle. Maybe they're looking at it through that lens, and that makes a lot of sense because again, you didn't have, Fant left. Fant served two purposes. He was your backup left tackle and backup right tackle pretty much. I mean, Marco Jones also kind of factored into there, but you essentially need to get two players for that one. So makes sense. Grant Delpit, Brandon Ayuk, Raekwon Davis, all there, and I have to pick one. Grant Delpit is who I pick. And I don't care how deep our safety situation is. If he's sitting there in the second round at 10th overall, that's too much value. You have to take it. Brandon Ayuk, I just don't see him as a Seahawks receiver. Great route runner, great hands. Nothing I don't hate about him or don't dislike about him. Pro Football Focus had him rated as the best route runner in all of college football last year. But I do question whether or not you need a purified, beautiful route runner in this offense. With Russell and so much of his plays coming off script on secondary routes, give me more of the freakish guy that can get into a second route than I need the perfect route running guy who's going to create space in his little 15-yard hitches. Just it's not as valuable. Not with the way that Russell Wilson plays the quarterback position. That's great to hear, Brendan. So Brendan says Cedric very much held his own against the Bengals at left tackle, which was the game he had his most snaps in. And that's awesome to hear, man. That's just what I'm thinking is that you get him at left tackle. He's athletic. Those guys don't have to be as powerful as strong. It's great to have, but it's not an absolute requirement at that point. You want them to be able to be big guys that can move. And if he can give us that and give us a nice little hedge up against Dwayne Brown, then I'm fine with that at $3.3 million. I'm getting that feeling too, Emmett. I get that feeling too. You watch enough tape with these guys, and with it being so much available now on YouTube, you really can get a lot better look at these guys than we ever could look. You only used to be able to get the highlight. And the highlight packages just don't tell you the whole tale of a player. You've got to watch play in and play out what they do. And, Raekwon is just that kind of guy. You go watch his highlights like, oh, he's a freak. He's 6'7", but he moves like he's 6'3". He's all over the football field. He's powerful. He's long. But then you watch me, not really. Not exactly. Not a bad player. Not a guy that shouldn't be selected high with some upside to him. Just a guy that I want to see more for what you are. You have all this help around you on that Alabama defensive line. I need to see you making an impact. And I just didn't. Just a guy out there. Any word on Irvin contract? Nothing, no word as of yet, TJ. I just checked on my phone. I couldn't see anything yet. I'll take speed over route running all day long. James, I'm that way too. If I've got Tom Brady and I'm Tampa Bay right now and I need a bunch of guys that can run real precise option routes, short little option routes all day long, then yeah, a route runner is a very important thing to have. When I've got a quarterback who plays off script, who gives his receivers extra time to get open, it's not as much of a necessity. It's not going to hold as much importance to me. I want more of the physical freakish guys at that point. And that's the thing with Brandon Ayuk, because I think he's a great technician as a route runner. I don't know how explosive as a player he really is. He looks more like a 4-5 guy on tape to me. I'll be watching tape tonight, Brendan. After I'm off stream, you can bet I will get Schnell up. I'll get Cedric up. I'll be doing all these guys. I'll cover them in a Hawk Nest episode too. Talk about them on stream next time. But I'm going to get into all these guys and take a look at their tape. I want to know what we've got here on the offensive line. 100%. Do you agree with Wilson? He says he wants to be more like the Chiefs offense next year. Slim God asks. Yeah. Wilson's got 100% a valid point here. He's a quarterback who's shown he can throw the ball. He can throw the ball with high volume. He's got the pass catchers out there to get the job done. Why not let him? What does everyone say? Let Russell cook. Why not? Why not? The league, the thing that the big part that Carroll's got to kind of wrap his head around is when he walked into this league, it was starting to already move towards the offensive side of the ball. It was heading in that direction with the way the rule changes were going into place, with how you couldn't touch receivers, with the targeting penalties. We can go down the list of all the new rules created in order to help the offenses out, the protections for the quarterbacks, all that stuff. It's built now for you to go offensive heavy on that side of the ball. It just is. And we've seen them hesitant to really buy into that. They want to remain balanced and we're going to, but no, it's time to let it go, in my opinion. Russell has earned the right at this point. He's earned the confidence for you to say, let's put this on his back and let him roll. Let him go with some up tempo. Let him do some hurry up during the game randomly. Let him keep the defenses a little off guard, not knowing what to expect. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. And you would see the offense be a lot more efficient and effective if they went that route. Do I see them going that route? No. Carroll is so hard. And when Carroll looks at there's that stat that he's going to look at with the teams that made the playoffs this year. And if you look at the teams that made the playoffs, being the Ravens, being the Tennessee Titans, the Seattle Seahawks, go down, all of them ran the ball really well. So he'll come back to you and he'll point to you on that stat and say, well, look, teams that made the playoffs last year had to run the ball. Look at the Chiefs. Did the Chiefs win that Super Bowl by throwing the ball over the football field, or did they win that Super Bowl by committing themselves to running and being a good running team and just hammering that wide 9 zone? Because that was the thing with the Niners wide 9, is it stretches out that whole defensive line. It spreads them out a little bit wider than what you get with the 4-3 under of Seattle, right? Which squishes things down. So it widens things out and it makes pass rushing easier. But what it also does is open up those interior holes, those gaps, the A and B gaps inside are now opened up because it plays like a 3-4 a little bit. So Chiefs took advantage of that in the Super Bowl, and that's what Carroll will go back to, but it still does drive me crazy because I think the Seattle offense will be so much better if you let Russell just throw 5% more of the time, 7% more of the time. I'm not asking to just totally throw the running game away. I'm just asking you to throw it a little bit more. Go a little bit more heavier. 55-45, pass to run. That's what I want to see. I know if you said somebody, but I don't know. I want Delpit more than anyone in this draft. I'm pulling a Mike Dick all pick. So I like Grant Delpit, but I do like Antonio Winfield Jr. better. Maybe that's just a preference thing for me. Grant's a great player. Winfield is a better tackler than Grant. That's the big knock on Grant, right? Is he is a tackler. And I like the completeness of Winfield's game. Delpit might be more of a dynamic guy out in coverage. And I can understand why you love him, Carl. You're not wrong on that one. But I just lean towards Winfield myself as a preference. But both of them are going to be very good players at the next level. I expect them to be upper level safeties, if not Pro Bowlers, in my opinion. So I like those guys a lot. I like Grant a lot. He's a great player. Emma Brown says, Higgins and Mims are both big dudes with some long speed and hands. I wouldn't mind a big outside wide receiver to pair with DK, then kick Lockett into the slot where he kills. Yeah, I'm with you, Emmett. I'm more in favor at this point if we're bringing in a wide receiver rather than the 5'10", 5'11" types that we've seen them kind of go into at times with Lockett, Golden Tate, even kind of a Paul Richardson type who was 6 foot but really slight and more in that smaller role. At this point, I'd rather see them go into the guys that are the 6'2", 6'3" guys. I'd like to see another one of those guys brought into the fold here. And we saw with Josh Gordon when he came in, that was a great fit. Will Disley is a bigger pass catcher, is a great fit. Greg Olson's going to be a fine addition for Russell and his skill set. Let's get Russell with some more bigger bodied wide receivers. I think he really fits well with that. So there's some guys, there's guys. Higgins I'm not as sold on with him. I think he's got some speed issues. But the other guy you mentioned, Mims, like I said, I'm coming around on Mims. I started out down on him. I'm coming back around now. I'm starting to get it with that guy. The light kind of went on for me. Went, okay, I can see how this is going to work. And he's not just your typical Baylor wide receiver, because he does all those Baylor wide receivers run like 2 routes. It's really hard to look at him at the next level when they're just running such simple combinations. When do you think we will hear the trade details? I would think within 24 hours, Slim God. Why this thing would hold off any further past that would be a question to me. Because these deals that do come down tend to come down within the first 24 hours of free agency. The money just starts drying up. The options start drying up. Things start getting kind of sticky. Clowney's decision, I think, is still going to take a couple days. There's nothing that he loses by waiting. Seattle's going to still have the cap space available for them. Him waiting still gives him the chance to have that open up for him where one of those surprise teams maybe jumps to the forefront and is able to create some cap space in order to just jump up and grab him all of a sudden. I can see that. I can absolutely see something like that happening with Clowney, and I can see that being a reason why he would wait. I'd expect the Yannick deal to come down a little bit faster, though. Within 24 hours, I'd expect us to hear something on that. Blue and green, do I like the NBA? I like the NBA in the 90s when they took our Sonics and we had a loyal fan base, and that pissed me off, and that put me down on the NBA. The other thing with the NBA is the way that they've decided to officiate their league now. They don't call traveling. You can't defend guys at all anymore. It's made to be just like a patty cake league now, where the physicality and toughness don't matter whatsoever. It's like watching soccer. I got no really room for that. I need to see some kind of physicality in my sports. I don't do well with just this light finessey, everyone flopping and acting like little bitches. I don't like that. That doesn't appeal to me. And it pisses me off. They took our team. That makes me mad. It seems like in Seattle, they always are trying to take our sports teams. They tried to take the Seahawks down to LA. They tried to take the Mariners to St. Petersburg. They took our Sonics to Oklahoma City. They got to steal we already lost the Pilots once to Milwaukee. They just want to take everything from us. It pisses me off. It makes me a little bitter toward the NBA, frankly. But I didn't hear it about the new playoff spot. You guys will have to educate me on that. I've been a little bit out of I've been knee deep in NFL draft prospects, all that other stuff. So I've been kind of off the lane on other sports at the moment. Sean plays. What's up, Sean? He says, we need to make big moves. 2020 FL is going to be crazy. I agree, Sean. The NFC West has gotten upgraded. Universally speaking, I think you can say nobody has really taken a step back. The Rams made pretty much a lateral deal there by, they lost Littleton, so that is a loss to them, and Brockers is going to hurt. But Sean Robinson gives you a lot of what Brockers gave you. We still don't know what they're planning on doing for they did sign Andrew Whitworth back, so their left tackle position's relatively in good shape. No one's taken a huge step back so far in our division. Everybody seems to, at the very least, in the worst case, taking a slight step forward, which is tough to watch. You sure would like a couple of nice mealy-mouthed, weak-kneed teams that we could just tear into like the New England Patriots did for years, that NFC East. Okay, I asked earlier, got skipped. Now is a good time. Who is your GOAT? Who is your GOAT? Mine is Jordan. No, I don't understand the LeBron James comparison either. Michael Jordan's the best basketball player, I think, of all time. I don't know how people can make an argument otherwise. LeBron James doesn't have his killer instinct. LeBron James isn't the finisher he is. LeBron James isn't the guy that can just put his will upon the game like Michael Jordan did. He's more of a distributor, a more in the flow type guy to me. A great player in his own right, but LeBron's more of the new Magic Johnson to me, not the new Michael Jordan. And I think there's only really going to ever be one Michael Jordan. I don't know if we'll ever see a player. I think Kobe Bryant was as close as we'll probably ever see to that type of player again in the NBA. They added a 7th playoff game. Oh, so this is the 7th playoff team to each conference. Donald, is that for the NBA or the NFL we're talking about now? So I know that that's the deal that's on the table for the CBA, is that they're going to expand the playoffs and we're going to get an extra playoff team as well. Have a good one, TJ. Say what's up to your dad. NBA and NFL both seem to gear towards scoring. Physicality is a thing in the past. Yeah, you're right. It's sad to see, but that is correct. Things are going more into that way. It's harder to get it out of the NFL because there always is that element of physicality within it. But with that said, you're right. That's where the rules have gone to legislate it. It's just gotten really rough with basketball because you combo the lack of physicality with, I got to watch James Harden take 5 steps every time, or Giannis, the Greek freak, go down and run 5 steps from the third 3-point line. You're going, come on, guys. Come on. I know what traveling is. I know what a carry is. It's a gather step. Yeah, whatever. A third wild card. Basically, the first team gets a bye. The second team plays the 7th seed, third team. But yeah. Yeah, I kind of liked having the 2 buys. I kind of liked it being that but it makes sense that only one team in each conference should have a bye, maybe. One team should be the one that's elevated above everybody else and has earned that right. So maybe that does fit along more with the fairness that should be at play. If you're the best team in your conference, you should be the one team that deserves to get that first round bye. I can't argue with that. Emmett, Kareem would be the guy that you could probably put as the guy that is in great competition with Jordan as far as depending who you are, depending what generation you came from, depending on, whatever else, you can certainly say that Kareem is that guy that, especially combo with what he did in college at UCLA, he's a guy who has a great right and a great claim to say that he is also he could make that claim as the GOAT. Again, though, Justin, for me with Kareem, I don't know that the same mentality is at place that you saw with Jordan, where he could just will it. I'm going to take this game over today. I'm taking this game over right now. Nothing you can do to stop it. A lot of Kareem was, I'm physically so much more gifted and longer and bigger than everybody else. I'll just take advantage of that. He was skilled, certainly a skilled big man, but when it does come to big man, I'm always going to maybe knock them a little bit for that when they can just be physically dominant. And a guy like Jordan's running out there at 6'6", same size as basically everybody else on the floor and dominating. But Kareem's a great pick. I can't argue with it. He's a great player too. So who should back up Wilson next year? Somebody who's cheap and a rookie and you get in the 6th or 7th round. If Wilson goes down for the year, a backup is not going to bring us to the Super Bowl. If he goes down, that's it. Done. Bye. Season's over with. That's why I say we got to start protecting the guy. Little credit card. Who'd the Hawks get? We got 3 offensive linemen so far. All backups, rotational guys, pseudo starters. Bruce Irvin's coming back. Little credit card. Everybody's really hyped up about that. But so far, that is all the news I think that we've heard. All right, Don, well, you have a good one, man. I appreciate you jumping on in. Yeah, I think I'm at the place here, guys. We're 6 hours plus in. I think we've covered all the questions, covered all the talk. I am going to be doing, I promise, Carl, we'll get another live stream out to you folks here within the next couple of weeks. I'll shoot for definitely prior to the draft. We'll get another one done once we kind of have a little bit of a better understanding on free agency, the final numbers and some of that. I'm also going to be, I'll add that to my list, Emmett. Cole McDonald. I'll take a look at him. Absolutely. We'll take a look at him. Again, for all you out there, please be on the lookout this week. I'm going to be doing the video up with me and my friend D-Mac as we go over some of the cornerback prospects in this draft. We really dived into the top 10 guys, got a couple of the sleeper guys out there. So please keep an eye out for that. I'm going to try to get that out. I'll probably, if not by Saturday, then early next week. Thank you, Little Credit Card. I appreciate you always for watching my vids, man. Cole McDonald to back up Russ. I'll take a look at him. Oh, they will. Yeah. Take a look at him. That's the route I'd like to see them go, Emmett, is just go cheap at backup quarterback. I don't want to spend $2-3 million. Backup quarterbacks can cost a lot of money. So, get a guy at the $500,000, save the money. You're spending $33 million on Russell. It kind of offsets some things, so I'd prefer going that route. Well, thank you for hanging in there with me, Emmett, and to all of you out there, thank you for hanging in with me. You guys make this always so much fun. I'm trying as ever to get these out as continuous as I kind of can. I'd love to do a weekly thing on this. I'm also, though, trying to do some of the other video stuff, which I got to balance everything off. So it's kind of a balance game for me at this point, being the one-man band that I am. But I really do appreciate all of you guys showing up and keeping the chat rolling. Anthony Gordon, I will add him to my list too. Ante, thanks for all the questions today, Ante. It's great to have you on in here. Russell is absolutely worth every penny, Slim God. I have no problem paying, and that contract's going to look like a bargain within 2 to 3 years. You're looking at a guy like Dak Prescott who wants to be paid $40 million or this year right now. We're going to watch those numbers just go right up through the roof. So, hey, what's up, Ahmad? Welcome to chat. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. Thank you all, for all of you for watching it. The channel continues to go great. I'm just overjoyed by the numbers. I couldn't believe that we would gotten to where we've gotten here in just a little over a year. So we're making great progress. We're going to continue to motor here. I'm working on the New England Patriot game. It's going to take me a little bit of time on that, but I'm knee deep in work on that. But other than that, we should have a new stream up to you guys within a couple weeks. Another video out here in another week to you. And if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, trials, tribulations, suggestions for improvement, my ear is always the ground listening. I want to hear where I can get better. So please post them on in the comments. But thanks, Ahmad, Slim God, Ante, Emmett, Carl. You guys are great. You keep this chat live through all this time. This is what keeps these streams rolling and going. So thank you always so much for that. And yes, don't you all forget now, because there are a few that do tend to forget a little bit. Go Hawks.